Hello, y'all. How's it going? It's been a while since the last stream. In case you can't tell, I'm home now. I've been in Japan the last 3 weeks. It was one hell of a trip. I did a number of streams from Japan, too, in fact, to cover the first 2 weeks of that whole trip. And now that I'm home, I'm gonna cover the last week. Originally, I was thinking about doing it on the last day of my vacation, and I think during that trip, I realized how mad that was. That was completely a terrible, terrible idea. I could just wait a few days and do it from home and not give up any of my time in the resort town of Hakone. That just made a lot more sense and also gave me some time to pick out photographs and set everything up such that I didn't have to rush to do it whilst, enjoying paradise, basically. Streaming there makes it a tax write-off. You want, Bowser wants Toadette. Okay, you got it. No, it doesn't. I didn't make much money off of that, Adam, I'll say. No, it was regular. I don't know. I'm not... That's not a thing. That's not a thing, Adam. At least not for me, not the scale I operate on. This was a plain and simple vacation that cost a lot more than I'll make on Twitch or YouTube in the next 10 years by current rates, at current pace, but whatever, man. I have a day job, and the day job pays well enough where it's fine. I had a great time. I'm gonna tell you about it. Where did I go specifically the last week? You might wonder. Well, the first week was Tokyo and Sapporo. The second week, Osaka/Kyoto. In this last week, since that last mid-vacation stream, I have been to Fuji-Q Highlands near Mount Fuji. I went back to Tokyo for 2 days to do a little bit more Tokyo, and also, I went out to Hakone for one very packed day on the very last day of my vacation. How long are you alive? Well, the last 2 vacation recap streams were about 3 hours long, each of them, so logic would dictate around 3 hours, probably, maybe. I'll say some of these locations are maybe a lot faster to get through than the previous ones from previous weeks. So maybe this will be more like 2.5. That said, I do want to also just go over some whole vacation stuff now that it's all over. And, 3-4 hours is what I would estimate. Just based on how long I generally tend to stream. If you're watching the VOD later on, you can tell. And also you can use the timestamps to jump around wherever you want. That's for future people, not for the live people, of course. Which city had the best food? The food was good all over. I don't know that I could pick a favorite as far as, like, locations with good food. Everywhere had good food. Pretty much across the board. Probably Sapporo had, like, some of the best seafood, I suppose. And Osaka has its own delicacies, for what it's worth. But I was eating good wherever I went. I'll say that, 8M. Let's start up these viewer levels. And by the way, my current plan, like the last, I did have some Kobe beef at some point, a couple points in there, yeah. I'll say the last couple have done this as lightning round only. Can I play Kaizo levels? I can try. And I see no reason to change that. Oh yeah, also we gotta change to Toadette thanks to a channel point redemption on the Twitch side. Thank you for reminding me, Lord Bowser. I forget. When I get wrapped up in, talking about the things that I need to cover. I'll also say, I got a number of cards I want to get through as far as, like, off-topic stuff, not Japan-related stuff, and we're gonna rush through that over the first couple of levels here. Ooh, that reminds me, I forgot to get Warp World up on my phone. 1 second. This will take 2 seconds. Yeah, so it was a lovely trip. I'm gonna go over it in detail, and I'm gonna show something like 300 photos. Something like 300 photos. I'll say, I was sort of thinking like this maybe would be there'd be like less photos than previous weeks, but I ended up taking like 100 photos I wanted to show on the last day in Hakone specifically, so that's fun. That's cool. Yeah, that's just how it goes. Hakone was beautiful. Fuji-Q had some roller coasters, and Tokyo had stuff that, Warp World is not loading. That's concerning. And Tokyo had a bunch of stuff that I hadn't seen yet that turns out to be pretty cool as well. You know, I had put it off a bit, you know, towards the end. But, regardless, stuff worth seeing. Okay, I'm a little worried about Warp World. Let me try Warp World just directly to Warp World. Okay, here we go. Crowd Control Live, multi-queue, check out multi-queue. Get started. There we go. Okay, get started. Log into Twitch. Okay, I just need to log into Twitch on my phone. And use the authenticator to confirm. There we have it. I should have done this before the stream started, but it's been a while. It's been a while. All right. 8M, anyone else, please feel free to get in as many levels as you please. One at a time, of course. I would love to have a wide variety of levels to play. With that in mind, let's get into it. I'm gonna make the lightning round thing go off because this will be a lightning round only throughout this stream. Keep things moving, but also, I'll say, bonus heads for everyone. Everyone will have complimentary bonus heads given the special occasion of tonight. This special occasion. This is the end of a trip that I've been thinking about for months and months and months and months. Honestly, right now, I don't know, like, what I'm going to think about next. I have thought, like, after the trip, you know, it'd be nice to start thinking, like, oh, I would like to not live in apartments anymore. I'd like to live in a house sometime. And my lease is up, like, next summer, so maybe I'll spend the next 8 months thinking about houses. I don't know. Maybe I'll just sort of live in the moment and not worry so much about the next big thing. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Let's do some viewer levels. Viewer levels proper. Let me first explain how this works, by the way, and how this is gonna go. Also, I'll go through like I'll go through cards and stuff. Yeah, maybe 8 months is a short time frame for being ready for a house. I don't know. Maybe like a whatchamacallit? What's it called where it's like 2 units together, like or it's like not quite a house, but it's close enough and you own it? A condo? Something like that? I don't know. I don't know what's good. I'm still thinking about it. These things take years. Well, I've been living in apartments for like over 10 years, so I think I'm ready. I'm tired. Townhouse, there you go. There's another word for it. Let me explain how this works. Let me explain how this works for those who don't know. When your level is up, confirm in chat that you're here, and I will, or be chatting actively, whatever. And I will give your level the full time of day, which in the lightning round means 7 tries. 7 tries, refreshing at checkpoints, and such. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I will only have 2 tries refreshing at checkpoints. Still refreshing, but a lot fewer. That's my way of prioritizing and balancing the people who are present and active and ready to go, and playing more levels, which I'll say is fun. It's fun to play more levels, for sure. I see what the deal is here. We are guiding this Goombro along, and you know, helping him out, get over some things, you know, jumps, all that. We have to use a little bit of finesse. What the fuck did I just do? Maybe I could use, no. Oh, I can free up a path. And I can blow these guys up. Oh my god, no, no! Oh no! Wait, can I just get another one? No, but I can refresh. You live in a house now? Oh, it doesn't give me a Shelmet pack. Ah, crap. Let's just check if there's a Shelmet. You live in a house now? That's fantastic, Lord Bowser. I too wish that for me. You used to live in a house for 4 years until you couldn't afford it. Then apartments and now a house again. Why what, Lord Bowser? Why no Shelmet? Doesn't appear to be one. That is a question I ask as well. Why no Shelmet? I think I need to start over and pop off one of those lives. I don't know. I would like to live in a house. I would like to not deal with rent. I would like for my, you know, money payments that I pay for like living somewhere to like add up to something that eventually I can cash in. That's like a cool part of houses and stuff. You can just it all amounts, it all collects, and at the end of the day, you have a you have money in the bank. Is this right? Yes, good. Hey. Also, I am so tired of dealing with apartments and all their bullshit. You know, maintenance that is all fucked up. Appliances that are old and shitty and, you know, you have to deal with. Stuff that you can't improve no matter what. Because it's just the way it is and, you know, you don't own it. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do in an apartment a lot of the time. I would like to own, not rent. That's where I stand. I'll say, by the way, we're gonna start with, I know that a lot of, like, Japan recap is gonna be a big part of the stream, and for those watching the VOD and want to see that very specifically, look to the timestamps. Look to the timestamps. They got you covered. It'll be section by category. It'll be a whole thing. It'll be pretty intuitive, but I kind of want to cover a bunch of off-topic stuff first, so let's do that then. Oh, crap. Oh, no, this is fine. Here's some off-topic cards, some quick-fire cards that we can just do and talk about really quickly. First off, Battle Aces, getting a second beta. Battle Aces is an RTS that I got into the beta for in the last couple days of that first beta that they did. And I had a fantastic time in that beta. It's sort of like a RTS, most matches last around like 5 minutes. There's no base building. It's all very straightforward, and you don't have to worry about like build orders or anything. Basically, the only thing you have to worry about is like spending on units, spending on like tech upgrades and bases, all of which basically build. The bases build instantly. The tech comes like over time, slowly, but you know, quick by like RTS standards. It's an extremely fast-paced RTS and one that I'm pretty sure I'm going to spend a lot of time with, and it's coming back in November. I'm really excited about that. Probably will stream a bunch of it, or some of it at least, when November comes. Look forward to that if you're into such things. That game seems rad as fuck. And, you know, much better than Stormgate, which is also a RTS from some Blizzard pedigree. No, Battle Aces, that's the one you want. That's the one you want to look at. It's fast-paced, it's thrilling, it's really something. God damn. Highly... I think they got something really fucking good there. There we go. That's what we want to do. Oh, Christ. Basically what we want to do. Hey, there we go. Hey, also, did you hear about Alarmo? That was the last big piece of Nintendo news come out this last week. Middle of my vacation while I was in Fuji-Q Highlands, I heard about that. You know, the announcement thing happened, and like everyone else, I was like, what the fuck? Alarmo? It's an alarm clock that motion tracks you and plays like Mario noises until you wake up. It sounds like a big joke, and yeah, no, it's very fucking weird, I think. Maybe if you have kids, it's like a good way to get them to care about waking up. I don't know. I feel like such things will just tend to ruin whatever, you know, I feel like anything that you wake up to every morning is just going to be associated with pain and suffering, such that you're not going to be able to enjoy it anymore, and personally, for that reason, I would avoid any Nintendo alarm clock, but, maybe kids will like it, I don't know. That's certainly a possibility in my head. God damn it. Maybe we should start counting these resets as lives. I'll say a timeout counts for, you know, as many seconds as there are 100 seconds on the timer. So if this was a 500-second level, that would cost us 5 lives. So do keep that in mind. We do have an out here. All hope is not lost. God damn it. I'll try not to get hit so that we can, you know, have that out to go to. How about? Nintendo Alarmo. Ridiculous. I look forward to hearing from the people who actually are mad enough to get one what they make of it. Whether they like it or not. I think this might be the key, spawning them both at once. So the Goomba just goes through over both of them pretty much automatically. There we go. That's the ticket. Now I think my only question is, like, can we do this in the time allotted before the timer expires? Here's another card. Hey, I've been playing some games. Balatro, Zelda, UFO 50, and I also tried out those GBA F-Zeros. Just have a grab bag card there. I don't know, I felt like there wasn't that much need to discuss these games individually. Balatro, I've been playing a lot on, like, trains and buses and stuff. That's been my main, like, Japan transportation-ass game. And it's, worked quite well for that, I'll say. It's lovely to have whilst, on a lot of trains. Holy shit! It's a big raid from Brutus Plays. How you doing? I'm doing the viewer levels. Hello. Ah! My Goomba friend died. How far from the end were we? Tell me that was the end. Oh my god. My god. Thank you for levels, Hugh is. How's stream going? It's going good. I'm just talking about some non-Japan stuff before I talk about a bunch of Japan stuff. I just got back from Japan like 2 days ago. Sunday afternoon was when I landed, if you're wondering. Thanks for the follow, Brutus. A timeout counts for as many lives as 100 seconds on the clock. So we're down to our last life. Okay, this will last as long as we have. I was just talking about the games I've been playing. Almost done with Zelda. UFO 50 is very fun. It's like a collection of 50 old style games that are pretty well designed. I actually played a bunch of that on the plane back. Like, it was an 11-hour flight, and I just sort of went from game to game to game and touched on every single game of those 50. Again, you know, I had tried them all before. A lot of them on the previous flight, on the flight out, but that was my playing game for the second flight as well. I feel like Zelda just is better to play in shorter spurts, unfortunately, which makes it weird as a plane game. Doesn't really have, you know, I get tired of it, in other words. I get tired of it faster than I do, like, other games. I don't know. Here we go. And we got the ticket to this one. We need to spawn them, like, both at once. Ah! By the way, let me give you a shout-out. Let me give you a shout-out on the Twitch side there. Let me pull up the Twitch on my phone so I can do that. Stream manager. Get into the chat here. /shout-out. Brutus Plays. And there you go. There's that sort of shout-out. Oh, I just realized I don't have my mouse. And without my mouse, I can't take my mouse here and click that follow button myself. There you go. And also let me do the other sort of shout-outs. Brutus Plays. There you go. You're playing Mario Maker 2 as well. Fantastic. Me too. That's also what I'm playing here. Lovely. How good is your Japanese? Oh, not very good at all. No, I basically got by without speaking any Japanese at all while I was in Japan. Final thought on the games I've been playing. I did try out the F-Zero games whilst on the plane, like the 2 other ones. They seem okay. They seem better than the first one that I played, the first GBA game, which I tried for the first time a couple months ago when they put it out on GBA Online, and I just thought like, oh wow, this feels like crap. What the hell? The SNES game feels better than this. I'm surprised that, for once, they actually went backwards in game feel from a SNES game to a GBA one. At least that's my opinion. Maybe y'all have different ones. Maybe some people are really fond of it. But I'll say those other games, they seem alright. But also, I was kind of tired, I guess. I don't know. On that plane back. Damn it. I decided to focus more on just sleeping and just sort of doing nothing over playing the F-Zero games, which doesn't sound like a big recommendation, but I don't know. I think maybe I was just not in a state of mind to play like a bunch of one game, which is part of why UFO 50 was perfect, because, you know, it's 50 games. You play a game for like 10 minutes and you're like, okay, I'm ready for another one now. Gonna drop off an easy Goomba puzzle level? Very nice. You know, you play a game for like a couple minutes, like maybe 15 minutes tops, and you say like, okay, on to the next one. Did you bring games there? Oh yeah, I had my Switch, I had my laptop, I had games. And of course, Balatro on the phone. Fucking indispensable. Balatro, the poker roguelike. My god, that game is... It was addictive on the Switch. It's even more so on the iPhone, when you can just play it whenever you have time, and you don't have to be lugging around a Switch or a Steam Deck or something. Like, oh my god. I don't have a card for it, by the way, but y'all hear about that Nintendo playtest business? What's the deal with that? What do y'all think that is? Fuck. What do y'all think that playtest thing is? Do you think it's... Could it be GameCube Online? I really hope it's GameCube Online, but... And I don't know what else it would be other than like, oh, it's some sort of MOBA, you know, some sort of Battle Royale type thing, like the last couple things. The what? Nintendo's doing some sort of playtest among Expansion Pack Plus members. You can get into a playtest. You could get into a playtest. All the slots in North America are filled up at this point, but there's a secret playtest happening later this month that no one knows what quite it is. I've heard the word on the street, you know, fuck! I've heard word on the street say it's going to be GameCube Online, but I think that's just speculation. I don't think anyone knows yet, unless they are literally at Nintendo and they have inside information and not just like, you know, they're not just like leaking. Pretty soon people are gonna play that, whatever it is, and people are going to talk because there's gonna be a bunch of them, right? It's gonna leak out, but right now no one knows. That's right, Galumba, that's what this guy is. I'm curious what that is. Fuck. I'm curious what that is. I have another card here. I'm looking forward to trying out Metaphor ReFantasio. It is out. It had a demo out for the last week, but since I was in Japan only with my Switch, I haven't been able to try it yet. And I'll say I'm looking forward to trying it now that I'm home. In fact, I'll just say right now, just as a heads up, I'm planning on, since I'm doing viewer levels tonight, instead of doing viewer levels on Friday, instead I'm going to do Metaphor ReFantasio, trying out the demo and seeing if it is my bag, as you know, like Austin Powers, that scene from Austin Powers, you know, like that scene. I'm gonna find out if it is my bag. I think it might be my bag. I love Persona 5, Persona games in general. I don't know if this is like calendar based. I don't know like how much it fucking has in common. Hey, Trainer Derek. I don't know like how much it has in common with the Persona games, but I'm looking forward to finding out. I'm trying not to find out in the meantime. I kind of just want to play the demo and be like, you know, find out live on Friday. And, I've heard it's really fucking good. The reviews have been, like, north of Astro good. Which, yeah, you know, like, Astrobot has been one of the best reviewed games of the year. And if this is, like, better than that, holy lord, it must be phenomenal. And, of course, I have heard it is very, very long. I'll say we won't go, like... I've heard the demo itself is, like, 9 hours, so I have no need to buy the game until I play the demo on Friday, and we probably won't finish it neither. So, you know, I'll find out Friday how I feel about it, and fuck me. And, you know, we'll go from there. I will go from there. I'll probably purchase it thereafter, assuming it is my bag. Very, very curious about that. This isn't happening, is it? At some point here, the Goomba walk is slower than 70 seconds. And maybe we have to concede that, like, okay, even if we got through this, like, optimally from here, it's over. In fact, I think that point might be here. I think this might be over. Let's see what happens here. Ah, crap. Speaking of over, if these blocks, I don't think they're in quite the right place for this to be like a gimme. Crap. We're gonna have to jump really good to get over and hope for... That's it. We're done. No time left to do it. Thank you for level, Barrett. I appreciate it. And I think we got pretty good progress. We were like right at the end there, one of those tries, before we timed out. And also, I think our Goomba died. Shouldn't be called Galoomba Love. Take it up with Barrett, I guess. What are you gonna do? Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and hit, dismiss. And I'm gonna bring up the next level, which is by Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser's levels are traditionally pretty, traditional. Pretty doable within the constraints of the lightning round. Which, by the way, I forgot to show. These heads can randomize. They did randomize, right? See, look, they randomize. Perfect. Yeah. I think I got, like, one more card here. I have tried all the new anime I had left, and also I dropped one. I managed to try out a bunch of anime from Japan, but not nearly all of them. And, I have now, since getting back, finished trying out all the new anime. I still have to finish the anime from last season, but, let me run through a full list of them before we do Lord Bowser's level. And that'll be pretty much it for these quickfire cards, and then we can start talking about Japan in earnest. Did I make any friends in Japan? Yeah, you make, like, you see tourists, and sometimes you're all going to the same place, and you get to talking and sort of, like, hanging out for, like, somewhere between, like, 10 minutes and a whole day. One day in Sapporo, like, a Canadian family, like a father and a son. I shouldn't say a couple. That's not what they were. But a father and son were going to the same onsen as I was, and, like, traveling back and hitting some of the same tourist destinations that I was, so ended up seeing them throughout a whole day there, which was kind of fun. Yeah. Let me just go over this anime really quickly, and I'll do it in this relatively new format that I got. First off, I tried out that, there was one show that I had, tried out beforehand that I was like, maybe on, and when starting up the second episode of The Notorious Talker, I instantly decided I hated the main character too much, and I wondered why. I decided to give it a second chance and more time to prove itself, and immediately dropped it the fuck off. That's the only one I dropped, though. There's a couple more that are tentative, but we'll decide on those over time. I tried out Uzumaki, which is a weird anime about a town where everything is like spirals, and spirals are sort of taking over the whole town, and a bunch of weird, evocative horror stuff. It's all in black and white. Oh my god, it's beautiful, it's fucked up, evocative, stylish. It's a wonderful thing. I'm really drawn into it, and I think it's fantastic. It's on Max if you want to check that out. One of the few things on Max. How I attended an all-guys mixer. The basic premise there is that the guys, the half the guys are just women who are cross-dressing, which, isn't a big deal. I don't think that's weird, and I couldn't deal with the dudes in it who were just having, like, a panic attack, just, like, melting down as they thought about, like, oh, wow, this is weird. They're dudes, or they looked like dudes. It's just like, yeah, okay. This is just, whatever. Didn't do it for me, dropped it pretty quickly. I'll Become a Villainess who goes down in history. It's a villainous, isekai, and I think It is very similar to a lot of them insofar as like she is very driven to improve herself and be like the best villainess that she can. But unlike most, she is actually looking forward to being an honest-to-God villainess. Like, she's not just reincarnated as a villainess and going like, oh crap, I gotta be nice, I gotta be good, I gotta be friends with everyone. She's instead going like, oh, I can't wait to be the bitchy type. I can't wait to be a total bitch to the main character. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. I am going to really sharpen my skills and get ready for that now. Ooh, hell yeah. And I think her enthusiasm is great, and I quite enjoyed what I've seen so far of that. Acro Trip is a goofy good time. The premise kind of reminds me a lot of Gushing, except it's a lot more wholesome. Gushing over magical girls. There's this girl, and like an evil organization sort of scouts her because she, you know, is frustrated by how the evil organization isn't giving the magical girl enough of a fight. And it's kind of, I think that the main character is really strong and good and great, and the goofy antics that she gets drawn into are kind of goofy and lighthearted in a way that is fun and good. It doesn't take itself, it's very lighthearted, very silly, very goofy, you know? It's the kind of thing where like, oh, the villains can't even figure out like, the villain's original evil plot was, I'm gonna flip over rugs. I'm gonna flip over people's rugs. That's about how seriously it takes its villainy. But still fun, I don't know. That's how I laid it on Acro Trip, pretty good. Tying a knot with an Amani sister, it's a pretty by the numbers. Harem anime, very stock and predictable, sort of unfolded in the way that you would expect, insofar as like, oh, this guy, he moves in with 3 shrine maidens, and instantly there's a little bit of like, you know, fan service with each one of them in turn, one by one. And yeah, sort of does that. And one of them is a little too young for the main character in a way that made me go like, okay, I don't know about this, y'all. I don't know about this. I'm passing on it. It just seems really basic and by the numbers, and, you know, I think I can do better than that, is my take on that. Blue Box seems like a perfectly executed romance that is also part sports anime. I've heard that this is one of the big, like, Shonen Jump series that people have been looking forward to, and indeed, it seems fantastic. Really deftly executed, like, romantic antics that also is paired with some genuine, like, sports drama insofar as, like, oh yeah, like, part of the romance here is that they're both athletes and they want to succeed, and, you know, to catch each other's attention, they want to be, or at least the guy, to catch the girl's attention, he wants to be as, like, promising a athlete as she is in his own field. It's pretty good. It's really good. Really well put together, and there is an unexpected turn of events, as the synopsis said, that at the end of the first episode made me go from like, oh, this is really good, to, oh man, this is fantastic. What the fuck? Oh crap. This is where this is going? Okay. Fuck. I'm not gonna spoil it. Watch the first episode. Blue Box, hell yeah. Kino Koinu is about a guy whose dog died, and he's kind of sad about it. And then he gets a new dog who is like magic and crap and kind of weird. I don't know what to make of it. I thought it was kind of interesting and like well made as a weirdly somber, reflective thing on like loss. And then a magical mascot dog mushroom thing who is weird and cartoonish came along and is just making it a little bit more upbeat, I guess. Bring some lightness to it, which I guess, I don't know. I don't know if I like that part as much as the first part, the somber part, but I'm gonna give it more episodes and see what I think. Goodbye Dragon Life is an isekai about a dragon who gets reincarnated as a dude, and he meets a snake lady who is like, you know, looking for some action, looking for a man, you know? And I could sort of see that being a whole thing. The former dragon is like really composed and wise beyond his years, you know, confident and like stoic in a cool way. And the snake lady, who I hope is important throughout the whole series. I mean, she's in the art there. If you look behind the name of the show, she's like in the lower left there. I imagine she's important, and I hope that she is because she's fun and like kind of a little bit scatterbrained, insofar as she's just figuring things out, coming of age and all that. Seems good. I like it so far. Need to watch more. Mecha Ude is a show about people who have robot arms that attach to various points on their bodies. The robot arms are cool, it's stylish, and also they have like personality. So the robot arms will be like, "Hey, what's up? I'm your friend. We're gonna go fight evil together." And it's a whole thing. I really enjoyed that first episode. My understanding is this is a remake of a previous show, and I really liked it. I really liked the first episode. Looking forward to more. Trillion Game is a show about a con man type, charismatic fella, and a hacker type who are looking to sort of become like trillionaires, become mega rich. And the charismatic type is so like forceful and charismatic that I could see them doing it, which makes it like intriguing and compelling and makes me want to see like where this is going, how they're going to do it. I have no idea how such a thing would be possible, becoming trillionaires, becoming like the richest people that you can do from nothing, but I'd like to see it. I think it's good. I was kind of expecting it to be like a what's the word? One of those shows where it's like I was expecting a survival game, but fortunately it's not that at all. It's just corporate world shenanigans in a good way. Blue Lock Season 2, that's a soccer anime that's ridiculous. It's the second season of it, and I am excited to see it play out. 20 minutes per, Hughes. 20 minutes per. I spent a lot of yesterday and the nights when I got back catching up on everything, I'll say. Orb is a period piece about about like astrology in the days where the church was like stepping down on that, and like earth centricism is like the main way of thinking about things. Basically the character is like a little boy who is working with a guy who was like, got out on a technicality, said like, okay, I'm not gonna research stuff anymore. And then it turns out I'm totally gonna research it because, check it out. This world is heliocentric. And it's compelling, it's good, and that they're right, so, or mostly right, they don't know about the galaxy yet at this point in history, and that makes it like compelling and good. I think it's well executed as well. The story is of girls who couldn't be magicians. I'm not sure if this is going for like the business course at UA, My Hero Academia, where they just do like non-magic stuff in a magical school, or if this is a regular high school where the message was going to be like, don't underestimate these people who couldn't get into the magic course. They can do magic as well. But it seems nice. It seems like a lighthearted thing about, the flunkies who are all like really stressed out about like not getting into magic school, but, are cute and are probably going to have a very fun school life somehow. I think it seems okay so far. I don't know. Seems nice enough. Party. This was a show about a healer who is kicked out of his party and forms a new party. And he's actually talented, even though he can't do like all the advanced healing spells. It's really boring and generic and something you've seen 100 times, and it has no like chutzpah, it has no spark. It's bland. Blech, no, dropped immediately. This is a show about a slime girl and a regular middle school boy. And the gimmick is like, he touches on her and she's made of slime, so she kind of like, dissolves and goos all over him and whatever. It's weird. I don't know. And I don't think their bit is very funny. I was immediately just like, okay, nah. I have too many shows already to go with that one. Ranma 1/2 2024, the remake. they're remaking Ranma 1/2 kind of feels a bit like Urusei Yatsura, insofar as it's a very beautiful, beautifully animated remake, new version of a show that is beloved, and it sort of still feels very like old-timey as far as a lot of the humor and the stuff goes. My god, I am impressed with it so far. I've never seen the original show, and god damn, it like from the first episode, I was just immediately sold. While I was trying to catch up with everything, this was like the only thing that made me go like, okay, I need to watch the second episode right now. It's available. I need to watch the second episode of Ranma because this is fucking good as hell. It's got really nice martial arts, and also, if you don't know, the main premise is that there's a boy who, when cold water gets splashed on him, he turns into a girl, and when hot water gets splashed on him, he turns back into a boy. And, you know, you can see how it was sort of ahead of its time and how it gave a lot of people, you know, a lot of ideas back in the day, right? Like, yeah, no, this was probably very influential to a lot of, you know, LGBT people now, you know, back before these things were, like, more discussed. It seems phenomenal. It seems phenomenal. I really like all the characters, the way that the main guy, like, has to deal with turning into a girl, and, you know, he also has a fiance who, you know, they fight, you know, they famously fight very, they bicker in the way that a couple does, and everyone recognizes that and like, oh great, they're getting along. No, we're not. Oh my god. Very funny. Very cute. It does remind me a lot of Urusei Yatsura insofar as, like, yeah, it's a remake of an old thing. It has that old sensibility to it. But I think for the fact that the main character isn't, like, misogynist in any way, helps a lot to make it a little more palatable than Urusei Yatsura. In fact, it's one of the best things I've seen this season. Goddamn. Suma Show is about a family who the wife dies and she gets reincarnated as a small child, and they sort of end up with a weird, like, new nuclear family with the mom as a child, which is kind of weird, but it's very wholesome, and it takes itself seriously such that the emotions that the characters are having are, like, they land, you know, you buy, like, oh my god, you know, no, they were heartbroken by having, by, like, the mother being gone, and the mother being back is treated as a genuine miracle that is probably going to resolve into a nice, wholesome, slice-of-life type thing, which I think is gonna be really nice. You Are Miss Servant did nothing for me. That did nothing for me. It's about a guy who has a maid step into his life, and it turns out she's an assassin. It's a whole fucking thing. Does nothing for me. Does nothing for me. Whatever that show was, had really bad animation. It, like, looked really bad. It had bad special effects. The characters looked a little odd. The backgrounds looked unproportional. You know, looked like out of sorts. And the characters were not charming at all in a way that's made me go like, okay, I can see why this is apparently, like, the lowest rated show of the season. Later. It's also on Amazon, so I'd have to deal with ads if I watched it. Probably, so, you know, whatever, it's bad. Yakuza Fiance is about a daughter of a Yakuza from Osaka who she gets engaged to or is, like, in the running to get with a guy who turns out to be a complete psychopath, and her boldness and her, like, her gumption sort of, like, sells him on the relationship, despite his fucked up nature, which, you know, I'll say she is very human and quite relatable for like, being a, like, power player in that way, which I think helps a lot given that he is, like, psychopathic. They're like a good combination, and I think this will be very good, is my take there. Sira Gensoku Spirit Chronicles have come back for season 2. Did this always suck? The first episode really fucking sucked. It involved, like, randomly, like, Japanese people arriving in the world just like out of nowhere and reincarnated in a different way than the main character did at the start of the show, which was just really confusing, just like right off the gate, just jumping right into that after so long of the show being away. And then there's some stuff with like slavers where I'm just gonna say it because it sucks. I'm just gonna like low-key spoilers. There's a part where they get captured by slavers, the Japanese people do, and the main character shows up and he's overpowered and he beats them down, and he's like, yo, you gotta give me all these Japanese people. And they're like, okay, we'll do it. And he's like, thanks, later. And I'm just watching going like, wait, what about... They just showed that the slavers also had a bunch of fucking children, a bunch of fucking native children. What the fuck? You're gonna leave the native children behind? You're gonna not free all the slaves? My god, that's fucked up. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't know. I was just like so frustrated in that moment. If you see slavers, and they have like slaves, and you're overpowered in an isekai sense, you gotta kill them all. You gotta kill them to a man and free all the slaves. That's just baseline what you have to do in that context. Fuck. This was a show about a teacher who's a real scaredy cat, and he gets into a school that's all like yokai monsters. I didn't think it was that funny, and yeah, there's too many shows for me to watch this one. It didn't really amuse me that much. The yokai and their bullshit. Do-Over Damsel is kind of like Seventh Time Loop tier mood insofar as it is a princess being reincarnated back in the past, like sent back in time, and she has to... Thank you for the level, Barretts. She has to like figure out how to not end up in a deadly situation again, which seems alright. I don't know like how deep of a well it has, you know, how much her former experience will help her in her new life, which seems to be like a completely different life than the one she had before, engaged to a different fella, who is like the original villain from the original timeline, very much like Seventh Time Loop, from a few seasons ago. And probably will be fine, I don't know. Demon Lord 2099 is a show about a demon lord who gets reincarnated into a world that has become like a post-apocalyptic, high technology, high magic world that has totally passed him by. He's a fun fish out of water, and I love the setting. There's a whole bunch of stuff where he meets there's a whole scene in that where he meets like a magical hacker, and she just spends a bunch of time talking about how cool she is and how cool hacking is in a way that's like, that's some good shit. That almost reminds me of like Samurai Jack. If Samurai Jack was like, what is this shit that you have? What is this? You know, he's a fish out of water like Samurai Jack, insofar as he's like, what the fuck is this shit? Hey, you do like hacking? How did you hack that monitor? I don't understand the principle of it. It's neat. It's cool. Really promising. And I think we're on the last one here. Shangri-La Frontier Season 2. It's back after like 6 months or so. Maybe 3 to 6 months. I'm surprised it's back this quickly. Goddamn, Shangri-La Frontier is goddamn good. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this season goes. Oh, and I got 2 more that ended up at the back end. Nina the Starry Bride is about a orphan girl who replaces a princess and has to sort of, because the princess died and they want to keep on the charade of her being alive, she sort of like replaces her in it and has to learn the ropes and fool all the nobles. I don't know if it's gotten good yet, but it seems promising and I like the character. And Mirai in Love is like weirdly cheaply animated, and it seems like 6 episodes have come out in the last week or so, so maybe that's why. But it's not a bad idea for a show, and I don't exactly dislike it. I'm gonna give it more time to like see how I feel. It's about like a guy who is attracted to his teacher, and he's sort of like, she says like, look, I'll never like someone who has black hair, or long black hair. And he gets a haircut and dyes his hair gold. And then she realizes, like, oh my god, he looks just like my fave from video game, which is awkward for her. I don't know, like, exactly how good of a premise it is. I mean, if you're talking, like, from a love story perspective, it's pretty superficial insofar as, like, yeah, she's just feeling that way because he looks like the fictional character that she likes. And I don't know why he feels that way. But it's not bad. It has some funny writing to it. It seems to have, like, characters that are decent enough. I don't know. And that's, covers all that. Jesus, I'm so... That's... Maybe we should have spaced that out in a smarter way. I don't know. But, oh god, that was a lot of anime to catch up on. I kind of like this format of having all the images be in one thing and having it be, like, not card-based. But also that means we don't space them out between levels. Maybe we should, like, do a couple, and then a level, and then a couple, and then a level, if that's the way forward for these anime segments. That's right, Turgatron is here. Also, it looks like something's broken on my, setup as far as photos go. Let me check that real fast. We want to be able to get into the like, Japan talk after this level because, yo... Oh, next week, normal cards at a normal speed. Yes, that is true. No more of this, like, quick-fire business where we all go through the cards all quickly at once. They'll be spread out across the whole stream next Friday. Quick-fire cards are now over, but I do have some Japan wrap-up cards that I will show at the end, okay? Okay. Let me see something real fast because something's screwed up. Okay, you need to show the gallery group. Perfect. Okay. That should fix that. I don't know why it broke. Okay, so I'll be able to show the Japan images just fine. Perfect. Lovely. Love to see it. Okay. I'm gonna play this level, and then we're gonna start talking about Japan. That's gonna be how it goes. We just got through all the off-topic talk, and it took, holy lord, did it take an hour? I think it might have taken an hour. How's that right? Starting soon, plus the introduction, plus the first level. Did that all come to a single hour? Wow, okay. Well, what are you gonna do? Like I said, for people coming later, watching the VOD or whatever, wanting to get to Japan stuff, timestamps, that's what they're for. But also, hey, maybe you care about anime and you like to hear how I stand on it. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention the anime that I watched in Japan. Of course, there was a good number of shows that I already talked about on previous streams. I'll just give one more shout out to, what the fuck show was it that was amazing? Dan the Dan. Dan the Dan is just as good as, people have expected it to be. One of those Shonen Jump shows, or Shonen Jump adaptations that people have been really hyped for. And, sure enough, it fucking kind of low-key rules. Didn't want to risk it there. Didn't want to risk it. Are there any other seasonal anime that I can shout out? I mean, I'll say there's like a couple that are continuing. That are like good to great. What's continuing this season? There's like a couple shows, I don't know. ReZero is obviously back. ReZero obviously kicks ass. Did you watch Diama? Diama? What's Diama what now? Clarify, full name. What are you talking about, Trainer Derek? I don't know that one off the top of my head. Yama. Oh, the new Dragon Ball. I'll say, like, my rule of thumb for, like, watching shows is that I have to have, if it's a remake, I allow myself to get in at the ground floor, but if it's like a sequel to something that I've not seen, I don't watch it. So no, I don't watch, like, I never got into Dragon Ball as a kid, and by the time I was getting into anime, it seemed like it was too late. It seemed like there was orders of magnitude more than I could watch, you know? So I haven't, no. Thank you for a level. Let me hit complete and get the next one up. Let me see if there's any other anime I can touch on real quick, like, as I type in this code. Aristocrat is another returning show that's not continuing. Let's see. There's still a couple episodes of My Hero Academia I have to watch. Actually got to finish off most of the shows in last season because I didn't have time to finish them while in Japan. I'll hopefully have done that by the next stream. 2.5D Dimensional Seduction is continuing. That show's really great. Also continuing is Sengoku Yoku. I'm not really hot on that new season, but whatever. And those are the two continuing shows. Never too late, especially watching Kai over Z. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. I do think, like, shows that have, like, 50 to 100 to 200 episodes are, like, year-long endeavors, and I just hesitate to get into something that big a commitment, you know? Versus, like, a simulcast, which is brand new, and I can just do one a week and mostly be good, unless I'm on vacation and I get multiple episodes behind, unlike most shows, which I'll say, by the way, I have not, like, caught up on most of the shows that I have tried. I have, like, episodes to do of, like, more than half of them for what it's worth, but I'm gonna prioritize finishing off old shows first, I think, is the plan. Especially Oshi no Ko. I gotta watch that final Oshi no Ko. The tries are gonna be depleted in, like, seconds. Well, let me just randomize them anyway. And see what happens. Let me move my chat boxes around so the preview monitor is a little better set up. There we go. Lovely. Spin, jump, and spin, jump. It doesn't have that low of a clear rate, but let's see how this goes. Jump, spin, and spin, jump. Oh, and, Hughes is here? Has Hughes chatted in a minute? Hughes has been chatting on the YouTube side. Okay, perfect. Yes, okay. Good. So here I think we want to jump and then do a spin jump where the indicator shows. We got past the first jump. That's pretty okay. We got past the second jump. Hey, that's pretty okay. I didn't jump there. That's not okay. Well, you weren't wrong. You weren't wrong about any of that. The lives are depleting at an alarming rate. They are. Yes, yes, yes. After this level, the Japan talk will start. Finally. This is supposed to be a travelogue in part this stream. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Thank you for the level. That went way too fast. I am hitting dismiss. We did not beat it. Again, feel free to resubmit as much as you like. As much as you please. Circumplex Celeste is up next. I see Circumplex Celeste in chat. Fantastic. Let me randomize these heads real fast. And then I'm going to say something really... I'm going to, like, pause for a second so that there's a good place for a timestamp. Because... folks, it's time to start talking about Japan. In particular, we're gonna start with a pretty brief discussion of, like, my last day in Japan. Or, sorry, not my last day in Japan. The last day in Osaka, which was the day that I did the live stream. The last live stream that I did. I was very sick that day. I was not feeling very good. I had basically finished everything that I wanted to do in Osaka and Kyoto. So, not only did I spend like half the day streaming, after that I basically did very little. I just went out for like 2 walks, basically, in Osaka, in the Dotonbori area, which is where I was staying, and, you know, I sort of hung around that area. Walked along the river, which, by the way, if you don't know, Dotonbori is an absurdly beautiful area with a very lovely river that cuts through it, that is, like, bounded on both sides by, like, tall buildings full of advertisements that everyone very much loves. Like, whenever there's always people around them, like, taking photos and posing with them. I went out and I got some Wendy's. Like I said, I wasn't feeling very well. I just wanted some normal-ass Wendy's. It was a very simple afternoon. Just like a 10-minute walk to the Wendy's, enjoying the ambiance of the city, and taking a couple of photos. And then I hung out in the hotel until dinner, basically. You know, it might be easy to go like, that is a waste of a day, but also, like, when you have 3 weeks in a country and I'm just tired, it is good to take a day off. And I'll say, after that day off, I felt better. I started feeling more up. I was able to go the distance the rest of the week. That's right, this is 1-1 and shit. The classic theme, goddammit. I was ready to go the distance, ready to, you know, manage. And, you know, I did just that. These on-off blocks are throwing me for a loop here. They're always the opposite of what I expect them to be. I think here we gotta kill this guy. Like so. How much rain did you end up dealing with? Oh, quite a bit. We'll talk about that, especially when I get to the Fuji-Q Highlands, which is where I went after Osaka. But yeah, there was a lot of rain the whole trip, and it was, you know, almost depressing in that how much there was. I need to reset this room here. But I'll say I was able to see and do most everything I wanted, and, you know, I managed despite the rain, despite the weather, despite everything that, you know, was thrown my way. Did I check the Midnight Channel? Nah, I didn't turn on a TV at all in any of the hotel rooms, which I guess is not necessary to do the Midnight Channel. You don't have to turn on the TV. You just have to be looking into it. How the fuck does this work? At dinner time, I had a nice afternoon walk, a nice evening walk, and I'll say, like, you know, Dotonbori is, like, much more pretty at night when the billboards are lit up all nice and beautiful. There's a lot more people, and also all the stuff, all the signs like reflect in the water, which is especially beautiful to look at and take in. Also, while I was there was a ship driving through the river that had like a TV on it that was just like blaring an ad for the new season of Gale Gun Online, which on some level it's like, okay, it's kind of maybe a little annoying to have a boat like blaring an advertisement for the Sword Art Online spinoff Gale Gun Online uh loudly in the advertisement city, but also like, yeah, I can't really blame them. This is a whole part of the city that is just loaded with advertisements and we love them. So I guess it's part of the charm, I guess. I don't know. Just had one final walk that night. Uh Went farther than I ever did, to like the other end of Dotonbori, which is a little less high strung, though it does have a sign at the front, and I did get some like candied fruit on a stick, and had like some fried chicken for dinner. Was a little too spicy for my taste. I feel like I put in the thing not to put any sauce on it, but maybe I didn't because they put like a really spicy sauce on it. I don't know. I didn't care for it much. Maybe I have to like jump out of it by doing this. Yes, there we go. I don't understand what the deal is with the... Oh, maybe if that guy had bounced off it and gone up, he would have stopped our dude from doing what he needs to do. Okay, that's the wrong answer there. That wasn't intended? Okay, I don't understand then what I was supposed to do. Whatever. Okay, I think here I need to not drop that first one down on the upper right. I need to not drop that guy. But I do need to drop this guy down. Wait, no, I need to drop that guy, but at the right time. And by the time he does like a lap, it'll be too late. So, what I need to do here is stop him from going off the first time. Drop this guy. Fuck! We're getting it though, we're getting it though. Stop this guy from early. Drop this guy. Drop this guy. No. Too soon, too soon. Timing is key. Stop this guy. Drop. Fuck! Maybe you'd be able to drop that guy later, but let's not take any chances here. Drop this guy. Drop this guy. That might have been the wrong time. Hang on, this is looking okay. Yes! Okay, perfect. We got it. You don't need to drop him so soon. Gotcha, yeah, there is time to get him out of the way. Clearly. Lovely. Lovely. You ran out of doors, so level over? I guess... Yeah, since the whole gimmick is you have to have keys to go through the doors, you have to do that in, you have to use doors. You could have done this in 3D World, by the way. 3D World, you have the option between boxes and doors, and that would give you, like, twice the amount of transitions that you could do. You couldn't use pipes because it's keys. Keys are the gimmick. It doesn't have Goombrats? Gotcha, yeah. No, it would have to be a very different level with different, It couldn't be one for one, obviously, yeah, because not the same amount of objects. In fact, does it have music nut blocks in 3D World such that they would be able to you know, release the key when a guy walked over them. I'm not 100% sure about that off the top of my head, so maybe it does make sense. Let me randomize for the next person and hit complete. And by the way, I'll say he can always resubmit once done. Barrett, you are back up. Barrett, go ahead and confirm. Let me stop the thing, and there we go. Yeah, Yellow Yoshi this time. Lovely. Day after, I had a nice night of sleep, a very chill night. Last night in Osaka, I went out for one last walk, and specifically before I actually checked out of my hotel, I needed to go to the post office and get some money, which I'll say that was the last time I needed to withdraw any money the rest of the trip, so it was a good thing to get out of the way. I had very little money left, and I needed money to get to my next destination. But it was nice to walk through the city one last time, see the market street, see the river. And then I took like a whole train. I took a bullet train to Tokyo, and then took some other trains out to Fuji-Q Highlands. It was actually quite bizarre. I had a Ekiben on the way, a train mento. It was kind of bizarre insofar as to get to, at least the way Google routed me, to get to Fuji-Q Highlands, which is by Mount Fuji. The way that it went is I went through the Shinkansen all the way to Tokyo, you know, right past Mount Fuji, all the way to Tokyo, all the way to Shinjuku specifically, which is where my final, my Tokyo hotel is. And then I had to take other buses and trains to Fuji-Q. I wanted to take a bus, but it turns out they were super full, and Google had no idea that I had to get a reservation probably like hours in advance if I wanted to like ride on that particular bus. But I managed to find some express trains and some rapid trains that were going in that direction, and they got me to Fuji-Q in a matter of like a couple hours. And I got there around 5 p.m. And that does it for the, here we go. I don't see Barrett, but you know what? Let's do what we did last week. Let's just keep things moving. Let's not ask for, oh, wait, Barrett is on the Twitch side right now. Gotcha, okay, that's valid. That's valid, Barrett, okay. Barrett started off on the YouTube side, but hey, you know, whichever side you want to watch on, that is good. Crap, I, already lost a life there. Fuck! Already lost 2 lives there. Clarify, you need a shell jump here, right? Like a spin jump wouldn't do it. No, I don't think it's quite high enough. A spin jump. I just wanted to try in case this was easier than I was making it out to be. We lose the shell. That's basically a death on itself. So tricky. That was close. This is Barrett's first difficult level. Gotcha. Hey, at least, wow. I'll say y'all are always free to submit whatever you want, however hard a level that you fancy. At least we know that things aren't gonna get any further Barrett levels would be easier than this one. I got the shell jump, but I didn't realize the ceiling was there. That'll teach me for not looking up. Thank you for the level, Barrett. Very interesting. What was the clear rate on that? What's the deal there? Mario Frustration Stream 1? That's like a mod, right? I don't know when. Ah, no one's cleared it. How long is it? About a minute. Damn. That would be difficult for sure. If there's no checkpoint especially. Let me refresh and get the next one up. Beautiful. Turkatron! Turkatron is up. Fantastic. It's like the OG mainstream Kaizo. Huh. Guess I didn't know what the first one was. I guess I would have assumed it was like something by Kaizo, by the actual guy. The guy named Kaizo. And it would be called something called like something like Kaizo Mario or something. The way that it became like a thing. Pick one of the newest, you got it. I think now we are at the point where it's time to start talking about Fuji-Q Highland. Talk a little bit about Fuji-Q Highland, which is like out in the mountains, all nice and lovely. You get out the station and immediately you're just face to face with a roller coaster, face to face with the entrance. But I had to walk around the park to get to the hotel, and you know, I did so, passing by a map to sort of I would not refer to throughout the entire rest of my stay there, and I would just sort of like wing it to find the rides and stuff. Got to my hotel, checked in, and this was about as good as the weather was in the Fuji area this whole time. I had been sort of scared, right? I had been sort of scared because I had looked at the weather forecast the whole time I was, you know, in Osaka and about to go to Fuji and seeing like, oh, rain, rain, and more rain the 2 days that I'm in Fuji. And I got there and the weather was beautiful. And it's like, okay, well, it's not gonna last long, but let's run to the park right now. They're open for like, it's like 4, 5 p.m. They're open for like 4 hours, right? No, they're open for 3 hours until 7. Google lied to me. I Googled it and they said like 8 p.m. It turns out 7 p.m. is how open they are. But I had a good couple first hours in the park that first day. Let's play this level and then we'll like give a basic overview of that day. I'll say for Fuji-Q Highland, the structure is going to go a little less chronological and a little bit more ride by ride because the second day had rain issues for sure, but I was able to get in like half a good day and there were no lines, so I rode like everything like time and time again, like 2-3 times in most 2 to 4 times for most rides that were major attractions. So I need that squirrel suit, don't I? So it doesn't make sense to have the narrative go like, okay, this time I rode this, and then I rode that, and then I rode this again, and then I rode that again. Instead, I'm just gonna talk about the roller coasters, and then this, and then that. Hello, Dragon Fan Boat, how you doing? And we're sort of gonna go in an order that makes sense. Did I forget to pop a balloon there? Did I forget to spend a life? I think that might have been the second try. I'm just gonna proceed as if that was the second try because I'm really not sure. Thank you for level Dragon Boat. That time we knew. Hey, we can't... Can we just stand, like, on the very edge here? No. Absolutely not. We will get killed. We will die, and, it won't move to the right as well, so... Yeesh. Yeesh. Those are nice YouTube emotes. Oh, wait a minute. No. I just realized something. I was confused because I accidentally switched up the position of YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Usually I have Twitch chat on the left and YouTube chat on the right. I accidentally reversed that, so I was confused about which chat was which. No matter That's why I thought that Brad had switched from one side to the other. That explains it. Okay. Accidentally rearranged things. Oh well, doesn't matter. Oh! You're right, you did say newer levels. I forgot. I'm sorry, I just went automatically into world mode. Tell you what, we'll just refresh the heads. That was my bad. That said, let me give a basic overview of the trip. So, Fuji-Q Highlands, first day. Let me just explain what happened there. I went in and rode 3 rides. First off, I passed the Fujiyama ride, and went all the way to Ejinaika, which is a 4-dimensional roller coaster. Did a ride on that real quick. Then I went over to Fujiyama, which is more of a like giga coaster, very tall and very tall and fast. You know. You are from YouTube, Dragon Fanboat said. Okay, well, if you like, but you are chatting on Twitch though. Went to Fujiyama, which was really cool. And then after trying to get onto Takabisha and failing because it closed for the night, I went and did Zakon. And those were the 3 coasters I managed to get in on the first night that I was there, over like 3 hours. And, I did have to do a fast pass for like the first one. And also I had some confusion there because I discovered that though the hotel comes with free admission, which I think might be free in general actually, it turns out that the rides are separate and you have to pay for either a day pass or the rides individually, which, since I rode 3 rides on the first day, it was more economical to pay for them one by one. But I definitely did get a day pass the second day. And, yeah, Zoctron is sort of like, Hagrid's at Universal Studios. Sort of like Hagrid's Motorbike Adventure. Sort of like discount Hagrid's Motorbike Adventure, but still a very fun ride. And, a good time. Went back to the hotel, had some weird pizza from the restaurant there. And some meatballs as well. Went to the onsen there, which I'll say, I went to the onsen every night that I was there in Fuji-Q Highlands, Fuji-Q areas. I was there for 3 nights, and I went to their onsen, which was free, included with the hotel every night, which was quite lovely. It was comparable to like the fully decked out onsens that I went to in around Mount Takao, insofar as like they had a cold bath, they had some gimmick baths, they had like hot baths and cold baths. They had a bunch of stuff that was fun to run around and switch between at whims. Talk about the next day after playing this level. Let's go. It was a lovely day, a lovely first day. I managed to get in more than I expected, I think. And, let me say, I went on 3 coasters, and after, I've sort of, like, hyped up Fuji-Q Highlands in my mind, basically thinking, like, okay, it's like the roller coaster capital of Japan. It's like the Cedar Point of Japan. And then I went on those 3 roller coasters, and then I was like, okay, what do I have left exactly? And I looked it up and figured it out, and I realized, like, wait, Takabisha's like the last one. There's like 4 good and proper roller coasters at the park. There's 1 kiddie coaster, which I didn't ride because it's a kiddie coaster, and 1 really weird, mediocre coaster that is kind of a family coaster, except it's kind of too intense to be marketed as a kiddie coaster, so it's sort of in an awkward place. Which surprised the hell out of me to realize that I had basically done most everything out the gate there. But I will say all 4 of the major coasters did kick ass, and I'll explain how in a bit. What are we doing here? Do you think this can be the way? I'll say, while we're doing this, I'll just continue. The second day was really overcast and kind of rainy, so I was really like, you know, sort of debating in my head, like, am I going to go do, like, general Fuji 5 Lakes area tourism today, or am I going to spend the day at the park and have this be my theme park day, my full theme park day? And it was all going to be sort of contingent on whether Takabisha opened, pretty much. Like, I just wanted to do Takabisha, and anything else would be like icing on the cake. And it was kind of scary at first. Like, I got there, and the one indoor ride that they had, this Naruto-themed ride, was closed even, which made me scratch my head and go like, what the fuck? This is the one indoor attraction, and it's closed? But, turns out the other coasters are running, and soon enough, you know, after a stroll through, like, Thomas Land, looking around going like, oh yeah, that's Thomas Land. Thomas the Tank Engine, how about that? Takabisha did open, and I was able to ride it. That is a coaster with a beyond vertical drop, and it's pretty cool. But before we talk about that, let's talk about the coasters in the order that I rode them. That's where this Fuji-Q discussion is gonna go from here. But I think we're getting to the end here. So, let's, see what happens here. There's a pipe? What's in the pipe? Oh, hey, but that made the on-offs the right way. So it is good for us. Okay, I'll take it. This is like the one case, by the way, where I have reorganized these photos to be not in chronological order, but basically by topic. More or less. Well, last week, I did do Kyoto and Osaka separately, rather than chronologically, but each individual area was chronological, so it's, you know, it's sort of an exception in this case. Oh, I can't get a power-up? Okay, that's the gimmick here. That's the gimmick. I see. I haven't even gotten a power-up here, and... Okay, so by... Interesting. Okay. This is how it works. We figured it out. I needed to power down to undo the blocks. I didn't get that. I didn't quite understand that the power-ups were combined. I should probably read, the power-ups and the on-off state were one entity. I should probably read the titles of levels, I guess. I should, but I don't. Okay, so there's a fire flower in the gap there. There is a tanuki tail I can get, a leaf I can get. Could that be the key? Doing some flying business? Oh no, you just have to jump good. We just weren't jumping good enough. God! Okay, we're fine. No, we're not. No cheese for you? I don't know that that was cheese. I think I was trying to do a normal thing. I think that was a normal thing to do in the circumstance that was presented to me. There we go. Thank you, Turkatron, for level. 1-ups are good things. That's true. Yeah, I don't know what would have happened if we collected the 1-ups. I don't think the on-offs would have activated. That said, I'm not really sure like how they're rigged up in the first place, so maybe I'm wrong there. Let's go ahead and dismiss that and get up the next one. Lord Bowser is up. Beautiful. And again, always feel free to resubmit as much as you like throughout the stream. It's all appreciated and in fact encouraged. Where the fuck did the... did I misclick something? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Okay, you're good, Lord Bowser. Don't worry about it. There you are. I found you. Apparently, I fat-fingered something on my phone. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's get those heads all randomized. Stop. You got the dark team heads. Fantastic. Love to see it. So let's talk about these roller coasters one at a time. Starting with Ejinika, which basically is like a political slogan from... Ejinika is like a political slogan from like medieval times in Japan that basically means whatever, who gives a fuck, essentially. I played Like a Dragon Ishin that had a whole bunch of side quests related to that thing, Ejinika, that whole thing. And it's a 4-dimensional coaster. It means that those the cars are on wings that rotate independently. If you've ridden the Joker at like any Six Flags park, you might know what that basically means. But you don't understand because this isn't like the Joker where they spin randomly, chaotically. They are like pre-programmed insofar as when they move in the same way every time. And that results in a ride where as you're going over hills and through like inversions, it is flipping you to be like either facing forward or facing backwards or up or down so smoothly. It's like, oh my god, this is a backwards ride and then flip. Oh no, it's a forwards ride. Flip. Now I'm on my back now. Okay. And it's quite unique, quite chaotic, and I think quite unlike anything I've ever written before in a way that was really exciting and fun. It is like that sign says, Ejinika is a whole thing. One thing that this whole park had that I feel like I have to add as an asterisk for this whole park is that they had a very strict policy as far as loose articles go, insofar as like basically nothing was allowed on any of the rides, to the point where I had to take off my glasses on basically every roller coaster, and not even that, like my watch too. I have like a thing that like straps my glasses onto my head, and I was able to get onto the flying dinosaur at Universal Studios Japan that has like a glasses policy, using that as an excuse, like turning around going like, I have it secured, it's okay, it's cool, and they're like, okay, fine, that's cool, you're good. But no such luck at Fuji-Q. I was thwarted and had to go through all these roller coasters, not being able to see. And hell, on Ejinika, you can't even take your shoes on. You have to take off your shoes to ride this roller coaster. It's pretty wild. And, you know, clearly it is just a very intense time. Even like the drop out of the station, where you're like facing backwards, and then as you like roll around the curve into the lift hill, it turns you onto your back, making what is a very simple thing somewhat like, oh my god, what the hell, as you're just like tilted back and staring up until you get to the lift hill and it's pulling you, you know, you're now facing backwards as you're going up the lift hill, and it turns you forwards as you're going over like some loops, and it's like, okay, well, it's not all backwards, sometimes it's forwards. It's really quite remarkable of a ride. Really goddamn enjoyed it. I think it's one of my favorites. You need more Pikmin. Gotcha. Let's play this level, Lord Bowser. Ejinika, I think, was one of my favorites at the park. I did feel like at a certain point I had to start adding asterisks to every ride here, being like, well, I couldn't see it, so I couldn't see very good, so, you know, take a tier off for that, but I think around midway I started feeling like maybe that's a little punitive. Maybe that's a little unfair. That said, I would hardcore say that I don't believe glasses ever need to be taken off, and, you know, a lot of these rides are literally, like, Zakon in particular, right? I said it was like Hagrid's. Like, yeah, man, imagine having to take off your glasses for Hagrid's, which is a family coaster practically. Nearly a family coaster, and yet the glasses had to come off. I don't know. I was a little upset about that first day, but I feel like I got over it by the second day. Maybe I should have, like, contacts as an option, you know, for that sort of thing. I don't know. I like being a glasses person. I also could consider getting, laser eye surgery. I have considered that, I'll say. You know, I'm getting old enough where my eyes aren't changing every year. Probably. I'm probably stable enough where they could do it. That said, I don't know. I kind of feel like the glasses complete my face. I don't know. I feel like they frame my, my facial hair very well. And I like having them, as a rule. I guess in Japan, people do have, like, style glasses sometimes. People sometimes wear glasses just for style. But, nah, that couldn't be me. I wear these purely for utilitarian reasons. And also because I like them. You know, this specific set. Like, I don't know, I can't see myself, like, just being, like, glasses-free ever. Maybe I should get laser eye surgery, I don't know. I'll say one thing I realized, like, riding Ejinika that first time with no glasses, as it's going, like, super fast, is that the wind in my eyes made it kind of hard to keep my eyes open, which I'm realizing now. I realized then, low-key is an advantage to having glasses on roller coasters because all that wind is just sort of deflected off my eyes and I can just, you know, keep them open without wind being in them, which is very nice, it turns out. Maybe that's another reason why, like, generally I wouldn't, like, hop to fixing my eyes, you know, that would make maybe my theme park experience on the whole worse. It would make my water park experience better though, so, you know, think about it. Thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete and getting up the next one by Dragon Fanboat. Again, I'll say, Turkatron, anyone else in chat, either side, do consider submitting more levels. You can submit as many as you like. It's all cool. Hello, PPKO, how you doing? Yes, yes, yes. Let me randomize those, heads. Oh, wait a minute. I think I just fucked them up. No, they're fine. Let me randomize the heads real fast. Oh, I guess by pulling up the question mark blocks, I make them visible, so they won't desync when I randomize them. Okay, you got Bowser randomly. Very nice, Dragon Fanboat. The next ride that I went on at Fuji-Q Highlands was Fujiyama, the king of coasters, as they put it. It's a giga coaster. It's really tall and really intense. The first half wasn't that intense and was kind of comparable to, like, Titan at my local park at, like, Six Flags Over Texas. But by the end, it got really intense. There was a lot of elements, a lot of, like, hills and valleys and crap, and it got really fucking like rough by the end. I'll say I kind of would characterize this as a very rough ride, unfortunately, where like it was just constantly like jerking around and going into its elements like without much in the way of like a smooth transition into its things. look at this shot. This was a good one. I got it from a tower that they have, which I'll talk about later. And I found it to be quite uncomfortable, quite jerky, intense as hell, to be clear, and I think worth a ride, but I'll say, of the real coasters, this was the only one I only rode twice. I did not prioritize it. I did ride it again on the second day, but it's... I'd say of the 4 of them, it was my least favorite. Of the 4 real coasters. Hakone is the next one to discuss. We'll discuss it after this level. VR5 4KG. World level 1 of your world, Goomba up, not right. Okay, you got it. Goomba up, not right. You'd rather I do them in order. That is your prerogative here. Hey. Goombas in the sky. Alright, what are we in for? Okay, I think we just have to go through this pipe. Are we in for a troll level? Nah, this looks traditional-y. Looks traditional. Looks like it is a low gravity level. Cool. And looks like we'll have to go one way, hit it on off, and come back. It's an out and back level. Very nice. I like the theming. I've never considered what low gravity Kuribo's shoe is like, but this is weird how high the shoe goes, and also it's a long time not to be able to jump properly as a result. I guess if you like pre-do it, I want that shoe with the wing. If you like hit it ahead of time, you could do it ahead of time. Also, now we have a mid-air double jump, which will help a bit. It's fun. Fun level. You know, I don't see this combination of... I don't think I've ever seen a level that combined low gravity and Kuribo's shoe. So this is quite interesting. And I think fun in so far as it's, you know, not something I've seen before. This is some sort of item progression. I'm not sure if, like, pipe or... Maybe this is like a choice. Maybe you can go one way or the other way. Not sure, but... try to, do this cleanly. His ground pound didn't go through. He's supposed to do like a ground pound, right? That's like his whole gimmick. This is a really awkward place for him to be. There we go. Gotta get him before he, before he goes under. Door is a checkpoint. Couldn't make it clear, sorry. Oh, okay. I've done that before as well, where I couldn't... where I had to slip in a checkpoint in a place where it's not clear whether it's a checkpoint or not. I understand how that goes. It's a difficult thing sometimes, like conveying that to the player. I wonder if I should try to convey that, do like a revision to that level before the super world is like complete. Which I'll say I do have to think now about the super world now that I'm back in America and you know, here to stay. Oh god, killing that guy was pointless. Whoops. I thought killing that guy was key. I guess they're just here to be enemies. Normal ass enemies. Well, this is a pickle. How the fuck do I get out of here? I can't do it like with a duck jump or something. No, actually, I could duck and jump with the right timing. Oh, there we go. It's just tricky is all. Whoopsie daisy. I'll say, let's talk about Zakon real fast. Zakon is sort of a Hagrid's type coaster to the point where it says, you know, sort of motorbike-like, though you are like sitting on regular seats, not like in a motorbike position quite like Hagrid's or Tron at Disney. And it has like a backward spike that goes into a backward section, and then it stops you in the middle to do like where Hagrid's has like a drop track. It just does like a light show and then launches you forward. No drop track, but a very similar element insofar as like, oh, it just shows you a bunch of pretty lights and patterns and stuff, and then sends you forward from there. Hello, Wings FK, how you doing? I thought it was really fun. My first impressions was very much like, oh, this is like discount Hagrid's. This is like the Hagrid's that you have at home. McDonald's, like that McDonald's meme. But as I rode it a couple more times that second day, especially, I think I did come around on it being like nearly as good. I mean, I think it could use a drop track or some more of the gimmicks that the Hagrid's had, but what it does have is a slightly more intense back half, and like after the not drop track, instead of like where Hagrid's just does like a little simple little hill, it goes into like a full second launch that is more powerful than anything else in the ride to that point, which goes really fast as a result, and I thought it was delightful. Here we go. Here's a boss fight. I think we just need to kill this guy, and that'll do it. Very nice. There we go. Zakon, I think, was a fantastic ride. Definitely like high A tier if I was doing like a tier list type thing. Like, I don't know that's quite S because it's not quite as good as Hagrid's. It's like slightly beneath Hagrid's in that quality level, but I do think that more intense ending does offer some stuff. It basically does like a big launch, gets you going really fast, and then does a bunch of like low to the ground, like back and forth, which is just really fun. That's what it does in its last part. Thank you for level Dragon Boat. I'm going to hit complete, and we're going to go to the next level, which, by the way, feel free to submit another one, and we'll play the next level of your Super World when it comes up. That'll be how we do. Next up is PPKO. Let's do it. I feel like these headphones always make my hair, like, stick up all weird back there. Not that it sometimes doesn't do that, but it gives me, like, really intense headphone hair in the way that my previous ones did not. My previous headphones did not. It's weird. Whatever. I see that PPKO is here. Though, I think tonight, let's just take it easy and just give everyone lives. Given that I am talking about a lot of stuff. And trying to get through these photos as I do. just own it. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking, like, can I get, like, something to keep it down during a stream at least? Because it's bothersome. I'll say, a lot of the time in Japan, I had, like, my hair was sticking out like this, both directions. Had sort of like a half Wolverine type thing going. Very much Hugh Jackman type hair, at least on one side, and the other side was like that but threadbare. Not enough. Wear a hairnet. There's solutions for this. There's good solutions for this, I'm sure. The last major roller coaster at the park, Takabisha, which, first off, very obviously, is this This is the last level. This is the last level. Need to put in the new one. Or a do-rag? Yeah, maybe. Very obviously, it has like a beyond vertical drop as a big component of it. If you don't know, that is that element right there, where it drops you off, and then it sort of like curves inward, such that you're falling not beyond 90 degrees. It's beyond vertical. It drops you like at a 120 degree angle or so, which is cool, though it is over really fast, you know, such that you don't really feel it that much, I found, compared to like a vertical drop. Honestly, you know, if I couldn't see the drop clearly with my eyes, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you that it was vertical, beyond vertical. It was just over so quickly, you know, because how gravity works. But I'll say the interesting thing about that ride is that it doesn't start with the beyond vertical drop. It actually starts like dropping you right out of the station into some like zero-G stalls like indoors, which is just really surprising and really fun. And then went through like a bunch of really good twists and turns. You can see there, that's like a basic overall layout there. Went over like a bunch of twists and turns until it got to that second lift hill, that first lift hill, really. It starts with a launch. It starts with a launch indoors, which was really cool. Until it gets to that lift hill in the second half, and then does the vertical drop, and then does some more stuff, and then it's over. I thought this ride was phenomenal, was fantastic, was a great time, to the point where I think it's probably my favorite ride of the park. Takabisha. I had a great time riding it every time I went on it, and it was the one I wanted to do for my last ride at the park. Unfortunately, hey J-Blood, unfortunately, by the time I was wanting to do my last ride, I wanted to do my last ride and then leave the park around like 2 or 3 p.m. Unfortunately, by that point, the rain was getting bad enough where all the rides closed, and I had to, I didn't get to ride it one last time before exiting the park, but I rode it like 3 times that day. Like I said, it was rainy such that no one was at the park. To the point where, like, when I was first going in at, like, opening time, there were, like, maybe 24 people trying to get in the gates. This is a major theme park, and, like, less than a classroom of people were trying to get in the doors, at opening hours. It was insanely not busy, and they ran the rides as slowly as they could, you know. The ops were not impressive, and yet still, everything was a goddamn walk-on. It was pretty nice for me, being able to get in everything that I wanted to do. But, you know, it did end around 3 p.m., and I did have to leave and go do other things with the rest of my day. But I'm not done talking about all the rides. There were also minor rides, which I'll talk about as we, you know, keep rolling here. We still got a bit of Fuji-Q left to talk about. But those were the major 4 attractions, and I'll say if I had to rank them, I would say Takabisha number 1. I usually do like tier lists, but there's only 4 of them, so come on, that would be like 2 or 3 tiers at max, and just, you know, not that much in common. I'll say Takabisha number 1. I'll say Ejinaika number 2. I'll say Zakon number 3, and Fujiyama, number 4. That would be how I would rank the real proper coasters at Fuji-Q Highlands. Now, I haven't talked about the other attractions and other things I did there and the roller coasters that were less real. But I'll say, like, overall, I kind of think I had the wrong idea about Fuji-Q Highlands, right? It's not really, like... What are we doing here? I feel like I'm missing something. It's not really like a... Up. That's the key. That's the tickets. It's not really like Cedar Point or even any Six Flags park insofar as it doesn't have that many rides to it. It's kind of a park that you can do in a day. Even on a busy day, you probably don't need to pay for express or skipping the line. And on a rainy day, you definitely don't need to if their rides are open at all, you know what I mean? Thank you for the level. Let me hit complete and get up the next one. I would say it's much more comparable with, feel free to resubmit, by the way, of course. Hey, PPKO, you know the deal. You know the drill. It's much more comparable with, like, Silver Dollar City, which is also a park that has, like, 5 or 6 real roller coasters. And, you know, that's not that many, but it is in a beautiful area, a beautiful mountainous area, which, to be fair, I couldn't see that much of because of all the fog and the rain and stuff. It is in a beautiful area. It has the roller coasters it has are like world class, and you know, it's fun to visit and worth doing, I think. But you probably should set your expectations in line and know that, like, yeah, it has basically 4 roller coasters. If I were to ever go back there, I would want them to have at least 3 new ones, I'll say. Like, that is just my low-key, like, bar of, like, okay, well, if I were to ever revisit you, and, like, you know, on a future Japan trip, ever come back to Fuji-Q Highlands, I would like at least 2 new coasters, which I imagine they'll get over time. 3 would be ideal. I think if they could get at least 7 proper, good-ass, world-class coasters, they'd be much more of a destination I'd be happy to recommend in the same vein of, like, Silver Dollar City, and maybe even Cedar Point if you're, you know, getting up into 7, 8 world-class ones. Is Fujiyama world-class? You know what, I would hesitate to say that even, but I'd say it's good enough where it sort of fills out the back lineup, you know? That's like your perfectly good number 7. That'd be a perfectly good 7th best coaster in a park. You know what I mean? Let's get that Lord Bowser one up. They had a whole section of the park sort of dedicated to, like, older coasters that were no longer at the park, which I thought was really interesting, you know, to basically go along here and be like, oh, here, there's a Mad Mouse they once had. Here's, like, the Donga Donga, whatever the fuck that was called, which used to be, like, the most intense coaster and low-key borderline dangerous coaster in the world until they shut it down during the pandemic and just started removing it this year. In fact, you know, there's like a huge vertical loop that you can see in the park. That's from that old coaster that is defunct and no longer exists. And there's parts of the track that have been, like, removed now. And I'll say, like, yeah, no, once they remove that and make some space, I gotta imagine they'll put something in that place. Something like, I don't know. If I had to say, like, what they should do, probably some sort of, you know, like, some sort of King Ka, some sort of, like, they're probably gonna do, like, a King Ka type ride, right? Like, if that's the original idea of the ride, it was like, oh, it used to be the fastest roller coaster in the world. Like, yeah, they should just do, like, a King Ka type, and it'll probably take up a lot of the same space, you know, needing space to accelerate and decelerate basically in a straight line, and, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. They should also add, like, maybe a spinning coaster, like not like spinning like a Joker type thing, like spinning like a Time Traveler. They should do that. And if I have a third suggestion for them, get like a wild mouse or something. I don't know. What's like a good coaster type that they don't have that they could use? Let me think. Universal Studios. Some sort of family coaster that's like intense enough to be for everyone. Just do that and just have it be basic and have like some thrilling elements in there, like a drop track or something, and that'd probably be good enough for you. Yeah, that's probably what they need more than anything, like a really good family coaster that's quality. That was neat to look at. That whole display. There's also like a water ride that I didn't go on because it was, you know, it's October. It was kind of cold, actually. Kind of like 70s and 60s in that area. There was also the Naruto shooting gallery ride, which I'll say looked terrible. And I went on it. And indeed, it was terrible. It wasn't a good ride. It was kind of the thing you'd see at like a Six Flags. Kind of dark and not that fun as rides go, but whatever. There are also rides that weren't running at all, like this like, what do you call this? Like this swing ride, and also the Pizza Law swinging thing, which I was quite tickled pink to see Pizza Law, which I heard about in Yakuza. That was famously in the Passport to Pizza side quest in Yakuza 0, which is a very funny side quest. I went and had some spaghetti at the Pizza Law, which was disappointingly bad. I hope their pizza is better than their spaghetti. It probably is. I also rode this thing, which was a weird thing. It was basically like a self-guided little thing where you would get into these carts, and they have like bicycle pedals on them, and you have to pedal them across like this not elevated track. This elevated track that is at like a constant level through like a little foresty area, which was kind of neat, though as like one person doing it, it was kind of harder than you'd like, right? Like you had to ride pretty fucking fast in order to go at a snail's pace, essentially, which was something. The last thing I did at that park, basically, was one last ride that I was kind of low-key waiting to open before I left the park. It was opening at like 2 p.m. and it goes to show like how much I had done at the park, such that at like noon I was saying to myself, like, do I want to stay for like 2 more hours? What am I going to do for 2 more hours while I wait for this ride that's probably bad to open? But I waited for it to open, and turned out to be sort of a weird inverted coaster with some pretty steep drops and these cars that were sort of like all cartoony in nature and only held like one person. I basically was there when it opened at like 2 p.m. and as such I was able to get on it like first thing, which was probably good because I can't imagine this thing has good capacity, has good throughput. Having just like one person, maybe 2 if you have a child in your lap, per ride. It was kind of shit. It was kind of a shit ride, honestly. It was kind of rough. It had like a couple drops that were weirdly intense, and otherwise was just kind of boring. I almost wanted to give it credit for being the one ride at the park, the one roller coaster at the park that I rode where I got to keep my glasses. But I cannot in good conscience say it's any better than an F. I would say like, oh man, this is an awkward thing. I would imagine the history is, what cities did you visit? Overall, wing SFF, I did Tokyo, and then Osaka, and then Fuji-Q, and then back to Tokyo, and then Hakone for the last day. I'm talking specifically about the last week tonight, because I talked about the other 2 weeks on previous streams from Japan. Yeah. What was I saying? It was really shit, and I can sort of understand the history of it, insofar as it seems like a ride where they built it expecting it to be like a intense roller coaster, and then it wasn't really good enough to be an intense roller coaster. So they said, "Oh fuck, let's retheme it to be like a family coaster type ride, except it's too intense to be classified as a family coaster because of the weird like steep drops, that it had." And I think they should get rid of it. I'll say that's one where you should get rid of it and build something new, and it doesn't really matter what it would be. But you know what? I think an inverted coaster that was like normal and stuff would probably be a good bet. Like a normal, well-made inverted coaster. I'm trying to think like how many well-made inverted coasters I've ridden. Something like Batman, sure. Something like Batman at like the Six Flags chains. That'd be fine. Maybe they'd be looking for something more family-friendly, though. Which, yeah, I think they could do better than that ride, whose name is like in French or something. So I don't remember it. It's not important and barely worth remembering. Thank you for the level, Lord Bowser. Let me hit complete and get up the next one. Wings is up next. Hell yeah, Wings. We're getting through these levels pretty quickly, I guess, yeah. Not a long wait tonight. It's not a usual night. Usually I do these streams on Friday, a little earlier on, and usually I don't have, like, photos from Japan as, like, a through line to, like, structure the stream around. You understand? This is like a whole special thing. A whole special stream. These last 3 streams from Japan. The 3 streams that I did from Japan. It's kind of special cases. And this one from home. I'm home now, by the way, of course. See you later, Lord Bowser. You have a good one. It is like 10 o'clock now. Getting late. There is also this tower that you could go up and get some views of Mount Fuji, which I'll say this is what it looked like while I was there. So I wasn't able to get a good view, unfortunately. But it was still pretty to look at and look around and see what I could see, fog notwithstanding. There was a slide that was closed due to the rain, and I was able to get this really good shot of the park and the coaster that it sort of wraps around the tower, which I was really delighted to see once I, I sort of had to like get my phone over a fence and take the picture, and then I looked at it and like, oh, brilliant, this looks great. I was really happy how that turned out. But that's basically Fuji-Q Highlands. From there, I started doing other things. Though I will say I had to pass through the park to get to the train station to start doing some other tourism. It turns out to get to the train station from the hotel, Fuji-Q Hotel, it is faster to just walk through the fucking park than it is to go around the park. So that night and the next day, while I rode no additional rides, I did walk through the park multiple times to get to some tourism of the rest of the area. Newest course, let's do it. Final thoughts on Fuji-Q Highlands. I thought it was fun. I do think, of the 3 theme parks I went to, I think it might be the least impressive, I guess, maybe. Universal Studios Japan was definitely the best one. And I think Disney Sea had a lot going for it, though it doesn't have, like, the world-class coasters. It doesn't really have coasters at all. The theming and everything that it does have going for it, I do think take it above Fuji-Q just barely, which sort of feels more like a Six Flags style park, or, insofar as, like, it doesn't have theming. It's kind of a mess laid out wise. And the only thing it has going for it is just like, oh, it has world-class coasters, which I do appreciate it as someone who loves world-class coasters, but I struggle to put it above Disney Sea, which is just like one of the most beautiful theme parks you can go to in the world. And for me, it would probably be close, I guess, but I could see spending more time at Disney Sea and having more things to see and more things to do, and, you know, I pretty much rode everything that was worth doing. Whereas at Disney Sea, I could at least go to some of the rides that I didn't do because I had seen them at the other Disney parks, right? Like, I could go on Soarin', I could have gone on this, I could have gone on the Disney Springs ride that I wasn't able to go on. Like, Disney Sea has more that I could be seeing, that I could see next time. And, that's just not Fuji-Q, you know? Oh, this is cool. I like the progression here. Nice. That's Fuji-Q. Fuji-Q, discussion over. What was that on-off? I'm kind of confused what was with that on-off there. Gotta go under here. This is very intuitive. It flows very well. Very nice wings. I think this is great. We'll be fine. This doesn't seem that hard. A life or two lost is no big deal. I'll say, after that, I did do a day and a half of just, like, general Fuji 5-leg tourism, and that's the next section. In fact, let me, say that more clearly. Now that we're done with that level, let me hit complete and bring up the next one. Feel free to keep submitting, everyone. Feel free to keep submitting. I play a level, give me another one. I'll do it when you come up. And the wait times are really not bad right now. And because of the lightning round, they really won't be ever bad. They'll be pretty damn good. Dragon Fanboat is up next and is here. Fantastic. Let's start talking about the next topic, which is Kawaguchiko and the general Fuji 5 Lakes area. I did a bunch of tourism around the Fuji 5 Lakes area, though specifically mostly just the one lake, Kawaguchiko, which was the closest to Fuji-Q Highlands, and also it turns out that with how you have to get around with buses and stuff, I really couldn't have seen any of the other lakes without serious, like, travel concerns. But I did see a bunch that one day and a half. First off, starting off, I got on a bus from Kawaguchi Station, which is like one station off Fuji-Q, and did a Fuji-Q, and did a bunch of stuff heading out that first night to do one thing. It was very rainy, I'll say, but I was able to go to the what does that say? I was able to go to the gem museum that they got there. I can't read it at this distance. Maybe you can. Is it like Takabisha? No, that's like the ride. It looks like it's something Taka. Or the Yamanashi Gem Museum or something. It's something like that. I forget. But basically, it was a museum full of, like, gemstones and exhibits showing off various gemstones. Like, I saw, you know, these are some of the first ones. Pink quartz and... Pink quartz? Pink quartz? Rose quartz. Rose quartz. Rose quartz and amethyst, which made me go like, haha, Steven Universe. But, they had loads of them. They were, like, just rows and rows and rows and rows. And you bet your ass I diligently took a picture of each one of them, which I am not going to show. But they also had bigger things, like just some bigger amethyst things. This very beautiful jasper. There were like whole exhibits, including like coral and stuff. And this gem, which was like as big as a person, like crunched up on themselves. Like it was huge. It was massive. Like a person in, like, fetal position. That's about the size of that gem. Really quite something. A nice place to go for the afternoon. But actually, you know, I'll say, after going to there, I was pretty much done for the day. I had to go back, which took probably like another half hour, another full hour to retrace my steps back to the park and get back to the thing. Whereas Garnet, they had Garnet. Yeah, they had a lot of Garnets. I'll say. I didn't put all of the... Please understand, they had like, again, they had like rows and rows and rows of different gems. You bet your ass Garnet was there. All the Steven Universe gems were in there somewhere. And they were all very pretty to look at and interesting. And I'll say I went to like a hot springs museum in Sapporo that turned out to be more of a small hallway. And this is like not that much bigger, but much more impressive. And so far as like, yeah, it had like tons of stuff to look at, all of which was really cool. It was like one main hall and then one side hallway, basically. But all of it was so cool. All of it was like worth taking pictures of. And I quite enjoyed that little side adventure. Let's do it. Galoombas in a rainbow. Whichever level you want from the... Yeah, okay, I picked this level. We'll probably not... This will not be that hard, I don't think. Though, then again, this is kind of a chaotic thing. Like, but also, it's pretty nice. That was a nice, very quick checkpoint. And a checkpoint refreshes our doodads. Is this the first time a checkpoint has refreshed our doodads in the last 2.5 hours? I think it might have been. I think we're getting a lot of levels that are either too hard to complete and don't have checkpoints, or nice enough where I don't need to refresh my things. It's not the right head to depress. I think I want to go over this. And indeed, there we go. Perfect. Lovely. Let me hit complete. By the way, Wings, anyone else hanging out, feel free to get another level in. You're currently not in queue if I have complete and, you know, moved on to the next person. Feel free to submit as many times as you like. I need to have levels to pair with the conversations I'm having. Night 2, I had like a fancy meal at the Japanese restaurant on site, which turned out to be a bit expensive, but was a pretty fancy thing with multiple like entrees, including like sashimi, just like tempura stuff, and some matcha ice cream, which I just didn't like at all. I don't really get the taste of matcha. I tried it multiple times during this trip. Not for me. Not for me. And of course, I hit the onsens after that second night. Again, the onsens were lovely. Just really nice to have at the end of every one of these, like, busy days. I'll do J Blood's level. The second day, I started off by going off to this one shrine. I think it's called, like, Chirito Shrine or something. It definitely starts with Chirito Pagoda, something like that. But it's a top, like, hundreds of sets of stairs, kind of a big, long climb that took, like, forever, and ended up with me exhausted. But, you know, you get to the top, and there's really nice pagoda with a really nice viewing area from which you can get, like... You know, this is the viewing area. It's like a platform that's elevated a bit. You can get some really nice, beautiful shots of it. Beautiful, nice shots of the city as well. It was still really goddamn cloudy and really goddamn overcast. So, you know, unfortunately, I couldn't see Mount Fuji or anything. But, you know, let me just say about the general Five Lakes area, about all this in general. While it was cloudy my entire time there, I don't want it to be said that it wasn't beautiful. Like, no, it was beautiful looking down at the city, looking at this beautiful pagoda. Even if I couldn't see Mount Fuji, I had to appreciate. You have to appreciate, like, the sheer beauty on display, which is just lovely. Went back down the long way, the not the stairs, the ramp, which was longer, but it was fine. It was fine. J Blood, do you want me to do this one or just a level in general? I can try that one again, if that is your preference, but up to you. Which, I just realized I don't have my water here. I'm gonna throw to a break real fast. I'm going to get my water, which I have forgotten. It's been too long since I streamed at home, I guess. I forgot a very basic thing. And let me also go to the bathroom as well. That would be nice for me. Well, let me refresh my doodads also. And refresh these doodads for J-Blood. Which, by the way, I'll say, if you're watching the VOD, this will be instant. This will be an instant break. But otherwise, you're gonna have to wait. You know how it is. Alright, let's go. We'll just go with the one submitted. Then. I think I'm pretty much over the sickness. I'll say, you know, I was very sick at the start of the week, but by the time I was doing Fuji-Q and all that, I feel like I had mostly gotten over it. And, you know, I was medicating with Japanese cold medicine, which turns out to be pretty strong. Pretty strong. So, you know, I was able to manage the rest of my vacation pretty comfortably, except I did cough a good deal. I had a bit of a bad cough, which, you know, I might have a little bit of that left, but relatively, I'm pretty well off now. And what the fuck? That was a badly timed jump from that piranha plant. We can't turn around here, right? And, like, go just directly up from the start there. No, those bullet bills would make that impossible, wouldn't they? Dang it. 2 more tries, let's do it. This jump is like the real test. Fuck! Well, we've got farther than we've ever gotten before. We've gotten farther than we've ever gotten before. Being more of the level, that's gonna help us react faster next time. I remember this from like last week or something. Indeed. Damn it. That's gonna be it. The extra fireballs there destroyed the snowball, and that fucked it up. Also, it looks like we can't take damage during that as well. So if we lose the fire flower, we're fucked. So keep that in mind as well. Also, I guess because of that fire flower, because of those coin blocks, we need to have the thing to do the thing. Cool. I'm gonna hit dismiss. We're gonna get the next one. Never seen a murderous speed run level? Oh, there's a lot of those Dragon fan, DGR fan boats. There's a lot of those. Those exist. Feel free to submit again, J-Blood. Love another crack at that. We did pretty well there, all things considered. It's a good set of heads. So from there, did a lot of stuff around Kawaguchiko, one of the 5 lakes of Mount Fuji. Chirito Pagoda is not like around that lake, but it's like nearby, maybe like a 40-minute bus ride away, maybe like an hour-long bus ride away. Not too bad. And you can see like, oh, there's a bunch of other lakes. It's just not called the 5-lake area for nothing. But all those were more in the realm of like car people. Like if you had a car or like a motorcycle or something, yeah, you could visit all those lakes and have a great time, but me on foot, depending on buses, not gonna happen, unfortunately, which is one of my main thoughts about the Mount Fuji area. Is like, oh man, this place is like, must be 10,000 times easier to navigate with a car versus like buses and stuff. Like, that's just how it is. It's just a very out there rural type area where there's only buses for most things. You probably gonna struggle to get around. There's also like chibi representations of the mountain. I think these are all like anime versions of Mount Fuji, I think. And also I got on this panoramic ropeway, which you would have thought would be a bit shit since I couldn't see nothing and you know, it was all foggy and crap, but I did get some amazing views from that ropeway, at least of Kawaguchiko, if not Mount Fuji itself. And also, from the top, it was even more beautiful and scenic, and oh my god. And also, the clouds started clearing up a little bit, such that I could at the very least see Fuji-Q Highlands from the peak of that mountain that the car went up to, which was just lovely. I got this purple grape vanilla ice cream, hoping that the fog would clear up more and I could see like the mountain or maybe more of the city, but by the time I finished that, the fog was so dense that you could barely see like the trees that were like in the immediate vicinity, let alone anything beyond that. But what are you gonna do? That's just how it is. You can still see Kawaguchiko a little bit, which was lovely. Lovely stopover, but unfortunately, you know, I had to move on. The whole Mount Fuji day, I feel like I was hesitating between like, okay, well, I gotta get through all these Kawaguchiko areas before the end of the day. But also, if I wait a little bit longer, the sun might come out. And my forecast is saying that it's gonna get sunny in the afternoon. So like, if I wait a little bit longer, I'll get maybe a good view of Mount Fuji, which, spoilers, I did not. It did turn quote-unquote sunny. It did turn quote-unquote sunny, but it was still, we want to do the super world here. Super world good. Oh, I didn't need to play together. It was not sunny enough where you could see like very far at all. I feel like the thing lied to me insofar as like, yeah, this visibility isn't 100, isn't perfect. It's fine, it's good. I accidentally hit the play together. That's what happened there. But again, I gotta say, Kawaguchiko was beautiful, regardless of how, you know, unfortunate it was that Mount Fuji itself was not also beautiful, or was not also visible. By the way, I'll say again, this is the perfect time for everyone to submit more levels. We currently don't have another one in queue. That said, if we do run out of lives, we will switch to a different level from the same maker, from Dragon Fanboat. That's how we'll do it. That's how we do it in cases such as this. Don't worry. And if we finish the level, we'll go on to the next level in the super world. That'll be how we do. Of course, doing Japan photos all the while, like, hey, I went and had some tempura and soba for lunch. I was kind of looking for a place to try out soba, and I was happy to find this little shack outside of this very nice park that was full of like bushes and, was like looking out on the lake. It was full of like various different rows of various different plants, almost placed such that, you could walk like 10 feet and be like, okay, now I can get this plant in the foreground and Mount Fuji in the background, which, was great, but it still, you couldn't see Mount Fuji, so I didn't spend that much time there initially. I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go a little bit further. There's something I saw on Google Maps that's supposedly a tourist destination that's like a 20-minute walk away. I'm gonna go walk and do that, and then I'll come back, and hopefully by then it'll be sunny and I can enjoy the park. I'll say again, like, it's beautiful. Like, look at the way that the mist plays on those mountains, and just sort of like they're like shrouded in mist in a way that is also beautiful. Like, make no mistake, it was still beautiful there despite the circumstances. But you know, it's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. The physics there were different, and I was disoriented. This is low gravity. I meant to grab the vine, you see. If there is another option in the super world, we'll do that one. Otherwise, we'll jump out and try to find a level that isn't in the super world. It's a bit challenging, but manageable. So many Goombas. So many Goombas. They're Goom Bros or Goom Brats or something. In any case, there's so many of them. Let's try going right this time. Right at the fork, right at the fork. So from there, I walked a bunch. I walked all the way for 20 minutes, past some very beautiful, like, rural stuff, and eventually got to this nice, like, vista out onto the lake. And in particular, there was this big, cool rock, which, upon, like, double-checking the Google Maps, I realized, like, this is it? This is Risto Rock? This is just a really cool rock on which you can, look at the lake. Okay, and maybe Mount Fuji if that's visible. Huh. Well, okay then. I climbed up on top of it and had a look around, and, it was kind of pouring at this point. It's kind of lightly raining, so I'm just, like, looking around going like, well, this is beautiful, but, I don't know if I'm going to sit on this rock for, like, a couple hours here, waiting to see if the clouds clear up. And before too long, after taking a good number of pictures, I was like, okay, I'm gonna walk the fuck back and go back to that goddamn park. That goddamn cool park, Oishi Park, or whatever it's called. Oi something park. I forget. I'll say, I wish that the Google Maps was much clearer when I was looking at it, and it was much clearer that it wasn't like a place, wasn't like a park. It's just a cool rock. It's just like, at home, right? In where I am, in Texas. There's a bunch of, I remember as a kid especially, there's like creeks here, right? Running through a lot of like Plano and the areas around like Plano, I bet, right? Big creeks. And those creeks are full of like limestone deposits that are just like covering the shores, right? Big areas of limestone that you can just walk along, and it's kind of really cool to walk along limestone. And I feel like this rock was on that tier where it's like, oh man, if you lived here, this would be on your morning walk, on like the walk you took the dogs on, and you would pass by it and be like, oh man, it's so cool to see this really cool rock. But, tourist attraction, I don't know. I bet it would help a lot if Mount Fuji was visible, and I could have seen that and gotten a really good picture with Mount Fuji in the background. But I couldn't do, so And that's that. There's no one else in queue right now, so let's see if there's non-uploaded courses that are not part of the super world. Yeah, clearly, there's a lot of these. Okay. I'm just gonna go to the oldest course. Goomba's Wooden Fortress? Is that the one you suggest? I can do that, yeah. Goomba's Wooden Fortress. Unless that's the one we just did, in which case, you know. I'm gonna look for this. Meantime, I'll continue talking about, these photos. Went back to Oishi Park, or whatever it's called. Oh, something park. And, sort of ended up sitting in the cafe that they have there, waiting for a few hours. Wooden layer of Goombas? Gotcha, okay, perfect. Waiting a little bit in the cafe that they have there, waiting for the weather to improve, for it to get sunny. And after a few hours, it did indeed get quote-unquote sunny according to my weather app, but this was basically the extent of it. Like, the sun came out, it lit off the lake, but there were still loads of clouds, and you still super could not see Mount Fuji, which I was kind of disappointed by, but, you know, that's super common apparently with Mount Fuji. That's like a whole thing. I remember even in laid back camp, they did mention how, like, oh yeah, you know, Mount Fuji's shy today, I can't see it. Like, oh yeah, it's all up to chance. You know. It's kind of tough, Mount Fuji area in general, because there's not that much to see, so you don't want to spend like a week there, but also, like, it's a roll of the dice whether your trip is just perfectly planned, just perfectly timed, such that Fuji is visible and you can see it and it's good weather. And, you know, what are you gonna do? Still, it was beautiful there. The park was beautiful. And after that, I went to a place called the Maple Corridor, which was just a creek type thing that was lined with maples on both sides and was absolutely gorgeous. And after that, that photo is very nice too. After that, like creek area ended, Sword just had like a path that went across the lake a little bit. I was kind of miffed realizing that, like, oh, this was a place that whose beauty doesn't depend on Mount Fuji. I totally could have gone here earlier and you know, gotten it out of the way before Mount Fuji was visible, but you know, I did like seeing this whole area whilst it was you know, brighter and stuff. Beautiful little walk, and you know, got back to the bus stop, waited a good while, and eventually made it back to the hotel, where I went to a buffet type place where I had the last meal of my Fuji area expedition, and had a buffet, had like a bit of everything, including takoyaki, including like some really nice meat, um, spring roll, some sort of chicken thing. Why are there two photos of the same thing? There should not be somehow two photos of that made it onto the thing. I had some dessert, including like some random pizza that they had, which weren't great. Some of these things were not great, not really to my taste, and they didn't have like traditional ice cream. So I wasn't able to just fill up on ice cream. If they had traditional ice cream like vanilla style, I would have just had like a fuck ton of that. But they didn't, so I had to have like marshmallows. That was the best I could do. But whatever. This was the best view of Mount Fuji I got the whole trip. The morning after, the morning I was leaving Fuji, and by the time I was actually leaving, the clouds actually properly covered it up. So that was the best. That right there. And you know, when I woke up and saw this, I was like, ah, finally, finally. Left, got a few last views of the theme park as I went, And of course, the train was themed to Thomas the Tank Engine, which resulted in this very awkward helicopter that seems weird when you look at it from the wrong angle, I'll say. Whatever. That's Fuji, the general Mount Fuji area, which was, I'll say, exceedingly pretty. Exceedingly pretty, that area. But it was really unfortunate how I couldn't see Mount Fuji during any of it until, like, the very start and the very end. That was the only time where Fuji was really particularly visible. Which is a bummer, but also what are you gonna do, right? That's just how it went, and my understanding is that's not uncommon. It was beautiful there, and regardless of being able to see Mount Fuji or not, I had a great time. I enjoyed the theme park, of course, and the lake was just one of the more beautiful places that I went to. And a quite lovely change of pace compared to, like, you know, Osaka/Kyoto, which was just a million billion places I had to see. In the case of Fuji, the Five Lakes area, at least around Kawaguchiko, there's basically only one day of things I had to see, and without, like, a car, it would be impractical to see any more, I think. It would be almost entirely impractical. Now, if I had rented a car or something, which, you know, I fucking could do if I really wanted to. If I had rented a car, I bet I would have been able to have more of a elaborate time in the Fuji area. Or a bike. A bike would help a lot, actually. I heard some people saying, like, oh yeah, I rented a bike around Kawaguchiko and had a great ride around. That actually does sound a lot more convenient than depending on buses, but I feel like the answer is car. I feel like the answer is car, and then you can see, like, the other lakes as well. And maybe do it in, like, maybe a day or two more, I don't know. It was lovely. And I wish I could have seen Mount Fuji. I did what I could. I did what I could with the hand I was dealt. And, yeah. From there, I went back to Tokyo for 2 days and did sort of a good amount of, like, stuff I hadn't hit up before. That said, it was just 2 days, and, like, half of the first day, not half, but, like, the first 2-3 hours of it was spent, like, okay, this is weird. Okay. Wait, you can't lick up these things? Huh. Okay. Now, how do I kill this guy using what I got? Can I, like, just put a spring into him and crush him against the wall or something? Let's find out. Nope. Absolutely not. Hey, Wings, how's it going? I think we might be soft-locked here. Also, I'm just realizing we could have destroyed this thing and left the path clear, mostly, for him. Though, he would have gotten stuck over here when encountering this big fella, so maybe we were fucked either way. I mean, I could exit. No, these pipes don't work. Thank you for the level. Well, we're not soft-locked. I can die. Take the crown off the king Spring the Muncher. Oh, you can do that? I didn't think about that. That's good suggestion. Okay. Also, because we can die there, we can just do it again. No problem, Wings. You got it. That is ideal. I was in the middle of saying perfect there. God damn it. Fuck. Nearly perfect. One small problem. Just shy of a perfect maneuver there. Well, yeah. Nearly perfect, nearly perfect. Just shy. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. And we were on our last try too, so... Very nice. I guess there's another boss in this, and another, if you go the other route, you end up facing another boss. I guess that's what's implied by those, other set of key doors there. That's cool. Clutch, indeed. I am hitting complete. We have another level now by Wings now, so I'm just gonna hit 1. I'm gonna bring up Wings. Feel free to resubmit Dragon Fan Boats. And by the way, randomize this. There are 3. This is the jankiest. There's 3 routes. Okay, cool. Let me say here, it is time now to discuss Tokyo and the return visit to this, which was basically just 2 days, and I spent like the first 3 hours of the first day getting back to Tokyo, so I arrived like at 11 p.m. or 11 a.m., so basically had just like half of a day to do some tourism stuff and see a good amount on that first day, and the second day was like fully free and stuff, but I managed to see a bunch. It turns out basically I had seen most things I wanted to see in Tokyo, and that just left a handful of things. Starting with, well, there's the station when I arrived there. Starting with the Shinjuku Goen National Gardens, which are just some really nice gardens. I had originally put these off until the second trip, until the second Tokyo stretch, because I figured, like, okay, after Harajuku Shrine and all the splendid nature there, yes, there was a free run ad in the subway. I thought that was cool. It was for, like, energy drinks or something. She has a fork there. It's for some sort of food, some sort of... Maybe it was, like, soup in a bottle or something. I couldn't tell. Why would a fork be for soup, though? It doesn't make sense. Something's not jiving. I was sort of like not sure it would hold up after all the natural nature in the Harajuku area or Mount Takao, but it turns out it's quite a beautiful place. Could be for... It was like something in a bottle, I think. Some sort of bottled beverage type product. But it turns out it's a really beautiful place, full of beautiful trees and, you know, that were beautiful to look at, beautiful to take pictures of, especially with the city in the background sometimes. And also it does have a main attraction, which is like a greenhouse, a great big greenhouse that has a whole bunch of beautiful tropical plants in it, which I would compare to like... I would compare the National Gardens to being like an aquarium for trees. And in the same way that the aquarium has a big main tank that has like whale sharks and hammerheads and all sorts of fishes in it, this had this big main greenhouse that had like all sorts of crap, all like beautiful watery areas, some cactus for some reason, and flowers and like a little waterfall, and was quite lovely. But also the rest of it was lovely too. There were beautiful bridges, areas that were like more Japanesey in nature. There was also like a traditional garden that was like French, I believe, in style, where it's all like rows of trees that are and bushes that are in like perfect symmetry and stuff, as well as like big water features, big trees, some of it, and just some really beautiful views that I really appreciate. As well as one area where it was just like almost naturalistic, where it's like bushes and undergrowth and stuff. I believe this area was called the Mother and Child area, which I guess refers to the trees and the undergrowth, I guess. Insofar as it's like, oh, it's not just trees here. We got the whole ecosystem in this area that you can look at. It was a really cool place. Really cool first visit in the Tokyo area, and I'll say like I maybe went to a half dozen such areas in this next span. This is not going to be like the longest segment. I think we'll get through these areas relatively quickly. After which there's just Hakone and like general vacation wrap-up stuff to cover, and like the flight back. You know, we're coming close to the end here, I think, despite being only halfway through the week. I guess actually the 2 Tokyo days were like were 2 of my last 3 days, so we're in the back half here for sure. Let's do Breaking Point. That sounds fun. Reminds me of Steven Universe again. Breaking Point. It's a thing that was mentioned. It's a thing in Steven Universe. Here we clearly need to do some damage boosting to get through some hazardous areas. Fuck! Which is a really neat gimmick. I like it. And it's, you know, keeps you on your toes in a way that is fun. And means that you always have only a couple of seconds to find the next power-up to keep the cycle going. We could even stop for a second between some of these power-ups. Maybe. Depends on how fast we're doing this. Good, okay, we survived. We kept our thing. Able to get through that nice and proper. Shit! Gotta be a little faster than that. Tell you what, Wings, I'm gonna keep you in. I'll keep you in after this level, and just bring up Dragon Boat, just to save you a little time resubmitting. Does that sound good? You cool with that? That way we can just go back and forth until there's more levels. Until there's more than 3 levels in queue. There's oh wow, I didn't realize that platform could also kill me. I don't know that we need to necessarily be like taking it off the queue. Let's just do dismiss, and I'll just pull up the next one and leave you at number 2. Since there's not anyone else after you, it kind of makes sense to just bop back and forth this way, let's say. Until there's like a third person, at which point, to keep the order right, we'll do it differently, you know. After that, I went to Asakusa, and specifically I had gone for this like hand sandwich shop. This like rice, this like onigarezu shop, which I had heard about on social media. I I saw a video about like, oh, they got these like this restaurant is doing like onigiri but in the form of like a sandwich, which is kind of interesting and kind of a neat form factor, which indeed it is. Look at it there. You can see it's like onigiri style, but it's like in sandwich form. And I found this to be a quite convenient form factor. They only had one left when I got there, so I didn't have like a choice of which one to get, but it was very okay. Probably the best onigiri type product I had whilst in Japan, and I tried a couple of them a couple times, you know. But it wasn't really filling, so after that I went to like a random tonkatsu shop across the street, which turned out to be wonderful. Like, my god, it was like premium. I got like the ultra premium tonkatsu, which turned out to be like, oh my god, so fucking delicious. Like, what the fuck? It was fucking tasty as hell. This beef bowl. Then I went and saw Asakusa, which is an area that was not on my list, but probably should have been because it had a very nice shopping street, which you can see there, which was fun to walk down, and a very big shrine, which was very pretty, and had a pagoda that was also very nice. Which, you know, was very nice, but compared to some of the shrines I've seen in the last couple weeks, maybe not the best one, but it was alright. And again, the shopping street was very cool and scenic, and they had like a shop that had like ice cream burger, which I guess is just an ice cream sandwich. And I saw face masks that were like in style of kimonos, and bathrobes that were in style of kimonos. Kinda cool, kinda nice. After that, I went over to the Tokyo Tower, which you can see there. And then I found out when I got there, like, oh, there's like a queue system. If you want to get up on the observation deck, hey, Jose, look at how you submit. Look at how you submit. There's a pinned message how to submit. It turns out there was like a wait time, and I would have to come back in multiple hours to get up on the tower, so I said, oh, fuck that. I actually was debating not going at all, because I already went to the Sky Tree this visit, and that was like a lot taller and a lot more of a thing to see, so ended up like not going up there, instead going right forward to Roppongi, which I'll talk about after this next level. We'll play the level. Hey, I try Brandon. How you doing? We're getting some levels here. Let's go. Here, let me show you how it's done, Jose. I'll do it for you. And if you submit it yourself, I will undo this. Let me just show you how it's done, Jose. And by the way, we'll start clearing the levels from here since we got like 4 levels in queue now. That's enough where we're going back and forth between multiple people. Fantastic. Good. That's what I like to see. Like that, Jose. Are you playing Super Worlds? 1 level at a time. 1 level at a time. But yes, I am playing Super Worlds as the case may be. I'm also talking about my Japanese vacation, which just ended. I'm in the middle of talking about the third to last day. So, like, let me refresh my lives also. And, tell you what, that was stupid. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Okay, starting this level. Yay, yay, yay. I swear, sometimes this, like, low gravity just throws me for a loop when I try to jump for the vine. Did that the last time I played this level. We'll probably do it again if I get it again in like a week or 2 or whatever ends up happening. This is the lightning round, by the way, so I have limited lives to beat any level that comes my way. which is a fun way of keeping things moving. And also, you know, don't take that to mean that I can't do a hard level. I can't try a hard level. Absolutely, I can try it. Must have been a nice trip. Oh yeah, it was lovely. Wrong head. I'll talk about Roppongi real fast. Roppongi, it was 3 weeks. I'm just talking about the last week, this stream, because I actually did some streams from Japan where I talked about the previous 2 weeks. But, yeah, so Roppongi, big old tower, big old massive complex, full of, like, malls and residential areas and, like, commercial space, and also a bit of a museum and some shopping. I'll say, hey, here's my hot tip. Here's my hot tip of the trip, right? I mentioned that I went to the Skytree and they had a wait, and both the Skytree and the Tokyo Tower had waits when I went to them, right? And I ended up not going to the Tokyo Tower. Well, instead, after that, I went to Roppongi instead of going to the Tokyo Tower, and it not only had no wait for its viewing area of, like, the whole city, it's like, you know, city view area, it also had a lovely model of the city, which was quite nice to look at, and had a lot of detail on it, which was pretty and fascinating and interesting to look in on. Also, you could see, like, the Tokyo Tower from there, which you couldn't see, obviously, from the Tokyo Tower, so that's nice. I got a lot of lovely views from that sky area, that sky observation area. It was quite good, and I would say, in fact, my hot tip is to skip Tokyo Tower, go to Roppongi, and do their sky thing instead. It's a tier above. Got a lot of lovely views of the city from there, including that, and also there was some little couch beanbag type things to lay on, which was quite lovely and quite nice to do. Roppongi, that's the place you want to go for a good view of Tokyo, I think. That's the place, that's the place. That's my hot tip of the trip. And then I died. Roppongi was really nice in general. It had a lot of cool, like, shopping areas and was big and expansive and just fun to look around. In particular, they had this area, like, out back where the stores were, like, on the side of the building, basically. And Lego store was one of them, and I really enjoyed looking around that Lego store. I think it was quite a nice Lego store. I got to see some Animal Crossing stuff and, you know, some, like, realistic looking stuff. And they even had some Japanese theme stuff, which, you know, hey, if you're looking for souvenirs and you like Lego, like, that's gotta be pretty high up on the list of stuff you would like to get whilst in Japan. I think, in general, toy stores and things of that nature are just much cooler to browse in, because only in, like, a Lego store will, like, the clerk take you aside and be like, oh, hey, check this out, look at this. The guy at the register was like, hey, look at this, Super Mario World Yoshi here. And he showed me how it worked, cranking the thing, and I was like, ah, yes, very good. I like that. I really liked being in that Lego store. Looked around a bunch of stores, and also just relaxed because I wanted to have dinner there, and it was kind of a little early too. So I actually just, like, eventually stopped walking around places and just sort of sat back for a while and watched an episode of ReZero from, a random place. From, like, a random, like, bit of seating. Which was nice. You know, I'll say, like, this was my second to last day in Tokyo, and you could imagine me thinking, like, oh man, I gotta make every second count, but I have seen so much of Tokyo, and basically seen, like, everything that I could possibly want to have on my list. I had to add things to my list to really make it work for these last 2 days, and really keep on seeing things. So, like, a half hour, an hour sitting around watching an anime That was exactly what the doctor ordered, and also, like, yeah, no, I couldn't have, continued walking around like men's fashion stores for another hour just to wait until I was ready to get some food. Toy stores are awesome. Yeah, they're great. I especially love anime figurine stores, just as a genre store. And Japan is fucking full of them. Oh my god, did we do it on the last life? No, it's a checkpoint situation. Oh my god. Let me finish talking about Roppongi. There's another view of it with like all the buildings that are part of the Roppongi like complex. I guess it's not just like one building, but actually like a couple, and you can see like some of them are a little shorter than others. Like there's the big 30 tower thing, and then there's like five stories of like shopping on the base level, and I think those ones at the side are like apartment buildings, basically. Fear of God Essentials. I thought that was funny. Uh, then I went for some sushi, which I'll say it was like a fancy sushi place, but the chef, he put like a little bit of wasabi on every piece, which just to me made every piece taste of wasabi, which was unfortunate for me since I don't like spicy stuff, and that strong flavor just made me have to just constantly be drinking a little bit of water every single one. But I do feel like it really behooves me to give sushi a good chance and to get sushi in a store and not like takeout and not like something weird or like in a buffet format. And I don't know. I think I like an American rainbow roll. I think that's just my favorite type of sushi. So whatever. Hey, Green Mile Chill, how's it going? Um, I also had some soup with that. I spilled that onto my pants, unfortunately, which I was really bummed when that happened, considering that I was already down to 2 pairs of pants at that point. So I had to, at that point, like, book it back to the hotel, be like, okay, Roppongi, I'm done now. I've seen everything. I've seen all the toy stores. I've seen the observation deck. I didn't go to the museum, but I'm not, like, really into that. It was probably really high quality sushi. I'm just not into wasabi. That's just my problem. I said goodbye and headed back, and, from there, did some more stuff, which we'll talk about in a bit. That was the second to last day in Tokyo. Went back to the hotel, relaxed for a bit, and, that was basically the extent of new things I saw on that second to last day. I went to the Shinjuku Gardens, which I had seen before. I went to Asakusa, which I hadn't seen before. And I went to, Roppongi, which I had seen before, so a lot of repeat stuff, for what it's worth. Oh my god, Okay, good, you went the other way. You want to go to Japan so badly? Yeah, it is the best trip you'll ever be on, honestly, and I think it will ruin other countries for you. The only thing that can really compare for me is, like, theme park stuff. Like, a good trip to Universal is, like, up there in terms of, like, how much fun you can have, but not for as long. You could spend, like, 3 weeks in Japan seeing different stuff every day, and I basically did that, which is why it took 3 streams to go over everything. Whereas you can't do that for a theme park unless you're going to, like, road trip style to, like, dozens of theme parks or something. There we go. I like a theme park vacation nearly as much as I like a Japan vacation, I think. But they're also just such different things, they're a lot faster when you're just going to one theme park for somewhere between 4 and 5 days. Maybe more if it's like, Universal, maybe less if it's like a park that you can do in like a day or 2. Yikes. This is gonna despawn the P block, isn't it? Even worse, it didn't despawn anything. Crap. I guess the camera can't really move that far, huh? Nothing I can do there. Nothing I can do there. That night, I did a little bit more of Shinjuku and Shibuya. First going out to Shibuya, which, you know, I hadn't been to in like 2 weeks since the last time I was in Tokyo proper at near the first week of the trip. But by then, the ads had changed, you know. Instead of a advertisement for, I forget what was there originally, but Golden Kamuy was there. Golden Kamuy live action was advertised then. And also, instead of an ad for one of the first new shows of the season, they had an ad for Shangri-La Frontier in the Shibuya area, which was cool. Which was cool. I did the walk across the street thing, and then I went inside the IKEA, which you know, should show you about what I'm looking for as far as like new things to do, right? Like, okay, I'll go inside IKEA. It's basically like the IKEA they have here, except it's on multiple stories, and the gimmick is the escalators all go like, you know, you can see there they go in one direction, so you sort of have to go floor by floor by floor and go through them, unless you use the stairs or the elevators, which I guess are your shortcuts. But it's pretty much an IKEA. They have a lot of the same furniture I have here in my house. Like, I have that chair, and I have that desk. That's one of the desks that I have for my gaming setup, for my PC setup. And they have the Swedish meatballs, which, you know, I just had sushi, so I didn't partake in them, but honestly, right now I'm looking at them and thinking, like, maybe I should have had some Swedish meatballs. Swedish meatballs are so good. I'll have Swedish meatballs tomorrow, maybe, or the next day. I've been working from home these last few days because I'm, you know, jet lagged and shit, but first day I'm working out of that office, the office that I work out of, you know, on most days. You are still in queue, yeah, Wings. You are still in queue. I'm really hungry for Swedish meatballs right now. I'm definitely gonna get some of those soon. It was kind of interesting insofar as, like, in the Japanese IKEA, people seem to use the restaurant. People seem to use the restaurant as like a cafe space, you know? They pull out their laptops and get to work and just hang out there, which is really a vibe. Maybe we should start doing that in American IKEAs, actually. Like, not just, I mean, the cafe is one thing, but like, there's plenty of places in American IKEAs where you can just hang out and just like loaf on a sofa or something. That's a cool idea that Japan had. IKEA, very cool. How good at your precision? I can manage sometimes. Let's continue playing the level, and then I'll continue telling you about, like, the last major Shibuya visit that I did. I went back on the final day of Japan, I'll say I went back to I went back to Shibuya a second time, but that second visit was a lot faster. A lot briefer, you know? Second to last day in Tokyo, I just really did as much in Shibuya as I could, because just low-key, it's one of my favorite places to be in Tokyo, you know? It's just rad as hell, and a good place to hang out, and that Shibuya Shuffle, that Shibuya Crossing, is great. By the way, if you're ever in Shibuya, and you're trying to find your way to the square, to the shuffle, the key is to look for the Hachiko Square, is what's called. And what's more, they're labeled as like there's like maybe I have to do like a P jump off of this. something like this, hopefully. Let's see. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, I don't quite understand what was up with the P block, but whatever. Yay! Did it! I'll say, look for the signs saying, like, Hachiko Square, and in fact, they're even marked by, like, pictures of dogs. There's, like, a famous dog statue in Shibuya, in like, Shibuya Hachiko Square, and they use that as, like, an indicator to be like, hey, dog that way, follow the dog. You just had to hit it? What does it do? I'm not sure what it did, even. Thank you for the level. Let me refresh my lives for the next person. And randomize them a bit. And also hit complete and bring up the next level. And by the way, I'm going to be dismissing them since we have a lot in queue right now. Please feel free to resubmit. Though, you know, it's going to be a minute before you're back up. You understand? Do resubmit now that we have like 5 in queue. As much as you like. There you go. Very nice. Wings is up next. Let's go ahead and type in this code, and I'll go over some more photos. So next I went to the department store, which I went to last time and had a good time in. Let me get that. There we go. That's randomized. I had a good time in last time, and I had a good time in this time. I enjoyed going up there and finding out, like, wait a minute, they have, like, anime figurines in the department store? That's something. I don't remember those being here on the gaming floor, but I enjoyed seeing them. You know, seeing some Marvel stuff and, you know, even some stuff like fucking Spamton. You know, I think I did see this Spamton figurine some other places in Japan, but seeing a Spamton figurine in the middle of a department store in one of the cooler areas in Japan is just like just threw me for a fucking loop there in a way that I appreciated. They also had these two from what the fuck was that show called? A show from like a year ago. I forget, but it was pretty good. Skip and Loafer, that's it. They had these two from Skip and Loafer, which that's a pull. That's a pull. They also had like a sofa section in the same section as the TV section, which I guess that makes sense. That's cool. From there, I went over to Shinjuku after doing Shibuya a good deal. I'll talk about that as I go. Actually, I could just talk about it now. It was a pretty short visit. I just sort of went there, sort of wandered around a bit, saw a place where like they had Shinjuku is sort of like a red light district, and there's a lot of bars and like things of like a sexual nature there. And it's kind of nice to walk around and see all that business. But also, I'll say this about Shinjuku. Just by the nature of Shinjuku, you cannot see that much untoward shit, right? Like, all that stuff is behind closed doors. And also it costs money, right? Like, if you want to see some shit, you're gonna have to pay up, and also, it's probably low-key a scam. And you know, there's like a whole thing that happens sometimes in Japan where, famously, we'll do this one. This one was really fun. I'm gonna give another shot at this one. Where like Shinjuku especially used to have barkers who would try to lure you into bars and then ring up like a really high bill, like without you realizing. And I don't know that that's quite the case anymore. I think they kind of cleaned up all that stuff, especially as it has morphed into a tourist attraction. But there's still people trying to corral you into bars, which I think at this point is just part of the appeal, just part of the concept of the area is like, yeah, no, they're gonna... You're gonna see the barkers and they're gonna be like, hey, I got something for you. I'll say this though. You can see a lot more action, a lot more stuff, just like wandering into the adults only section of any random store and get about the same experience, or a more involved experience than you do, like, in all of Shinjuku, right? Like, walk into the wrong store, walk behind a curtain, and you will see some adults-only business in a lot of places in Japan. Like, even the fucking Don Quixote tends to have, like, an adults-only section in there where you'll see some shit that I cannot show on stream for obvious reasons. But I did take pictures of, you know, a reasonable amount. You know, I'm not just like wandering around the place where, fuck. I'm not just like wandering around the titty store and going like, ooh, titty, and taking a picture of every titty I see, but I definitely got some pictures. I'll tell you that. Those are just for me. Those ones are just for me. It is a very... I do find it funny, like, how... up front, how, like, out there that stuff is in Japan, right? Like, you can see it. You just walk into the random store and just see that crap. And, it's just out there. Sometimes they don't even fucking put a curtain in front of it and just like, oh crap! Hey, there's titties right there, okay. That's fine. That's cool. I think we in America, we kind of have like a Puritan streak, you know what I mean? We sort of, are very uptight about those things. And, I do think we could use a little bit more of that attitude of just like, yeah, no, this is all, for adults, this is really, everyone should enjoy this stuff. And appreciate it somewhat. But, you know, that's not something that we're used to. Seeing out in the open quite so much. I don't think we also have, like, red light districts, really. But, you know, that's either near the... We have titty bars, we have that sort of stuff. That exists. But, you know, not that I would partake. I don't know. Just seems weird to me. We couldn't do it again. I'm gonna hit dismiss. Feel free to resubmit. I Try Brandon is up. Perfect. Let's do it. Talk about the last day in Tokyo. We're on the last day that I had in Tokyo now. So we're nearing the end-ish. This has been a longer stream maybe than the other two. For I don't know why. But given that these stops were a lot shorter in general, maybe because I'm home, it's a little easier to keep on streaming and not feel quite so rushed to get it all out. You know, I'm on my computer now. It's a normal stream setup. It's not from a hotel room. My battery is not running out as I speak. We don't have to rush. I went to this one shrine that I heard about in Japan that was on my list, and the one reason why I was really interested in going over there is that they had escalators to get you up there, and I thought it was kind of cool to ride an escalator up to, like, you know, what was quite a normal shrine. I also did see on, like, Google Images, it looked like they had some torii gates, like, Fushi Inari does, but I didn't see those there. Maybe that was in the under construction area. You can see there were some areas under construction, but it was kind of just a neat place to go and, you know, ride up an escalator real fast, I guess. After that, I went to the central Tokyo area, like Tokyo Station, and decided to spend some time out there, just sort of seeing some stuff. In particular, I went to one mall that they have, one of the bigger malls that they had. I did that last time and went to... God, I forget what the mall was called, but like 6 years ago, I went to one of the malls there that was pretty cool. It had like a big Christmas tree in the center of it. It was Christmas time at the time, so that made sense. But I think they always have that tree based on photos that I saw looking at Google Maps the other day. But in this case, I was kind of just trying to see something because the place that I wanted to go opened at 11, and it was like 8 a.m. And I had to wait at least until like 9 or 10 for this mall to open, which wasn't bad. I got to sit in this little bench for a little bit to wait. And then I went in, and it was just a very posh mall. A lot of really ritzy looking stores where they had like people, you know, like the people working there, right? Were just standing out front of every little show area and would like bow to you as you passed, sort of like make you feel like a king or something. I don't know. But it was all just very fancy. But also it had like some weird stuff like this mint chair, which looking at it now just makes me think of Arrested Development, which had the same thing in there as a joke. There were Stanley mugs. There was I like the name Macintosh Philosophy. I thought that was a funny name. That's why I took that picture there. So too, that is also why I took a picture of Shoes Speak Louder Than Words, which, come on, yeah, that's just a funny thing to put on a thing. After which I said, like, okay, that's enough of this Tokyo main area. This all is just kind of dry for a place to visit. I don't know. If there's, like, better touristy things around, the guides that I googled whilst in that area didn't have better suggestions than just, like, go to the mall. Go to the mall. This is a really big mall. I admit that I had fun there, but is it better than every other mall? Did you have a thing? Otto's shoes, talk to him? Otto from ReZero? Or do you mean like another Otto? Like from like The Simpsons or something? Simpsons, okay. Otto from ReZero does have the ability to talk to animals. Spoilers? For season 1, I guess? So, like, his shoes, if they were alive, he could talk to them. But they're not, so that doesn't make sense. Let me randomize these heads. Get some random heads. By the way, we're not bothering with checking if anyone's here today. I just want to keep things moving and you know, keep talking about stuff. This seems like a very nice traditional level, though. Even in sudden death, I bet we would have no problem at all. No problem at all getting through this one. See, there's like another route here. Let's go the other route. Oh, this is gonna be like a little bonus area. I guess this is a 1-1. This 1-1. 1-1s are supposed to be easy. 1-1s are supposed to be easy. That's, low-key makes sense. Thoughts on Alarmo? I talked about it earlier, Green Mile Chill, like at the top, I did a whole off-topic section to talk about, like, all the stuff that's happened other than me going to Japan, and I think it's bizarre. I think it's a bizarre thing. I'm not gonna get one. I already have alarm situation sorted out, and also I would like to not ruin Nintendo noises for me by waking up to them, but yeah, it's a weird thing. Very weird thing. You want one, PPKO? Wow, okay. I support everyone who does, and I can't wait to hear how ridiculous and fun it is. It's a funny bit to buy. It's a funny bit to buy. But for me, no, I can't. I can't go with you on this, Nintendo. I can't do it. Thank you for the level, Brandon. That was quite nice. Let me hit complete and pull up the next one, which I submitted myself, but I did it on behalf of Jose in the YouTube chat, who didn't quite figure out how to use the add command, I suppose. I don't mind helping someone out in that way on occasion. Next place I went was Ikebukuro, which is sort of another otaku area, kind of similar to Akihabara, but I would say, on the whole, a bit disappointing compared to Akihabara. I went to the big Animate store they had there. They have a big old Animate with 7 whole stories, all of which are pretty massive, and enjoyed, like, checking out all the stuff that they had, including, like, drawing supplies, including, like, you know, mostly crap, honestly, mostly crap. And, you know, I say this as someone who loves to look at anime figurines. Um, it's not mine. This was submitted by someone on YouTube, but I submitted for them because they couldn't. They didn't figure it out. That's what's happening now, Dragon Fan Boat. Mostly crap like keychains and cutouts and pens and things of that nature. Little buttons, that sort of thing, which I mean, I can understand insofar as, like, yeah, no, even I don't have space for more than, like, 1 or 2 anime figurines. Or, like, maybe a handful of amiibos. I've gotten into amiibos, actually, more than I've gotten into anime figurines, because amiibos, at the very least, I can just focus on the characters that I like to play as in Smash Brothers and just leave it at that. Whereas, like, if I started getting into anime and started getting, like, figurines of all my favorite anime characters, that's, like, a never-ending thing. So all I got is, like, Bocchi the Rock. I have, like, one Bocchi figurine, and that's it. But though this stuff is, like, more storable and more easily, like, stored, especially in Japanese spaces, I just can't get behind it. I just think this is all garbage. And, you know, whenever I see it, it's just like, well, whatever. I do think the cosplay stuff is okay. They had some cool cosplay stuff. They had cool other things there. Some weird areas. And after that, I sort of looked around for a while trying to find some other otaku stores, and I'll admit, I wasn't able to find anything really satisfactory, you know, that had, like, a good amount of anime figurines. That's really what I'm looking for when I'm looking into otaku spaces. I'm looking for figurines. And to be fair, this is more of a otome area. It's called Otome Road, or it sort of, like, caters more to female fans, but I don't know. I feel like female fans would still enjoy an anime figurine of their favorites, anime boy. Like, you could at least do that. I don't know. Fuck. A lot of the stores seem to cater to, like, more garbagey stuff, and, you know, it was only until after I had lunch, which was some very nice ramen. Didn't have that much ramen relative to last time while I was in Japan, but had it a couple times. I think this was the first time I had ramen this week, and maybe, like, the last time. So, you know, it wasn't like every other meal like I did last time 6 years ago, but this was some pretty good ramen. It was garlicky, it was tasty, and shout out to this water. This was probably the coldest water I ever tried. I love it in Japan where they have, like, pitchers of water and, at, like, the tables that you sit at, and you pour your own water that's been, like, cooled by insulation and ice both. And it's just like, oh my god, it's fucking perfect. I wish American restaurants would steal this. That would be my thing. I did eventually find one shop that opened at 11 or noon or something that had some figurines, which, you know, hey, there's Bocchi, there's some of the boys from some shows. But overall, I was kind of disappointed by the main Ikebukuro area. Not to say that I left Ikebukuro, I went somewhere else, but let's play the level, and then we'll sort of thread that discussion in. I'll just say, I went to Sunshine City, which is sort of like another mega complex, similar to Roppongi. This one in particular is known for its Pokemon Center. It's got a big Pokemon Center in there, which has some big models of Pokemon, has, like, keychains for, like, every starter, which was interesting to see, as well as, like, a bunch of plushies, of which I took, like, a bunch of pictures of the ones I thought were coolest. I love Toxicroak and Evolutions, De-Evolutions, whatever. I forget if... There's Krogrunk and Toxicroak, right? I think that's Toxicroak. I love those two Pokemon. I think they're, like, the coolest. Some of the coolest, and I like that they had dolls of them. That's fun. They also had, like, other stuff, though. There was a store for, like, Pokemon cards. There was a Pokemon cafe, and also a place that was, like, about the Pokemon Go. There was a Pokemon Go pavilion, and also, like, an arcade area that had some arcade machines, which I've seen other places, but they were also here. So it's not just one store there in the Pokemon Center in Ikebukuro, but at the same time, I'll say that trip to Ikebukuro I found to be kind of unsatisfying from a, like, otaku sense. And so, on this last day I had in Tokyo, I decided, you know what? You know what? You know what it's time for? That's right, it's time to revisit. It's time to revisit Akihabara. I went back to Akihabara for a bit. And had a... Fuck! Damn good time here. There. Let me elaborate on that a little bit. I'll show that again. So, this is a store I saw when I went to Akihabara, right? This is like the first store. This is like the first store. Went back over to Akihabara. Last day I had in Tokyo. Revisit. I saw this random store and I went in thinking like, oh, this looks fun. Oh, hey, it's a raid from Mr. Just Easy. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Let me do shoutouts and stuff. I'm just talking about some stuff I was doing in Akihabara. Isn't Akihabara where you hang out with Futaba? Oh yeah, it's like an otaku mecca. I'm gonna do shoutouts and then I'm gonna tell the story, okay? Shout out, Mr. Just Easy. Shout out was given. Let me follow you myself. There you go. I'm gonna click that little heart and follow you on the old Twitch there. And let me give you the other sort of shout out, Mr. Just Easy. How do you spell that? Let me look. Mr. Just Easy with a Z. There you go. You were last playing Mario Maker 2. Same, me too. I'm also talking about the Japan trip I just got back from. That's the major through line running through the stream. It's basically focused on that. It's viewer levels and also it's a travelogue. It's both. What I was saying is I saw this random store in Akihabara, right? And I said like, oh, that looks cool. It's like some sort of zone something or other. I don't know. Something zones. Mama zone. I can't read what it says or what it was called, but I went in there and I looked to the left, and what did I see on the left? Why, the biggest dildo I've ever seen. And then I realized what sort of store it was, and I went, oh. I started noticing that like, oh, I also see other tits around. There's just some porno right there. And downstairs, you know, there's like a thing telling you what is on every floor, and it's like, oh, there's sex dolls downstairs. And, you know, I went down and saw the sex dolls. And, you know, there were other tourists also there going like, haha, that's a thing. Wow, okay, moving on. And, yeah, that's sort of my impression as well. Haha, moving on. Cool place to visit, randomly, without realizing that I'm heading into a sex shop. Like I said, you can see more in Akihabara than you can in Shinjuku without paying, just as a rule, as far as that business goes. Let's play this level and then I'll, you know, run through the rest of the Akihabara trip. It's not that complicated. I had been there before. This was a revisit and all. This was my second time in Akihabara that trip, though it had been weeks. Futaba, you fool! Yeah, Futaba, don't go anywhere near that one. I don't know how you're supposed to know it's a sex shop. I didn't see any sort of indicator on the outside. That, and it's not like you walk through a curtain on the way in. Just walked in, massive dildo. Like this big. Just like the size of my head. Bigger than my head, really. I don't know if it even qualifies as a dildo at that point. It's just a fake penis at that point. It's just for the sake of looking at it, I guess. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I mean, I thought it was fun to just suddenly be face to face with a giant dildo. I'll say that is not my, you know, not my preference. That's not like something I'm necessarily like down That's not something I'm looking for, but, you know, like I said, there are also a lot of, like, you'll see some titties in there, just looking at, like, the materials that they had. That's more my speed, yeah. Not that there's anything, you know. Of course, I'm very bigly in favor of, you know, allyship and all that. Allyship. I consider myself an ally of all that. But, you know, not really my jam as far as, sexually goes. You understand. We've gotten through 2 parts of it. Let me just run through the rest of these, Akihabara photos. So I just went around and looked at more anime stores and saw more anime figurines. Saw some more that I hadn't seen represented, like the guy from the vending machine isekai. The girl from, In the Heart of Suni... What was her name? In the Heart of Sunabake... What's her name? It's the whole thing. That show with the ninja girls. It's cute and good. Made by the same person as Teasing Master Tsubaki-san. I'm getting that wrong, aren't I? Whatever. You understand. I also saw this one from Theater Girls. What's it called? Katak... something shoujo. Whatever. It has the same subtitle as... It has the same title as, Starlight Review's subtitle. Theater Girls, basically. It's a Theater Girl anime that was pretty good from a couple of years ago. And also I found 100 Girlfriends, but not in relax form, but in regular figurine form, which I definitely enjoyed looking at, because I love 100 Girlfriends, and I kind of spent like a lot of the trip looking for 100 Girlfriend figurines in particular. Also, this girl from Asteroid in Love, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's gotta be Asteroid in Love, right? She has she has the telescope. That's gotta be it, right? Right? I think so. I didn't check. I didn't confirm. Akihabara is fucking cool, and I enjoyed seeing anime figurines one last time before leaving Japan. She's from the Train anime from like a season or 2 ago. Pretty good show. We're getting to the end of Tokyo, y'all. I just have one more location that I went on that last day that it was new to me, and then I just sort of hung out in Shinjuku and Shibuya for a bit, and, you know, had a nice final night in the city before one last adventure, which might be a long one, I'll say. We're nearing the end here, but that last day, I'll say, was absolutely a doozy. The last day I spent in Japan in Hakone, that was a long day, and full of some of the most beautiful things I saw. We'll get to that after I finish Tokyo. At this point in the trip, I had basically run out of things that I had on my list, right? I had run out of places that I had planned ahead of time to see. So I sort of was racking my brains trying to think of somewhere that I hadn't seen yet that I would like to see. Looks like we're going into a boss. Very cool. The place that I landed at was, Hichijoji, which is, was added in DLC, in Persona 5 Royale. They added a new area to run around, which was Kichioji, and I decided to do that as my last stop in Tokyo, which, turns out it's a little bit outside of Tokyo. You know, it's like in the same area as like Nakano Plaza, Nakano Broadway, near the Ghibli Museum, which I wasn't able to see because I didn't have a reservation a month ahead of time. But basically, it's just a really fashionable suburb of Tokyo that people really like. And, you know, I was looking around there trying to find the areas that were like like Persona, and I eventually did find this rather short mall enclosed like mall pavilion area, which branches out into a bunch of little enclosed side areas, which are just like Persona 5 Royale and just as cool. Like it was fun to run around these little hallways and just like see it. It was just as cool as it is in the game. Happy World, yeah. Is that like what the music was from that area? It was cool. It was very fun. And am I going backwards? And I got to the end of the mall, and it turns out there's areas in there that aren't in Persona. Like, to the right there was another mall that went for a distance and had like weird girders at the top, and stores such as Shoe Plaza and Shakey's, which I don't know. I knew Shakey's was a real place, a real store. I mean, I've seen it in like South Park, and I guess it makes sense that like those guys love to just put in obscure restaurants into the show and have it be like a thing, even if like, to us in like Texas, we've never heard of that. That could be just like a made up thing. It sounds like a funny place for Butters to want to go or something, right? But apparently it's real, and it's in Japan too. Go figure. I guess if like Whataburger, people know Whataburger. If Whataburger was like in a King of the Hill or something, people would know it was real, right? Because it sort of had its fame like spread out even beyond like Texas. People know of Whataburger. A lot of people. I also saw this on the way back. I'll say one more thing, and then we got like just a little bit left of Tokyo to talk about. But I saw this building, Plano, Idashi. And I just thought that was funny because I'm from Plano, Texas. And I said, like, what the fuck? Plano? What the fuck? What? Huh? I was sort of a little bit lost. I missed my train stop on the way back. Or I think I actually got on the wrong train or something. Like it was actually headed to a slightly different place. And I saw Plano Idashi and just went, what the fuck is this? What? Plano Idashi? I live in Plano. What the fuck are the odds? I don't know, but I just thought that was neat. Let's do this. It's some sort of boss. Thank you for the follow, Mortis, by the way. I appreciate it. Okay, I see what we're... Fuck! Checkpoint refreshed our lives and then we lost one. Hey, what's up? Yo. Okay. We don't want to get dipped in the lava. We want to take those guys and throw them into the other guys. Simple enough. Not like that, though. Okay. Thank you for the level Mortis. I appreciate it. I'll say from there, just headed back to Shibuya for a bit and just sort of walked for a bit. Didn't really see much of anything. Just sort of did the crossing 1, 2, 3, 4 last times. And also decided to eat at this place called Shibuya Kebab, which I was kind of curious about. It's a kebab. I had them put cheese on it, and I'll say it tasted a lot like mayo. It had a lot of Japanese mayo in it, which I think really made it feel like not quite African in nature. I feel like I wanted something more a little bit Middle Eastern, I guess. If it didn't have that strong mayo flavor, I think I would have liked it more, but whatever. Maybe I should have said no mayo or something. I don't know. Live and learn, live and learn. It was interesting, though, eating at a kebab place in the middle of Shinjuku. That's not really Japanese food, but it's like a fusion of it. I did the walk across the street. People line up on the street, and they go back and forth a couple last times before leaving. I just had to do it. It's just like one of the famous things it's famous for. Then I went to Shinjuku one last time and just sort of hung out. I saw it turns out at like the turn of the hour, Godzilla makes a big noise on top of the theater there. He goes like, roar! And a lot of people were like filming it, as you can see, which I didn't realize was a thing, and I thought it was kind of neat. I had some a mediocre rice bowl, which I don't think was as good as some other rice bowls I had throughout the trip, but whatever, it was okay. I went to Donkey Hody one last time. I feel like I didn't go to Donkey Hody as much this trip, partially because I didn't go to Donkey Hody that much this trip, because I feel like this time I just... Fuck, I need to not walk in there with them. The last time I would go to Donkey Hody a lot. That was like my go-to for like getting candy bars and having that as dessert. And I feel like this time, every time I had a candy bar, I realized like, oh, I can't put down candy bars the same way I can put down ice cream, right? Like half of a candy bar, one candy bar. That's obviously not as much sustenance as like a bowl of ice cream, but that's about as much as I can do right now. That's about as much as I can stomach of just like chocolates and such. And as a result, only did like a couple of visits to Donkey Hody, which if you don't know, is a very nice discount store that is sort of like if a Costco and a convenience store met in the middle. Apparently, around Halloween, they convert part of their offerings into like costume type stuff, which, you know, that makes sense as like a thing. I basically just went there and then got some chocolate bars and then left. Went to the hotel for the last night, which, by the way, hey, there's the name of the hotel I stayed at, which I didn't show last time because, you know, I didn't want to give away while I was staying there, but now I can because I'm not there anymore. And then said goodbye to Tokyo one last time and went to the nearest train station, which is very near, Shinjuku Sanshomei. That was my train station all the time I was in Japan, this time and 6 years ago. And then headed out to the last location, which I will talk about after this level. Okay, good. We're through Tokyo, everyone. Tokyo is done. Last thoughts about Tokyo, it's great. It's the city where you can see anything. There's so much to see. You can spend a whole vacation there, maybe. I mean, I'll say, like, on my... That was, what, my 7th day? On my 7th day there, I guess I was low-key running out of things I really wanted to do. But also, I could have just taken a day off. I could have... Okay, here's the trick. I could have taken a day off at any point. I could have just, like... Shit. God damn it. I could have relaxed in the hotel. I could have, you don't know what room. You don't know what room I stayed in. You can't go find my, you can't go find hairs. I bet they cleaned them up, too. It's been days. It's been days. People have probably stayed in it more recently. In those particular rooms, which were the smallest ones, I'll say. That said, you know, hey, I could have seen, like, Disneyland. I didn't actually see Disneyland proper. I could have gone to, like, the zoo and spent, like, more time at the zoo. I'm sure there's, like, aquariums and things of that nature I could have gone to. Given more time to fill, I bet I could have filled them similar to how I filled these last 2 days and had a great time, but I had seen enough. I was ready to be done, and, you know, honestly, if I had more days, maybe I would just spend them loafing around at the hotel, or just, like, hanging around Shinjuku, Shibuya, and Akihabara in specific, as, like, my 3 favorite areas in those cities. In that city. I think technically Shinjuku and Shibuya might be cities of their own, technically. And Tokyo, like, just the megaplex or whatever. I think Shinjuku is sometimes called Shinjuku City. I don't know how that works. I'm gonna hit dismiss, and we're on to the next level. That was a long one. Green, meaty chill is up. Fantastic. Green mild chill, sorry. You get it, you understand. It's cool. Also, hey, we're now done with Tokyo. It's now time to talk about the last leg of the trip, which was a single day in Hakone. Now, you might wonder, you might say like, okay, well, a single day in Hakone, that's probably like what? You probably saw like 4 things? How many photos can you have from one day? Tokyo had like 2 days, it had like 160 photos. It's just one location, Hakone. How many photos could it have? Over 100. This was probably like the one place, the one individual stop, kinda, that had like the most cool areas that I wanted to see and was a lovely place to end the trip on. If you don't know Hakone, it's like the hot springs capital of Japan. It's like a resort town. It's up high in the mountains, and it's just absolutely, profoundly in some cases, beautiful. And, let's just start talking about that real fast. It took like 2-3 hours to get out there. I got there around 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. Sorry, and I was sort of stressing at this point because I was staying in a traditional ryokan, so I had like a deadline. I knew like, okay, 5:30 dinner. And fortunately, when I got in there and checked in, I said like, hey, can you have the dinner be later? And they said like 7:30. And I said like, oh, fantastic. That takes a lot of the weight off of making sure I get around the loop and get back to here in time for dinner. That said, I did spend a lot of the rest of the day like low-key stressing and low-key being like, okay, I'm going to shuffle off to the next thing. It's time to shuffle off to the next thing. Okay, let's go. We got until 7:30 to get back, and I don't want to miss dinner. I don't want to miss fancy dinner, which is included in the price of my hotel. Basically, if you don't know Hakone, it's sort of, if you do tourism there, it basically comes down to a big loop. Insofar as there's like a rail train that takes you over a big mountain that has a very scenic area at the top, let me tell you. We'll talk about that later. And at the other side, when you come down the other side, there's like a big old lake, and there's a big cool pirate ship that ferries people across the lake to the other side. And you want to get on that pirate ship, you want to go across, and then find your way back to the hotel from there. So it's basically a big loop where you go Wakudani, you do the pirate ship, and then you sort of come back home. And to home base, to your hotel, wherever you're staying. And that makes it relatively simple to do, especially in one day. And in fact, I'll say, like, this is a place where people sometimes just do straight up day trips and return home at the end of the day, or return to Tokyo at the end of the day. But it's much easier and much more, you're able to take in a lot more of it, and maybe enjoy the hot springs a lot more if you chill out a little bit and like, you know, stay in Hakone, which is how I did and how I would recommend doing. In fact, I'll say from the way I ended up doing it, I ended up going through the loop really stressfully and then enjoying some... Okay, I see what's happening here. We need to kill these guys while avoiding getting consumed by the muck. We can do that by standing in a safe place with Yoshi. Will this work? Hang on. Hang on. Did you know this works, right? And even those guys don't turn around, so they are no threats. Oh, there's a time limit! There's a time limit! I thought I cracked the code there. Dang. Ha! The time limit is, under 40 seconds, so yeah, that's not gonna work. It says all 20 Cheep Cheeps? I mean, I assume there's like an infinite supply of them. You have seen this level, huh? Gotcha. And tight, yeah. Let me see if we can... If I could stand here and, like, do fireballs, that might also work. Oh god, it's not pooping out. Where's the more of them? Okay, you gotta back away. So we need to be on the ground there. We couldn't be, like, standing on the bullet bills. So we can't just use fireballs to cheese either. I'll say, first stop of Hakone. First stop of Hakone here was a art museum that was nearby my hotel. I stayed at a fancy ryokan up there. This was like the Okada Museum of Art. And I didn't go in. I just sort of went to their foot bath cafe. They had a foot bath cafe where you could like take your shoes off and you know, your socks off too, and sort of roll up your pants and put your feet into hot water whilst enjoying some beautiful ice cream, which was delicious and just a lovely thing to do. And I really quite enjoyed that as a first visit. I'll say I didn't really have a good answer as far as like what to do after you finished, and like okay, well now my feet are wet. I guess I'll just shake them off. I just sort of shake them off and hoped for the best, I guess. And then I walked to my next destination across some very beautiful rural mountainy scenery, including this one part where there was a sign that said take a rest, so I took a rest. That was quite nice. The Hakone Open Air Museum was what was coming up. And that'll be the next thing, yeah. You've been wanting to go to Japan for decades. You're giving yourself a 4-year deadline on that. That's reasonable, yeah. You gotta get, like, a good time to do it, right? You gotta figure out, like, okay, get an itinerary, get, like, enough PTO to manage it. You want at least 2 weeks, I'll say that. This trip, I went with 3 weeks. But if you want to do just like the most basic cities in the world, you know, the main 2. If you want to do like Osaka, Kyoto, and Tokyo, you want at least 2. But you know, your ideal vacation might not be the same as mine. Oh man, that was pretty close. We were 1 away from getting it there. Your ideal vacation might not be the same as mine, let me say. I'm sure there's a lot of people whose vacations do not involve quite so many anime stores. It's all a matter of taste and, like, preference and, like, what you're looking to see. And Japan is just, like, chock fucking full of things that are worth seeing and great fun. Beautiful, neat, and nerdy. It's got it all. There we go! Yes! Sorry, Yoshi. You're fine, you're fine. Just, panic for a little while longer, okay? Your wife is more into anime than you? She'll enjoy Japan then. She's also into the ladies? That's fantastic. Hey, you know, more power to you. More power to her. There's also a lot to like there as far as Japan goes. Again, it's fun to walk into an adult store and be like, oh, what the fuck? What's up with this? You don't see these every day. Let me hit complete. Thank you, Green Mile Chili. That was quite fun. Mario Butt Paper is up. Let's do it. And again, at this point, I'm not really going to bother with, like, attendance, given that I'm spending so much time talking about stuff. And I would like to just, you know, sort of focus on that as I go. But Mario Butt Paper is here. So it's all cool, no matter what. So I went to the Hakone Open Air Museum, which is just this beautiful sculpture museum. I said earlier that I thought that the Nintendo Museum might be my favorite museum. I think the Open Air Museum might be my second favorite museum. that I know of in general. I knew it was going to be a good time when I saw the entrance, and it was like an escalator going down, and I was like, oh, this is cool. We gotta ride down an escalator to get into the place. It's sort of sectioned off, and indeed, you know, the first thing you see is like a circle, a sphere made of straight lines that look all weird as you look at it from multiple perspectives. Then you see like beautiful statues with mountains in the background, and it's just lovely. There was a part where there's like weird cushion couches on the middle of a hill. Just a bunch of lovely stuff to look at, and weird motion statues, and just beautiful mix of like sculptures and nature, and oh my god. This was a cool tower. Look at this tower. Look at this cool tower in the open air museum. It was full of like murals and stuff, and like stained glass type things, and there was like a big staircase you walked up the middle of it through, and just like, you know, observing lots of weird murals and stuff as you went up. And at the top, it was just a beautiful view of the whole scenery of the park, the museum, as well as just the mountains too. Very, very nice. Very, very cool. Kind of Game of Thrones, White Walkers there, I thought. There was also a whole Picasso building, which I could not take pictures inside of, but it was full of Picasso art. You get it. You know what he did. He did a bunch of cool stuff. I'll say, I didn't know Picasso, like, died in the 80s. I think I heard during that Picasso died in, like, 1980 something. I thought he was, like, ancient times. I thought he was, like, Renaissance man. But no, he was, like, last century. He was like World War II. He was like, you know, past World War II. In my father's lifetime, he was alive and kicking and making stuff. I didn't realize he was that recent, and that at least was neat. He also made a lot of cool art, for what it's worth. There was this cool thing that turned out to be a playground for kids. There was a little maze that was whatever, that's fine. Eggs. And then the exit. There was a lot of stuff to see, and I spent like a good couple hours just looking around, taking photos of everything before going off to the next thing, which we'll talk about maybe after the next level and crap. Continue to space it out. Continue to space it out a little bit. What time is it? It's like past midnight. Oh, Lord. I'll say I'm pretty jet-lagged these days, so, you know, I'm sleeping at weird hours. I'm trying to figure out, like, when to work. Because, you know, it turns out that, like, Japanese nighttime just times up entirely too well with the workday. But, you know, I'll get my work in whenever I can and, you know, manage, and pretty soon I'll be on a regular schedule. I'll say the whole time I was in Japan, I was pretty much on a good regular sleep schedule, like going to bed at like 10 to midnight, maybe 1 at the latest, and getting up at like 7, getting up at like 8. And I'd low-key like to maintain that going forward, to the point where I have set a 10 o'clock wake-up time for the weekend, and we'll see how that goes. We'll see if I continue that going forward. Maybe, like, the first weekend I do it, I'm gonna be like, man, I was up late watching, like, a watch party of some badass movie. I say, some terrible movie on a streamer's channel that I like to watch called Dan Reichert, who likes to do that thing on the weekends. I actually want to sleep in until 4 o'clock, actually, and just want to screw up my sleep schedule ever so much. This jump is weird. What is this? Mario but paper. I don't even know where I can land here. Thank you, Markmo SMM. Thank you for the follow. Markmo? Precision. That would explain it. One last try. I think I landed there for like a quarter of an instant. So if I could have just stopped on a dime, and then I don't know if I have enough height to make it over that spike, but... Jesus. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Very good. Let's talk. Hello, Mark Mo SMM. Let's talk. Thank you for the level, Mark Mo SMM. Let's talk the next topic. PPKO is up next. Perfect. Good. I'm going to refresh the things and get them all randomized. Let's talk Owakudani. Owakudani, I think, in a trip that has been full of beautiful places, might be the most floored I have been from a place. So it starts off, you know, you get on this this cable car, right? Cable car going up a mountain, and it's beautiful, right? The beautiful mountainside. You look around like, oh my god, look at all these mountains. I'm about to get on a cable car. That's rad. These mountains are rad. This cable car is rad. The view from the cable car is rad. And all of a sudden, as I'm like looking at this like, you know, looking out the windows, looking at this mountain landscape that is beautiful, there's like audible gasps in the car, the cable car that I'm in, as we're passing, as we're like moving over this regular mountain scenery into like a rocky hillside full of like venting steam, sulfurous colors on the ground, spots of bright sulfurous yellow. Owakudani is like a volcanic crater that is just massive and just like awe-inspiring and just oh so scenic. You're saying ooh, I'm saying oh my god. It was beautiful, man. I'll say, like, it's beautiful to me. Like, the white and the yellow. You don't see yellows like that anywhere in nature, I think. Like, anywhere I've seen. Just, like, bright, sulfurous yellows, spouting up, like, steam and vapors. And it was quite a thing to behold. This whole quarry area, this whole thing. Quite beautiful. I took so many pictures of this. It's quite impressive in person. Oh yeah. It was just floored me, and you know, there's people like looking over the hillside, looking over the thing. I thought this was funny. It was a sign that said like, hey, if the volcano goes off, run into a building. And I just looked at that and go like, what fucking good is that gonna do, really? I don't know. Maybe it would have helped. You know, says this is, to me, this is some stop, drop, and covers type shit. Stop and cover type shit. What the fuck is that? Stop, drop, and cover? That's what it is to me, but I still thought it was funny. They also have like black eggs here, which are just like boiled eggs that are boiled in the actual like onsen water, the actual hot water from the volcano. And again, beautiful. I got some of those black eggs and I had them for like sort of a quasi lunch. I guess I didn't have that much of a lunch that day other than like ice cream and things of that nature. But they were basically just eggs. They were hard-boiled eggs, pretty normal style, but it's kind of cool to eat them on a mountain. And apparently it's a mystery whether, why exactly they're black. Apparently only Wakudani's water turns them black. Turns boiled eggs black. It's, who can say? They don't know. They don't understand. But it is a cool touristy thing to do while you're in that area. It was beautiful, man. It was probably the most beautiful place I went. Not to mention the beautiful mountain landscape that you can see looking out any which way. The sulfurous mining hellscape was just incredible. And also they had a geo museum, which let's play this level and then we'll talk about the thing. We'll continue talking about the geo museum, which I'll say just like straight up as a bit of a preview. I saw a hot spring museum in Sapporo, which turned out to be basically a hallway that only had text written in Japanese, so I wasn't able to get much out of it. even if there was anything that I could discern as like hot springs related. Let's do the super world. How about if I'm taking my pick? This is what I was looking for from that hot springs museum. It talked about the volcano. It talked about like how they used the volcano and how all that stuff outside and all those like weird like vents and steam constantly going off. That's not just natural stuff. That is in fact like harvesting. They are actively harvesting the volcanic waters. I might have played a lot of these. Oh yeah, I definitely have liked this one before. We'll do, yeah. I might have gone through this on a previous revision or something, or just through upload courses. We'll pick one then. Raid on Twinkle Peak Ruins. Okay, cool. We haven't played this one. A lot of that stuff, it isn't natural, it turns out. It turns out that instead, what they do, and by the way, that's like a overview of the whole Hakone area, what it looks like. It's all like a big caldera that it's all set in, and there's a big lake also in the caldera, and towns in the caldera, and Owakudani is like at the very top, as high as you go, caldera-wise, which is cool. And there's like a model of the things that were making all that steam from the previous photos. It's just basically a thing that extracts the hot water and the volcanic water and uses it for the onsens and stuff around the volcano, which they have tons of them. It was a really cool place. Also, I found out that there was some volcanic activity like in 2015 here, which I had no idea about. Apparently that lasted a few days and was a whole thing. I saw sulfur, models of this whole area that I'm in. The bit about how the black eggs are a mystery. Thing about how this spot was really good. It is really good. More models. And, yeah, just a hell of a cool little museum to walk through. Owakudani gotta be fucking up there with the best places I went whilst in Japan. Just fucking goddamn. It was a sight to behold. And like, yeah, like I said, like everyone in the fucking cable car as that area came over the mountain went like, oh. And I went like, oh my god. And all the Japanese people, they laughed. They said, oh my god. That probably because it's a very like generic English thing to say when you are impressed, and they understood it. You know, having heard it in like media and stuff. And a couple of them said it as well, possibly in jest, which, you know, all in good fun, right? All in good fun. We're all having a good time, seeing something amazing. Possibly for them, some of them, maybe it wasn't their first time, but obviously a Japan trip being the rarity that's being a rare occasion for me, and not something that, like, you know, I'm sure a lot of people from Tokyo taking a 2-hour trip on the weekend out to Hakone. It was Saturday, by the way. It was Saturday when I went out to Hakone. Nice, good level. That was a very fun, competent little traditional level. Thank you, PPKO. That was a nice one. Very, very, very nice. Interesting having the killing the bullet bills, the bonsai bills being like the main through line there. And a requirement. It almost feels like just natural to kill them. In fact, I wasn't really thinking about how I had to most of that time. I was instead thinking about Owakudani. You understand, you understand. Next up is Dragon Fanboat. Let's go. Let me refresh the lives and get them nice and randomized, the bonus heads. Blue Toad, fantastic. So yeah, I took some more photos, got this view of like the nature trail, which turns out it's closed. It's closed because there's like volcanic gases that might kill you over there, apparently, maybe. So You know, you don't want to go over there. I will say I noticed while looking across that vista towards the volcano summit and whatever, that a lot of those trees are dead. A lot of those trees are dead, which makes you think, don't it? Like, oh yeah, they're... Well, maybe it's because it's fall and it's October. It was like, you know, October 12th at this point when I was in that area. Maybe it was just they already lost their leaves for the winter, but maybe there's some stuff over there you don't want to breathe in. I don't know, but it was beautiful. It was a place to behold, and they had like some egg-flavored ice cream, which I had to try. It tasted weird. It was really very strongly tasting of egg, which I can see why they don't make egg ice cream usually. I'll say that. I'll say that. Beautiful, 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 beautiful place. Finally left it via cable car, headed down the mountain to the lake, which is where the next leg of the journey will pick up. And, you know, I should enter in this card. I should enter in this code so that I can, you know, play a level and not be talking about this anymore. But I'll say, like, just to spoil it a little bit, the gimmick of the lake, pirate ship. Giant pirate ships that take you across the lake. Now, I will say, I was considering, like, okay, I know there's a visitor center around here, around this area at the bottom of the cable car, but I was looking at the pirate ship and I was looking at my watch. It was like 4 something, and the next ship was like at 4:25, and I just said to myself, you know what? I should probably just get on that next fucking pirate ship instead of, like, taking a 20-minute hike up to a visitor center, which probably just has, like, information about nearby hiking trails and things like that. And, I should just get on this boat and have a good time, and that's what I did. I got on the boat, and it was good. Let's beat this castle, and then I'll tell you about the boat ride. Which is low-key one of the last things I did in Hakone, so we're getting down to it, folks. We're towards the end now. This has been the longest of the Travelogue streams, apparently, by like a while. I'll say, that first Travelogue stream, I had to rush because the way I had my laptop set up, it was draining my battery faster than I could charge it, faster than it was being charged, so I had to cut it off at 3 hours and rush through the Sapporo section of that stream. But the last one was like a full-on, like, talking about Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka in Nara. Some of the best cities in Japan as far as, like, tourist stuff goes. And Universal Studios and the Nintendo Museum. So, I guess just being at home and, maybe makes these things take a little more time. I don't know. Certainly I don't have... I only have to worry about work in the morning, not anything more, more like one time. Like, you know, an irreplaceable trip. Once-in-a-lifetime trip. And I'm still super jet-lagged from that, so... honestly, I could stay up all night and then... struggle through the morning. But, you know, I think my, my coworkers understand. A lot of them are, like, you know, immigrants and all that, so, especially from areas such as India, which are similarly displaced in time, a lot of them have probably been jet-lagged just as badly. I wonder that, too. Is anyone on that program? I am not on that program to do the secret beta test of whatever that is, but I'm sure it'll leak out, and I'll say... for not being on that beta test, if it does leak out, I guess I can actually absolutely say what it is. You know, once I hear about it, once people are talking about it. If I was on there, I wouldn't be able to, right? That's how it would work. even if everyone knew, like, oh, it's GameCube. It's GameCube Online. I would have to be cheeky and go like, oh, I can't say, but, you know, I'm checking that out. That thing filled up really fast, and I was in Japan, so, you know, wasn't exactly in the right place to attack Yoshi with a big raid of 9 viewers. Wow, goddamn. How are y'all doing? Let me give you a shout out of both kinds. 3 raids tonight. Very good. I love it. Shout out. How do you spell Tak Yoshi? Exactly how it sounds. T-A-C Yoshi. There you go. Oh, it's the other / sorry. Shout out. Tak Yoshi. You're in Canada, so you weren't qualified to sign up. Bummer. And let me also shout out Tak Yoshi in a way that shows up on the screen. There you go, Tak Yoshi. I am playing viewer levels. You were probably also playing viewer levels or something Mario Maker at least. I'm doing viewer levels. I'm having a good time. I'm also talking through my Japan vacation, which just ended like a few days ago. I've been talking about my last week since I did some streams mid-vacation to talk about the first 2 weeks. And this is probably the longest of the 3 streams, so go figure. You spent the last hour playing an uncleared level, not sure if it was worth it. Bummer. Let me show you some stuff. I was just talking about Wakudani. I'm just gonna backtrack just a bit real fast so I can show these new viewers what a Wakudani looks like. It's a part of Hakone and it's just beautiful. It's got all these volcanic like overlooks. There's like a model of the whole area and like all this like steam venting out various volcanic mineral water harvesting things that they got there. It's a beautiful place and really thoroughly enjoyed being there and also thoroughly enjoyed the next bit, which involved a boat ride on a pirate ship, which I'll talk about between this level and the next level. How about? That's how we tend to structure things here. I mean, I tend to structure things this way normally, but also I don't usually have a Japan trip that I was planning for the last 3 months to talk about. I'll say usually my viewer level streams are on Fridays, and they also usually involve like me just talking about other stuff that's going on, like you know, games I've been playing, anime I've been watching, which I did make sure to talk about this stream as well, up near the top, but you know, mostly this stream I gotta cover all this Japan stuff. It was an amazing trip. And also, by the way, I'll say for what it's worth, for the record, we're nearing the end. That's a game over on the Super World. Okay. How did I lose that many lives total with with the lightning round being in effect? That's weird. It's fantastic. I highly recommend it. Can't recommend it highly enough. I'll say, given the game over situation, the same checkpoint that we got to before will not refresh our lives. That's how it works in the lightning round. Typically, checkpoints refresh our lives, but not if it's one that we've already been to. That's just not how it works. That's cheap if it works like that. We'll see if we can even get there, though. Hey. Hakone, for those who don't know, is the hot springs capital of Japan. Has like the best hot springs and you know, some very beautiful nature as well. Some very beautiful areas, including that of Wakudani, and also that big old lake that's sort of in a sort of a criteria type situation. Hey, we got to the checkpoint, but like I said, it doesn't do anything for us because we're revisiting old ground here. That said, this is going really well. Fuck! It was going really well. We can do that again. We got nothing to worry about. Hey, Nintendo Pat, how's it going? Don't jinx it! I know, right? I shouldn't have done. I should not have jinxed it. That was my fault for jinxing it. There's the lives. There's all the ones we got. Ah. Okay, we're out of lives. It's time for the next person. By the way, this is the lightning round. This is the way that I tend to keep things moving. Usually I would also be checking for attendance, but because this is like a special stream, I'm not checking for attendance. I'm just doing maximum lives every time. Hello, JD Plays. How's it going? I'm gonna dismiss that one. And do the next one. Meanwhile, whilst I get this level up, I will talk about the pirate ship. This pirate ship, it goes across the whole lake they have here. I considered saving it until later and doing some stuff in the area before getting on it, but instead I just got directly on it, and that was nice. It turns out I was pretty much ready to end. I was ready to go there, and I decided to go for first class. It was like a $5 difference, first class versus like regular, and it turns out that regular was pretty fucking packed, and first class was like empty. I could run around the deck and take a whole bunch of photos of the lake, of the pirate stuff. You could see in the background of some of these shots, like it was like shoulder to shoulder back there in like the general, and for $5 more, like 500 yen difference, something like that, something minuscule, I got to run around a deck with like very few other people, which was lovely and resulted in a lot of lovely photos like this one, which I totally thought that was Hakone Shrine. Turns out Hakone Shrine was later, but I saw that and was like, oh my god, that was so tiny. That's so tiny, what the hell? It was really nice. Really nice looking at the water, looking at the mountains beyond, seeing some other boats sail by, seeing them disappear beyond the horizon. Ooh, what a lovely little experience there. Really quite thoroughly enjoyed that. And eventually did get to Hakone Shrine, which is right there. That's Hakone Shrine on the water there. And quite beautiful, quite beautiful. And after a nice 30-minute sail and, you know, going across there and hanging out with some people, I'll say I took someone's photo for the first time in that trip. Another like, you know, English-speaking tourist asked me to take their photo for them, which I did a couple times on my first trip. Only did once on this last trip, at basically the last opportunity, the last time I was out in public. So that was neat. Oh, still 4. Pirate ship was a lovely thing, quite fun to do. You can hang out for a bit. Gotcha. Yes. Quite fun to do. And, yeah. Lovely as all coming. Let's pick out one level here. I'm thinking ascending power-up tower. Last thoughts on the pirate ship. As I got on the pirate ship, there were no pirates, by the way. Just like, well, there were some, like, models of pirates, but not like real pirates, no. But, you know, some, like, what do you call it? Like a statue of a pirate built into, like, the ship itself. So there was this little town area, and I guess you could go over to Hakone Shrine proper from there, but I enjoyed just getting a picture from the ship and also I was tired, and also it turns out that, like, there's like a huge line for the buses. It turns out that when like 200 people get off of a pirate ship at one place, and there's like a bus that comes every 20 minutes, and it's, you know, a bus. It's not like big. It can hold like 20 people tops. It turns out you have to get in line and wait like a half hour before you can get on a bus. And that was quite disheartening and made me scared for my appointment, even though it was like 5 o'clock and my dinner was at like 7:30. But eventually I did get on a bus, which was Evangelion branded, and headed off back to the museum, back to the hotel, back to the ryokan for dinner and such. Oh, that ends the bulk of the Hakone day. I have one last thing to talk about. You should get a refund if there's no pirates in your pirate ship. It's not that literal, but I understand your hang up there. Let's do this tower, and then I'll talk about the last thing. Oh, we'll get to the dinner. We'll get to the dinner. And also, hey, you remember how I said that Hakone was the hot springs capital? Well, you might notice that I haven't talked about the hot springs yet. I'm good. I'm feeling good. This is cool. Good thing. You might notice I haven't talked about the hot springs yet. And, yeah, that's my next stop. That's my next stop. Talk about it in a minute. Let's play this level and have a good time. Going through a nice cavalcade of items and such. Cool, yeah. No, we're making use of each of these items' unique properties to navigate a tight space. It's smartly done, and a bit of fun. And I like how it's vertical in nature. I like that. Vertical levels, I like to see more of them. You've been doing a lot of randomizers recently? Randomizers are fantastic. I'll say, I haven't done any randomizers since my Japan trip. For like even a couple weeks before the Japan trip. I'll say I would really like to do a randomizer sometime soon. I'm thinking about doing another crack at Metroid Dread randomizer, but I don't know. I'll think about what I'll specifically do. Or if that'll be like next week or the week after or sometime soon. I got some ideas for future streams. I got some ideas. It's too bad that Nintendo removed the ability to break objects by running into them. I just didn't know that era of the Mega Shroom because I didn't have the amiibo that would unlock it in Mario Maker 1. So, I never knew it had that capacity. Yeah. JD Plays didn't know that either. It's an obscure thing. You had to, like, use an amiibo to get that power up in the original game. Though I guess you could have played levels that had it, I suppose, come to think of it. That would definitely be a possibility. I probably did play a lot of levels that had it, but I just completely forgot. It was interesting. Gotcha. That was good. That was good. I'm gonna hit complete and bring up the next level. Mortis is up next. While I am doing this level, I'll say I didn't go to the oh, you do multi-worlds, got it, like Archipelago and stuff like that. Gotcha. I've done a couple that are like hybrid between like two games, but not like Archipelago, not like multiplayer style in that way where everyone gets their own randomizer and they all contribute to each other. I didn't go to the onsen in my own hotel. But it turns out my hotel was like a 2-minute walk from like one of the most renowned hot springs in like Hakone. And you know, one I found on like tourist guides of like the best hot springs. And specifically, this is one that has like an oddity that like most hot springs don't have. It actually has like a bathing suit area, which is like family friendly and is more like a theme park than a traditional onsen. Now, I arrived at like 6:30 p.m., right? Or like 6 p.m., right? The like bathing suit area closes around an hour from then, and also I got dinner at 7:30, so I don't have that much time, and I decide like, okay, well, I'm just gonna focus on the regular onsen side, and I think also they close for like entry about an hour before the like bathing suit area closes, so it's probably I'm not gonna get there in time anyway. So I didn't see that part. Honestly, if I was doing this vacation over again, maybe I would look to have 2 days in Hakone, have one day where I just like arrive and like lounge in some hot springs all day, and another day where I do this loop and I have like no time pressure because I start in the morning rather than at like 11 a.m. I start like at like 9 or even 8:30 or something. You know, I have a lot more wiggle room in the schedule in how it's all timed out. But I went to this place, this onsen nearby, and my god, it was lovely. It was heavenly. I don't know what they do differently, but like every bath I went in, they weren't complicated. They had like one cold bath, they had like one bath that was hotter than the others, and they had a couple of tubs that were just like separate from everything else. They were just like the regular water, and they had like one bath that had jet bubbles and one bath that had like some sort of like murky water that was like, I don't know, maybe it was like I hear they have in the theme park area, they have like a place where you can do like you can bathe in wine. It wasn't anything this fancy in the actual onsen areas, but my god, they were all just heavenly. As I was like soaking in, it was like, oh my god, this is the perfect temperature. It feels good on my skin. It's just so soft and soothing, and oh my god. All the onsens that I've been to previously just didn't compare to this one, and I was just blown away. Especially, I think like my biggest two moments was like when I got in the cold bath, and I was like, oh my god, this cold bath feels good. And it's not just like the other cold baths that I've been in, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna get in for 2 seconds, it's gonna be like, shock to the system, and I'm gonna get out and get in the hot water, and it's gonna make the hot water feel hotter. And you know, it's like a test of endurance or something. It's like, no, man, I got in that cold water, and I was like, oh my god, I feel soothed. I could stay in this hot water. I could stay in this fucking cold water. What the fuck? How did they do this? And then I also went into their sauna, which I've never had a sauna experience that was like tolerable. It's always been like nasty and way too hot and miserable. And this sauna was like kind of hot, but also like decidedly bearable. Like, oh my god, it's not even that hot. I feel like I could do 12 minutes standing on my head if I wanted to, though I kind of had places to be, so I was just like, okay, 5 minutes is enough. Let me go to the cold bath, do the hot bath again. Oh my god, this is so good. Heavenly, this onsen. It's Yunesun Hotel. I didn't stay at this hotel. This was not my hotel, but I was able to drop in and do the hot spring here. Maybe in the future I would just stay at this place if I ever were to return, considering how great their fucking hot spring was. And they seem to have other amenities as well that are perfectly good. They seem like a regular ass hotel, whereas what I was staying at was a traditional ryokan. And we'll talk about dinner at that ryokan and whether it was worth it in a minute. And the answer is, yeah, it was really good. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. Let's play this level first, though. My god, that onsen. They don't call it the hot spring capital for nothing. I don't know if it was the water or something else in there, or the precise heat. Honestly, I felt like there were two different heats there, and both of them just felt like not too hot, not too cold, just perfect. Just, Unison Onsen. Unison hotel onsen. Just magnificent. Could not recommend it more. We need to we need to do a running jump like really fast there. We can't dilly-dally. Need to get my head in the game here. When you get the environment just right. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know what they did special. I mean, I guess I'll say, like, there is that whole area that's like a theme park, that's like a water park, where people wear swimsuits. And I'll say, I did totally bring a swimsuit in case there would be time to go over there, but there wasn't. Like I said, I only had one day. What was I to do? It was a rather packed day, too. Oh, crap. Yeah, we need to throw that up rather than wearing it as a hat. It was such a packed day. Oh, we gotta... I was distracted by the fact that we got a checkpoint, and that means that our things should have refreshed. I'm not gonna count that one. There we go. We've lost one since that checkpoint. 2 since that checkpoint. Lovely. Goddamn, goddamn, goddamn. I'm very curious about those other, the like, theme park area of that. And, you know, if ever I were to return, I would try to make time for that in particular. But, I was happy with that onsen part. Again, heavenly. Have a good rest of the stream. It's late for you. It's late for me as well. But again, I'm almost done talking about Hakone. Nearly just there. Oh, the key was optional. Key was optional. Let me hit complete. Like the level. And yeah. We are almost done here, I'll say. After that, I had like a 5-course meal, a fancy traditional type meal, which was quite lovely. There was appetizers, which were like all sorts of things. Good variety of them, which were all kind of tasty, even if weird. After that, there was a bunch of sashimi, which was probably the best sashimi I had. The most convinced of sashimi I have been. I'll say I'm not like a big believer in sashimi as a thing. I've had sashimi before in the States and just been like, this tastes like nothing. This tasted like not nothing, but it was kind of good. And then hot pot was the main item of the day, the main course, which was just delightful. I've seen this in anime, and it was fun. First, you put like the vegetables in there and the chicken balls, and then you put the rest of the meat, and before too long, you're scooping up little pieces of meat and little pieces of mushroom and just eating them. And oh my god, with like scoops of rice, and it's delicious. They also, like, at one point were like, hey, we got some eel. You want some eel? Free eel here. And I was like, yes, absolutely. I'll take some eel. I'll put it on some rice, and there you go. Dessert was just a bunch of stuff, which was also pretty good. And after that, I wandered through my ryokan, past, like, a weird tea room that you couldn't go into, a room with a helmet that you couldn't go into, and a room with a bunch of, like, dolls and stuff that you couldn't go into, before getting to my room, back to my room, which I'll say was the biggest accommodations I've had of the trip, insofar as, like, it had not just one room, but like a second room that also had like a side area as well. But no private bathroom, no private like onsen. It had a bathroom, to be clear, for like, you know, taking care of your business. It had toilets, but it didn't have a bath in there, which was a bit of a disappointment. I originally chose this particular hotel because I wanted a bath. I wanted a private bath. But there was a mishap with booking.com, and I lost that booking, and I had to rebook without a private bath, and, you know, it is what it is. But I'll say they did have, it turns out, an extra bath set aside, an extra private bath that you could get a key for, that was just a standalone one for anyone in those upper story rooms, and I went and got that and did the thing. Last thought on the hotel room. It was big and massive. Lulu 021 rating with a party of 14. God damn, that's the 4th raid of tonight. Hey, I'm playing viewer levels and talking about my last day in Japan on the vacation that I was on the last 3 weeks. It's a whole thing. Let me give you a shout out. How about shout out Lulu 0121. That's it, right? Let me follow you. Give you a follow there. Fantastic. And I'll give you the other source shout outs. Lulu 021. That is correct. Yes, looks right. Check out Lulu. She was last playing Link's Awakening. Hey, that's different from the rest of the raiders who were playing Mario Maker the same as I am, but it's cool. I was just talking about my hotel room, which was big, but also I was there for one night, so I literally couldn't unpack anything. I couldn't, like, decompress. I didn't have time to, like, make use of that hotel room and the space that it afforded me. I had to keep everything pretty much packed, especially since the next day I was getting on a plane, so things basically had to remain packed. I had my baggage pretty much set up where it's like, okay, this is the clothes I will wear in Hakone and on the plane, and everything else is in a laundry bag, ready to be brought home, which reminds me, I still need to do laundry. Remind me tomorrow at 8 a.m. to do laundry today. Really need to do that. Very good. I need to do laundry. I need to wash all the clothes from the vacation. But, went to that private hot spring, which was just a little tiny pool the size of, like, a regular-ass bathtub, but, you know, it was hot. Not quite hot enough. Not quite as heavenly as the best hot spring in all of Hakone. One of the best ones, but it was alright. And it was kind of novel to be able to be in there by myself. I watched some Norm Macdonald clips on YouTube while I was in there, which, you know, you couldn't do at a non-private hot spring. And there was a little door that you could open up to see a little bit of the outside, which basically involved, like, a fake tree, maybe a real tree, and, like, a little pail with water in it. I also had some ice cream. And, breakfast was normal. And then I left the onsen, went to the airport, and left from there. We'll talk about that after the last one, but we're basically done. I just have to talk about getting on a plane and, you know, getting out of Hakone, which I'll say, the bus ride out of Hakone probably felt longer than it should have done. You know, the bus ride into Hakone took like a half hour longer. Probably took like a full hour longer than Google Maps thought it would because of traffic. There was a whole big traffic jam that got in the way. But the way out also felt really slow, but also my flight was at 6 p.m., so I had all the time in the world to get out of Hakone, get into Tokyo, get to the airport, check in, have lunch, have like, you know, all the time in the world. The most annoying at the same time about AP is Deathlink. I don't know what you mean, Nintendo Pats. AP like what? I'll say now we are in the final bit of Japan talk. This will probably be pretty fucking quick because it's just like a couple things. In fact, I'll say we're last call for levels here. I'll say somewhat of a improvised archipelago. Ah, gotcha. Deathlink, I guess, would be a thing where if you die, they die too. That does sound nasty. Or like shared health resources. I'll say we're in the last section here where I just need to talk about getting back to Tokyo and getting on a plane, and it's pretty straightforward. I'll say after this level, I'm gonna close the queue. In fact, I'll get out the last call for levels thing. How is Oshinoko Season 2? Oh, it's fantastic. I haven't actually watched the last episode yet. Been prioritizing checking out new shows over finishing the old ones. So this week I have my work cut out for me. I have to finish like 20 shows or something. So that'll be a fun thing to do. That'll be a fun thing to do. Everyone in the raid, now's the time to get in. Now's the time to get in. Because we are ending soon. And also, yeah, the only part we have left to talk about as far as Japan goes is like getting on a bus that took me from Hakone to like the city nearest to Hakone, and then getting on a train that took me to Shinjuku. Actually, no, it took me to Tokyo Station, from where I got on the express to Narita, from where I left the country. Wait, we have to kill... Huh? I'm just realizing there's a clear condition here. We have to kill the guy. We have to kill some munchers. Which, how do you do that? P block. I got a P block. Is that a clue? Oh, well, this'll let us get into that area at least. Okay, not as simple as I thought. I'll say the airport was a bit of a waiting experience. I had to wait in the airport. I lost all my ice in security, so I had to wait and go through the whole flight without any cold water, which I was quite miffed at the time. I was quite grumpy by, but, you know, I went and got some lunch. I went and had a beef bowl as my final meal in Japan, which I figured, like, I kind of went the whole trip without eating a traditional beef bowl, like, with a rice bowl with beef on it specifically, so... Well, actually, I did have one, but it wasn't very good. And also, I thought that this one was not my favorite either. Maybe beef bowls just aren't my thing. Maybe what I like is, you know, anything else on there. Like I had one that had tempura and scrambled eggs on there. That was fantastic. That was probably the best single one food I had, but it was alright as a final thing. I also saw a final store there. There was a store called Akihabara, which was not my image of Akihabara. My image of Akihabara is more about the anime figurines, rather than, like, cool, trendy stuff, but they also had some anime figurines, which was alright. I got on that plane, and sort of went from there. After we finish this level, I'll talk about the plane. It's a pretty fast thing. I mean, it was an 11-hour flight, but I don't know. I feel like once you're sitting down and stuck in a plane seat, you can sort of like relax a little bit and just like veg out a little bit, you know? Just like stop paying attention, get the next best thing to sleep. And I feel like that's what I did during my time there. I feel like that might be something. That might be something. That was what I did during that last plane ride out. I sort of just sat around. If you're wondering what I did on the plane ride out, the plane ride back, I tried to sleep for like a couple hours and got like the next best thing to sleep. I sort of zoned out for hours on end listening to just music, one song on repeat. Specifically, the orchestrated version of Sound Euphonium from the show Sound Euphonium. Okay, you can't actually get that. Guess you can't actually get to that without... Curious. I don't know how you get to that one then. Fuck! I mostly vegged out, and when I wasn't vegging out, I was playing UFO 50. I played like a little bit of every one of those 50 games, which was a fun thing to task myself with, throughout that strip. And I'll say again, of UFO 50, since UFO 50 is like 50 little games, it just was great for the 11-hour span where if I got a little bit bored, I could move on. How much gold? I don't follow Sugar Falcon. If I got a little bored, I could just move on and, you know, go to the next game. I was able to do that throughout the rest of that trip. I'll say I didn't have any reading material or any video material that whole trip. I did not prepare well enough, it seems. I totally didn't know that, on the trip 2, the American Airlines covered one. Oh, how much money, you mean? Oh, I don't think I actually I completed, Mooncat. I completed Mooncat once. I don't know if that qualified me for gold. I don't think I actually completed many other games, full stop. I did really spend a little bit trying to get to farther than the second level of, Valgress? Valgress? I really love Valgress. I think that's one of my favorite top games of that, pack. Was there no second P? Really not sure the deal is here. Maybe it's in one of these blocks or something. How the hell do you kill a muncher? I need, like, a shelmet. That's what I need. I also played a little bit of Zelda. Did, like, the last dungeon of that while I was on the plane. And got right up to, like, what I think is turning out to be the final parts of the game on the flight. Still haven't finished Zelda, but I'm, like, inches away, and I'm kind of bummed out that, there wasn't, like, one last part or something. I don't know. That's kind of a bummer to me. I also tried those F-Zero games, which I said earlier at the top of the stream, and, yeah. Oh, a POW block could do it, yeah. But where would I find such a thing? Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, the new one, specifically. Sorry if that was vague, you know, I figured that it's the new one. People were thinking about that one, right? I keep getting hit when I come out of that pipe, that area, that little enclosure. Getting tired? I guess, maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm still jet-lagged, but also, like, how much sleep have I been able to have between, like, work and, you know, not being able to sleep, especially early. I'm pretty sure, like, forcing myself to get up to work will correct the sleep schedule soon enough, but, hasn't happened quite 100% yet, for what it's worth. Echoes is good. Yeah, that's where I'd land on it. It's good. I tried to get some photos during the flight, but it was too dark out there to get a really good photo. I had to, like, to get these two of, like, Tokyo as I was just leaving, I had to, like, take my sweatshirt and, like, cover up the window such that there wouldn't be a glare from, like, the completely lit cabin behind me. I also got this photo mid-trip, and, that would probably be it, but as I was pulling into, and I got this photo as I was pulling over Dallas-Fort Worth and going in for a landing. And that would probably be the last photo, except that as we're getting closer to the thing, I realized, like, oh shit, that's AT&T Stadium, and you know what that is? That's Six Flags Over Texas. I was able to actually positively ID some of the things that I was flying over, and I was like, fuck, I know where we are. I know exactly where we are. I used to work, like, across that highway for, like, 10 years back before the pandemic. Like, holy shit. Like, this is I could see things from here that I recognize. Wow. Which I've never been able to do on the plane. It's always been like just a mess of suburbs and stuff like that when flying over Dallas, Texas. I went home. I went over to my parents' place for a bit. We had dinner. I saw their cats. My dad's cats were very cute. Look at this. Look at Willie there. He's chewing on the Penny's ears. I thought that was so cute. They're cute little fellas right there. And I have some final photos of like souvenir type things I have, and that's basically it. I have no fucking idea what I need to do here, and I have one life left to do it. The queue is about to close, and also we're about to be almost over. You take lovely photos? Aw, thanks. These streams have been full of them. This one and the two streams that I did from Japan. I probably showed off like 1,000 photos from the Japan trip. If you're wondering, how many did I take total? Well, I took something like 7,000. Something like 7,000 photos were taken. Oh my god! Yo, that opened the way! The Koopa shell opened the way! Whoa, wait. How am I gonna get two of them on the screen at one time? There's one. It despawned, oh no! How in the hell would I kill two with this? How in the hell would I kill two with this? The P-block killed the thwomp, but the shell killed the block and allowed me to get through earlier. Shit. Ah well. We need to kill two of those guys. Two munchers, so one POW was not quite enough anyway. But we made some real progress there. We half solved the level, I guess. Let's go ahead and close that there queue. Actually, first, let me finish off with these photos. I'm just gonna hit dismiss. Tell you what, Marco, feel free to get at another one while I'm just showing off souvenirs. You can get another one in. That'd be fine. Anyone else who wants to get in one at this last hour is good. So, I don't really go much for souvenirs, honestly. I don't buy anything, specifically because, like, oh, it's like a keepsake. But, I will say, I kept every single pamphlet, every single guidebook, every single free thing, a lot of ticket stubs, a lot of the free things I was handed, or the things that were like proof of purchase that I was handed to Japan, stowed them away in my backpack and, you know, have now put them in a box. I put them in the same box that I put all my other, all the pamphlets, ticket stubs, and such that I had from my first Japan trip like 6 years ago. So this is something that I apparently do when I go to Japan. I just hoard all this stuff and bring it home. That's something. I also have this photo from, like, Mount Takao. There was a guy sitting up on the mountain as I was doing the chairlift, and he took a photo of me, and I thought it was so funny, so fun, that I bought it. And it turns out there was a bit of a miscommunication there. They said that it was going to be available. It was going to be available, like, I thought they said it was going to be available in a week. I think what they said, and maybe what they meant, maybe more precisely, is that it would be available for a week. So that QR code doesn't work anymore, unfortunately. But, hey, I got the hard copy, so whatever. I also got this handed to me, a bit of union, a pamphlet about union action that they're trying to do there in Japan. There was like a whole protest thing going on at a train station I stopped by. and they handed me this in English, and I was like, I don't know nothing about Japanese politics, so maybe don't. And then I looked at it and like, oh, it's union stuff. I know union stuff. Oh yeah, I approve of that. That's great. Good looking out. Good luck with you with all that. Yeah. I also brought this candy back, which I'll admit mostly was because I bought it and then was like, I really don't feel like actually eating like a whole 24 pieces of little chocolate tonight. I can't do that actually these days. That just doesn't compute. Just no. Also, there's a little bit of a thing from the thing. I'm gonna give out those Mount Fuji cookies as souvenirs at work, I think. I'm gonna bring those into work and give them out to my colleagues and stuff. That seems like a good idea. The rest is just for me to eat at my leisure. You can probably get a lot of these in Japanese stores. Like I said, a lot of these are more just leftovers that I thought I would eat and then I didn't eat, so I need to eat them at some point. Or there's stuff that hotels gave me and they've been kind of cracked up in the process of traveling as well. I'm home now. I had Whataburger last night. I also made some spaghetti last night. We're back, folks. I'm back to my normal shit. It is normal time now. The queue will now be closed. There we go. And I will say we're gonna finish off these 2 levels. Between this level and the next level, I'm going to do a bit of... I'm gonna say... Oh, let me... Close the queue. Yes, I gotta close the queue. Okay. I should really make it so that this button isn't a toggle because I don't sometimes hit the button from the same place, so it starts by opening the queue before it can close the queue. Whatever, that's fine. That works. 7. There's something wrong here. 4. JT. 7MG. We're gonna do this level, and after this level, I'm going to do some wrap-up cards. I'm gonna do a bunch of cards that have stuff written on them about, like, general stuff in Japan, last thoughts, things of that nature. Just to go, like, category by category, cover some stuff that didn't naturally come up in the course of doing these 3 streams that I want to cover. It is late, so we're gonna go through that stuff, like, real quick, like. Don't y'all worry. Oh, I know. Wait, no I don't. I probably have to climb here. Yes. It is really late. The end of the stream is basically upon us. But before I do anything, before I end, I just want to go over, like, general thoughts. And hey, here's the general thoughts. I quite enjoyed it. I had a great time. It was a lovely trip. It was exhausting at times. I got sick by the end, but fortunately, it only sort of manifested for the last week, mostly, as like a really bad hacking cough. Like, I was mostly over it by the time I got to Fuji-Q Highlands. And mostly it just impacted my last day in Sapporo, which was also, or in Osaka, which was the last stream day. I feel like I'm confusing saying Sapporo and Osaka too much. I feel like I might have said Osaka or Sapporo interchangeably early on. Sorry if so. Please excuse my tendency to put, you know, foot in mouth. That's not good. Maybe we'll get another sword here and it'll be fine. Good, okay. Thank fuck for that. Probably, can we get that? I feel like let's drop down here. And now we can... Oh, crap. Yeah. And now you can fall. Maybe that was the answer. Now we know we can fall. Yes, okay. We know we can fall down to that level, and it'll be fine. We have learned something. It is not for naught. To your death! Ah, yes, that is how it went. I'm just gonna damage boost through this. I know that I got a sword waiting for me. So I can kinda just chill. Fuck. I did watch the second episode of ReZero, yeah. Great episode. Really looking forward to the third episode now. I can't wait to see, like, where it goes from here. I guess basically that first arc is resolved. I guess. And now it's like a new arc, or like a new sub-arc. I bet you the time loop has set itself. I bet you that's how it's going. I'm not sure, but, goddamn, I love ReZero. There's a whole anime part, like, near the top of the stream, by the way. So if you want to, like, check the VOD later on, you know, you can see what I think of, like, a bunch of anime. Spoilers, Uzumaki, really amazing. Ranma, oh my god. Ranma's great. I never watched Ranma back in the day, so it's all new to me. And, that just seems like some phenomenal stuff. Right there. Ranma 1/2, 2024 edition. There's a lot of good shit out. There's a lot of good shit out. And some shit that is less good, I don't know. What the fuck is the deal here? Can I throw the bomb? Looks like if I time this right, this can work. But not like that. Like I said, general wrap-up cards coming in a minute. Fuck! Maybe sooner than later. We got 2 lives, and then we'll do a whole bit where I run through, like, a whole bunch of general Japan cards. So we're going over, like, general impressions, highlights, things of that nature. Could I start them now? I could, but they're sort of quickfire style, so let's just do them all at once. I think it's more fun to just do it as a big run-on sentence, I guess. This level seems cool. I'm being careless. It has been a long stream. I mean, I guess most of my viewer level streams go about 4 or 5 hours. This has gone more like 6. Some viewer level streams do go like that. This is the longest by a factor of 2 of these like recap streams. You're welcome, Volcano Joe. I left a like, right? I did, right? Ah, haha, that hurts. Yep, perfectly good. Let me hit dismiss, bring up the next level, and... Hey! It's time now for some... Let me refresh for the next person. The random heads. Red Yoshi, pretty good one. Hey, it's time for last cards. I got some Japan wrap-up card time. Quick topics covering entire trip, or else didn't fit in elsewhere. Let's see now. First off, did y'all know how big a train station can be? I feel like with this trip and a lot of my previous trip, I prioritized like being really close to a train station entrance, and that is important and good. But also, you gotta keep in mind that it's not like when you walk into a train station's exits, an Eki station, an Eki, I guess you call them. It's not like when you walk into the entrance, you are warped to your station, you are warped to the platform. It's like, no, you just go in the entrance, and then you realize, like, oh, the actual platform is like a 10-minute walk this way. So, you know, even in cases where I was like 5 minutes away from an exit from some of my hotels, I still sometimes had to walk a good distance, and, you know, transfers similarly are not always free. It is important to note, which is something I feel like I might forget by the next time I do a Japan trip. We'll see. Do y'all know escalator best practices? In Japan, they tend to line up in 2 lines on the escalator. A neat orderly line of people who are just standing, and then an empty lane of people who are an empty lane so that people, if they want to walk up it, can walk up it. 2 things that are interesting there. One is that in some cities, it's backwards which one is for walking and which one is for not walking. And the second thing that's interesting, so like Osaka, I think, is like reversed from Tokyo, that sort of thing in particular. The other thing that's interesting about that is that there were a lot of places that I realized this time where they told you, like, do not walk on the escalator. Like, I thought in Sapporo in particular, I noticed that a lot, where basically every train station I went in there had a sign being like, hey, don't walk on these escalators. 2 lines standing. That's what we're looking for. And I think that's also found, like, in other stations and other places across Japan. Maybe it's just a general safety movement going on and not, like, something Sapporo specific, but, you know, I thought it was interesting anyway. Paper money and Suica card. Got by a lot on this Suica card. If you don't know about how Japan goes, you want to get one of these that makes it dead easy to travel around, do the train stuff. You just like tap it every time you go through like a station, and it figures out how much you owe and stuff. This one is basically dead. It has 0 money on it, and also it's about to expire in a couple days now, so that's fun. I also still have a bunch of the paper yen left over. I'm gonna keep like 1 bill of each denomination as a souvenir, except for the 2,000. I don't have a 2,000 on me, and I'm going to probably convert the rest of it in like go to my bank or something and figure that out. Ran around urban areas and rural areas. One was harder. I gotta say, Tokyo is really easy to get around. There's trains going everywhere, and the trains are always on time. Whenever I had to rely on buses or otherwise just much more sparse train systems, it was just a lot harder. Fuji, Hakone, parts of Sapporo, parts outside of Sapporo, Kyoto type areas, some parts of Kyoto in particular. These areas are a lot harder to travel through and really make you think like, yeah, no, these places might not be quite train station first, might not be like pedestrian first, or more like tuned towards driving in some cases, or you know, maybe more buses in some cases more than trains. But it is a constant frustration as I traveled around and tried to see as much stuff as I could, especially in those rural areas. It is something to note and be aware of, and you know, I feel like every time I got on the bus, I was just like, oh my god, is this going to be too late? It's either going to be late, it's going to take too long, or it's going to be hard to identify what fucking bus it is. Google Maps in particular, in like Hakone, just didn't know what the fuck. Hey, Tony Cooney, how's it going? Just didn't know. Google Maps in Hakone just didn't know. I'll let you in. I'll let you in. There's... Here you go, Tony Cooney. Go ahead and get that in. I can take that. Google Maps in Japan just didn't know how they labeled their bus stops. They have their bus lines labeled like with letters, right? And Google Maps didn't have any of that information, so you just had to wing it. and just walk on the bus and go like, excuse me, are you going here? Hold up the phone. Eh? Is this you? And they go like, no, not us. No, 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 no. And, yeah, hell of a thing. Gotta watch out for that crap. Streaming abroad and in mid-vacation was oddly stressful. It turns out it's a lot of work to pick out 300 photos to show the people. Also, it's a lot of time spent to, put aside 3-4 hours middle of the trip, to do stuff. Also, the first stream was really beset by problems. I had, like, my laptop battery go out, and I had to, like, wrap up the stream in a hurry. I accidentally had Twitch in broadcast testing mode, so I actually wasn't live on Twitch, only YouTube that stream. There were other issues, too, like, I was talking really loud, it turns out, and I got a call from the hotel front room being like, quiet voice, quiet voice. So, the second time I did a stream, I did it in the morning, which was a lot more safe, I think. It was a lot of time I had to put a lot of time aside, like, in middle of trains, middle of transportation. Any free time I found was often spent, like, curating the photos, which, when I was traveling here, I didn't do. The last week, I sort of saved that for when I arrived at the airport, which, I had like 4 hours to wait, and I spent those 4 hours on curating photos for the trip, for this stream. So, yeah. Would I do it again? I don't know. I have the setup now, and I could do it again, but it is a hell of a thing to put on a stream in the middle of a 3-week vacation. Maybe next time I would just be away for 3 weeks and that'd be fine. But also, this one stream was 6 hours and it covered just the last week. How in the hell would I ever hope to cover 3 weeks of vacation all at once? I don't see how I would do that. It's a very stressful thing to make yourself do in the middle of a vacation. And, put aside time for it, I guess. Put aside an extra day is, I guess, what I needed to do. And that's what I ended up doing for the second stream. And, I was also sick that day, so I really didn't want to do much of anything. But, whatever. Shout out to unexpected equipment MVPs. Couple of pieces of equipment that I had that turned out to be top-notch. And as I went forward in the trip, ended up relying on more and more. First off would be this 3-port USB that has like 3 USBs. It also has one thing I realized after like a week or so. Its plugs are actually the exact same as the regular plugs they have in Japan. So the adapters that they have really just like adjust for this plug shape. So I could just plug this right into a Japanese outlet and use it to charge all my crap. And before too long, I had foregone using any other sort of power brick situation and just using this and like this one cable, which is sort of a 1-into-2 USB-C cable. Just doing that, as well as like one for my watch, one for USB micro, and one for my phone. And having that be like my 4 cables that I would use in this 3-cable thing. Obviously, I'd have to take them out and move around bits. But, yeah, that was just really handy. This battery pack also ended up being really indispensable. Ended up having my iPhone plugged into this for like a lot of the trip. My iPhone died a lot. It was like really just could not last a day on the power that it had. But this helped to get through. That said, it is only sort of loosely connected to the phone, like through like magnets. And a couple times, like pulling it out, it would detach, and I actually dropped my phone in the middle of Kyoto, one of my last days in Kyoto, and it got a crack on the back because it detached at the wrong time. So also one of the low lights as well, I guess. Finally, one thing I had on the trip there was a medical fast access bag that I kept in my carry-on that I would take with me. And eventually I figured out like, oh, I want to have my passport on me at all times. I put that in here, and then I put this into the theme park bag, which ended up becoming my go-to bag rather than the full-size bag. And it was just really handy to just have a much smaller bag going everywhere around Japan with me. Just having this, the Wi-Fi egg, and water, and maybe an umbrella if it was rainy. That was, the bag was definitely one of the MVPs of the trip. The theme park bag in particular ended up being used for just about everywhere I went. And the full-size bag, barely anything. It's good if I wanted to bring a Switch somewhere or a laptop somewhere, but it turns out, like, I don't really need to do either of those things while I'm traveling around. That's just extra weight. RIP to items lost. So I did lose a couple items. I think on the plane, I lost, like, a pack that had a thing that I had put my earplugs in. And in particular, I had my loop earplugs in there. I somehow put my non-loop earplugs back into my bag properly, but I put those into this little clapsy thing for, like, safekeeping so they'd be bigger and easier to miss. But I guess, given that I lost them, they weren't actually harder to miss, it turns out. I'll say, is that a big deal? No, I just ordered replacements for my loops, earplugs, and also for that little bag thing, so it's no big deal at all. I also, realized when I got back that, like, one of my stands, suffered some cracks in it. I don't know that you can quite see, but there's some cracks in this, front part here that you put the phone in. It apparently got damaged during transport, so I'll get another one of those, I guess. I also had a pair of pants that broke, that had got a hole in them above, like, the belt. I guess, like, they sagged down too much and started ripping. And that was a real shame because I only brought 3 pairs of pants, and one of my pairs of pants broke. What the fuck? And then later I got some soup all over one of my other pairs of pants, so for the last, like, 2 days, I had 1 pair of pants. So that was, turns out the right number to bring, I guess. I don't know. Reveal and rate hotels. I have been rather coy about the hotels that I've been staying in because I've oftentimes been streaming from them, but now I'm home, so I can just show, like, oh, here was Tokyo Stay in Shinjuku, where I stayed the first time. Quite a lovely hotel. Their breakfast was good, and also their rooms were small and didn't have like bathtubs, had showers instead, but they're really good for location-wise. There's like there's like Shinjuku Senchome Station, like a 3-minute walk away, and that is just beyond lovely to just be able to pop out of the right exit, so long as you write down what the right exit is, and be able to get right to the hotel pretty easily without crossing over traffic. It's also in sort of an area of Shinjuku that's not quite, like, central, but still is filled with, like, cool restaurants and stuff, which is, you know, nice to look at as you're in that area. It's not quite downtown Shinjuku, it's not like Kabukicho, but it is still pretty cool of an area. I'll also say they fixed their one issue that I had the last time I was in Japan, which is that their Wi-Fi was crap. The Wi-Fi was perfect tonight, this trip, and it seemed like every room has their own Wi-Fi now, which is just phenomenal, which is just really fixes the issue of its being weak in some rooms, apparently, and quite cleanly at that. Oh, right, these aren't images anymore. These are now my extra images. In Sapporo, I stayed in Hotel Rasol Trinity, which was a quite nice hotel, very similar to the last one. They had a similar breakfast, and, you know, a slightly bigger room, I think. I think the room was slightly bigger. I had, like, a slightly bigger bed, and I had enough table space to do, like, a whole stream from, which was quite lovely. They also had, like, on the top floor, they had a bathhouse, which I partook in a couple times, and it was nice. It's not an onsen, but it's like the next best thing to an onsen, and nice to soak in at the end of a day, I'll say. In Osaka, I stayed in the ZZZ 4Z Hotel, which, was kind of a weird one. It was kind of a really small hotel, an unexpectedly small hotel, where the check-in is like automatic, and a lot of the things you do in that hotel are without anyone really staffing, and it feels like it's really short-staffed. Like they don't have that many people like watching it, and have automated as much as they can. And it's small enough where, you know, at a certain point I was wondering like, wait, is this a love hotel? And then I realized like the sign on the side, that's totally for somewhere else or for parking, not for the hotel itself, I don't think. So, I don't think it was. I don't know. It was just a normal ass hotel in there with some pretty tiny rooms. And, yeah, it has like 5 to 6, it has like 8 rooms per floor. But a bathhouse at top, which was pretty nice. The bathhouse at top was really nice. I'll say the biggest negative thing about 4Z's hotel, this was the breakfast. I specifically went for it because it had breakfast included, and because I couldn't get the Dotonbori hotel in the room type that I wanted, like a regular ass hotel room. So I figured like, oh, I'll get a bigger bed and still breakfast included, but the breakfast turned out to be a chicken sandwich that tasted awful. So I ended up during that whole week just like buying hard-boiled eggs from 7-Eleven and having that for breakfast instead in the hotel room because I could not abide by these things. They were nasty. That said, they did give like free bottled water like every day that I could use to refill my water bottle without just resorting to tap water, which was nice, I guess. I don't know. Still, I probably wouldn't stay here particularly again. I would like to stay somewhere that has a breakfast buffet. I guess let that be a lesson. Look and see if the breakfast included is a breakfast buffet or is just some shit. In Highlands, in Fuji-Q Highlands, I stayed in the Fuji-Q Highlands Resort, which was really nice. It had the nicest hotel room that I was in that whole span, the whole trip. One of the bigger ones that was more traditional in nature. They had a really nice breakfast buffet, and you know, they actually had an actual hot spring attached that was similar in scale to like hello, Supernora. You can get a level in Supernora, by the way. The queue would be closed for anyone else, but yeah. I didn't take this picture, by the way. It turns out I totally neglected to get a picture outside of the Fuji-Q Highlands Resort, so I just Googled it for what it's worth. I just Googled this one in particular, but yeah, it was a really nice hotel, and really enjoyed my time there. It was the most like a Universal hotel that I was in that trip, in that it was a theme park hotel. It had a lot of good amenities, convenience store in the place, and a full-on onsen that was like really fucking good. Finally, I stayed at the Miwakawa Hotel, a traditional ryokan, which, like I said, was really lovely as far as dinner and breakfast goes. Really lovely dinner, really lovely breakfast. Had like onsens available in there, a public one and also a private one you could get the key with. And you can get rooms with private onsens if you like, if you can, you know, pay for them and get them landed down. But it was okay. I don't know. I'll say like there were like noise issues. I felt like I could hear other people around the ryokan. The soundproofing wasn't as good, and also like in general I was kind of just more comfortable in the more hotel-like hotels. But I am glad to have stayed in a traditional onsen, a traditional ryokan with traditional Japanesey rooms at least once in my life, and now I can say for sure, like, yeah, I think I prefer just a regular hotel room with a regular door and a regular bathroom. And if that hotel can also have like an attached onsen, that's more than meets my things I want. Yeah, paper walls, exactly. They're not key on that. Also, the door had like a big air gap in it, the front door, which I don't know what happened there, if it just was a little bit off in its frame, but I'll say it was a nice place to have my final day with, and the fact that it had dinner included, and that dinner was really fancy, included fucking hot pot, was a treat, and I really enjoyed it as the final stop in my trip. I got a few more here, a few more things. Next trips. Next year, I want to go to Orlando at some point. Apparently, my cousin is getting married in like the fall, probably. So around that time, I'll probably go out and see. I'll probably go out. My family will probably go out a little early and see the Epic Universe, Universal Studios Epic Universe. That'll be sometime next year. I want to go see. What's it? Cedar Point. I want to go to Cedar Point for the first time sometime next year, and my family is planning on going to New Jersey and doing the New Jersey Shore, which is something that a lot of the rest of my family, who is either in New York or Florida, go every year. I have not been since like before the pandemic, so it's gonna be nice to see everyone in that like week-long beachside setting. I did see them all like a year ago for a funeral, and also I stayed with one of my cousins in Orlando last year to do, I guess both of that was last year, the cousin Orlando theme park, the trip, and also the funeral trip. That was both last year. So those are the next 3 trips I have on my docket. They're not all going to be big. They're going to be like a week tops each, and that's going to be much easier to account for as far as time off goes. I'm looking forward to that. It'll be a much simpler year next year without a big giant vacation to plan around and save all my PTO for. Final thoughts on the big trip. Did I not have a card for highlights? I thought I was going to have a card for highlights. I'll just include highlights as part of this. It was lovely. It was wonderful. I had a great time. By the end, work was like a distant memory, and, you know, I could barely remember being employed and doing software engineering type stuff. You know, that's how long it was. That's how ridiculous this trip went. And I'll start entering in the next code. And goddamn, what a treat, what a delight. I'm happy to have done it. I've always said that, like, you know, I always feel like trips go by so quickly, you know, you go there, and before you know it, you're coming home, and this was like the opposite of that, where it just felt like it went on and on and on forever, and it's the longest vacation I've ever been on, the longest trip I've ever been on, and goddamn did it feel like that. Oh hey, this is an Auto Mario, so we can just put the controller down, let it ride, okay, cool. Let's just see it. This was the longest trip I've ever been on by a large margin. Well, I guess last time I was there for 2, and the last Japan trip was like 2 weeks and change, so that was probably the second longest trip I've ever been on, for what it's worth, so, you know, yeah. Hell of a good time. As far as highlights, Universal Studios Japan. Yeah, I've watched a lot of anime. Universal Studios Japan was probably the best theme park. The Nintendo Museum is also up there as far as, like, best museums go, though the Hakone Open Air Museum was also right up there. As far as beautiful places go, Owakudani was my favorite, I think. But there were also a lot of other beautiful places, like, I think, discovering the beautiful nature and shrine area of Harajuku, opposite the trendy shopping street, was just such a pleasure in my first couple days. I'm so glad to have done Fushi Inari and Mount Takao, gotten up to the summit of both of those, gone up to the top of both of those. Admittedly, I took the tram most of the way for Mount Takao, but you know what I mean. Still, I feel accomplished in both cases of getting all the way up there, mostly by my own efforts, for the getting up to the peak somehow in both mountains, is something that I feel really nice about. Akihabara, Shibuya, Shinjuku, Dotonbori, those 4 towns were probably the coolest places that I could just spend like 10 more hours if I really wanted to. If I had more time, I would spend as much time as I could in those 4 specific areas and probably just have a good time seeing nothing in particular. Roppongi was a lovely, probably one of the best, like, go up and on a get high on a Roppongi probably had the best vista of the trip. Though I'll say Umeda Sky Building still is, I still quite love that one as well. What else? Sapporo was really nice to see. I really liked the hot spring I went to there. It was just a very beautiful mountainy place where you could see all the mountainy stuff from the onsen. That still is like one of the more amazing parts where, like, yeah, they just had like a fence that was about this high around the onsen, so you could just walk up, you know, to like the edge of like this hillside and just look down at the parking lot, you know, out there in the onsen area, you know, naked as can be, and just go like, yeah, no, there's people in the parking lot down there. There's mountains over there. My God, this is quite a sight to see whilst being, you know, lounging in magnificent onsens. This is fantastic. Any other highlights? Fushinari, again, I'll say. Kiyomizudera is as beautiful as it ever has been, and I think that, that the Golden Pavilion is about the most beautiful building that I could imagine. Shout out to anime figurines. I always love seeing anime figurines in person, and yeah. Probably would have been nicer if it had been winter, yeah. If I could have seen snow in Sapporo, that would have made it, like, 5 times more novel. I'll say that is probably very true. That is a very true thing. That about sums it up. That about sums up the whole trip. It was great. It was great. This is some sort of lottery? I don't understand, but... Oh, I probably need to hit the on-off. And hit it again. I got the good one, I think. Well, actually, no. I couldn't gotten better, no. All the other power-ups on the other side were better than the one I got. Still, I'll take it. I'll take it. It was a hell of a trip. Massive as can be. And, What's the gimmick here? Maybe I need to have a bigger power-up for that one. I'll say, if ever I return to Japan, I imagine I will, it'll probably have to be a good 5 years before it makes sense, right? It'll have to be a good 5 years before it makes sense to have another trip out there and, you know, take in the sights once more. I had about as optimal of a trip as I could do, and I'm... Oh, fuck. Didn't realize that would fall on me. I forgot that they break through the clouds there. I had about as good a trip as I could do, and I'm... you know, it's kind of sad that it's over, but also, I had enough. I 100% was, had my fill. I'm ready to be home and not walk, you know, 10 to 15 miles a day. That is going to be like a good thing for me, right? Like, I'll tell you, by the end of the trip, my feet were killing me. I sometimes would go just like, you know, I would sometimes just go to walk somewhere, and then I'd realize, like, oh crap, my feet just aren't doing it. I'm just gonna have to do a little bit of a limp here. I'm just gonna have to limp a little bit as I go to the next destination and hope that my feet will recover in time for the next one. And, you know, I was able to go the distance, I was able to make it work. It was fine, but there were definitely times where I was like, my feet! And, just had to figure it out. 3 weeks of non-stop walking are a lot, it turns out. And, I feel like part of the reason why I'm working from home for the time being is like, you know, while I'm jet lagged and crap. Wait, what happened? Oh, this is like another room. This is different. Different power-ups here. Is because... Why it's good to is that because, you know, not only am I tired and crap, but like, I don't know I can walk that far. I feel like going to the H-E-B and getting some groceries is about my limit as far as like... We're gonna start at the very fucking beginning. Ooh. Jesus. It's about my limit as far as these things go. Honestly. Nice. I just, you know, have reached my limits. I am done walking for a while. I'm just gonna not walk for a bit. And, hopefully soon I'll be able to handle, like, a normal grocery visit without fear of, like, you know, without any concerns for my feet. Walk more and you'll get used to it. I don't know, I walked pretty far every day for, like, a month, 3 weeks, and, you know, by the end of it, I just feel like half the time, like, my feet or knees would just start to give out, you know? I liked seeing Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji's probably a highlight, I guess. Or it would be if I could have seen it better. As is, I had to settle for just, you know, seeing, like, a little bit of it. Seeing a little bit of it towards the end of the trip. As I was leaving, the Fuji area. Which is a bummer, but, you know, hey. What are you gonna do? You can't control the weather. I think we got this one, though. We just have to find the right guy, who is, of course, the last one that we try. Good, we have enough to get up to the top there. Great, okay. This gotta be it. This gotta be it. I mean, this is looking like not it. Oh, there's 2 warp blocks that take you away. Ooh. What? What use was that? Maybe I could have used that to get through this or something. There's a checkpoint? Oh, Lord. Well, we'll do what we can. I was kind of hoping we were near the end since, you know, this is the end of the stream. I'm just talking about the last remnants of things to talk about as far as Japan goes. I'm done with it. Done with it. I'll say at this point, I'm looking at, you know, I for a while there, I was watching a lot of Japan travel-based YouTube, right? And now that I'm done... the checkpoint costs extra keys? Gotcha, okay. I think we're done. Yeah, we're done. Beautiful, beautiful. I forget what I was saying there, but, folks, that's gonna do it. So, whatever I was gonna say... What was I gonna say? I was saying something about what was I saying? Future trips or something? I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Oh, right, YouTube. I'm gonna stop watching all that Japan-based YouTube now, or at the very least, like not anime-based YouTube, of course, but like, oh, here's something you can do in Japan type YouTube. That's just, I don't need that anymore in my life. No, this is like when you go to Universal Studios and after you stop watching like theme park-based content for a bit because it's like, yeah, no, I was just at Universal Studios. I don't need to hear about how cool the Mummy is anymore. It's I'm on cooldown now. I'm on cooldown. I'm on Japan cooldown. Though I obviously gonna watch tons of anime. Obviously gonna play tons of Japanese games. Not in the sense of like media, just in terms of like I don't need to think about travel there anymore for like the next couple years at least. So, yeah. Completed. We're done. Yippee. That went, Christ, that went like, started at 8, 6 hours? 6-hour stream? Oh, wow, that was a, twice as long as the other, Japan Travelogue streams, which I guess is in part due to how I had all the time in the world and didn't have to do it on my last day. Can you believe my original idea was to do this in Hakone and to do this on my last day of my trip? Yeah, that would not work. I would have to... all that setup took like a lot of time on Monday to set up all those photos and pick them out. Took a lot of time on the flight back. It was much better doing it tonight than trying to do it in Hakone, as cool as it would be to have the background be a traditional ryokan. As cool as that would be. As cool as that would be. Folks, I'm gonna see ya. Things are gonna go back to normal here pretty soon as far as the stream schedule goes. With possibly 2 streams a week for the time being. I'm gonna keep on going forward with that, I think. But, I'll say... the regular schedule will resume soon, but since I did this viewer level stream on Tuesday rather than Friday, this Friday, I'm instead going to do Metaphor Refantasio. And I'm gonna play the demo of that and find out if it's my bag, if I'm into it. I love Persona, but I don't know like what this has in common with Persona. All I know about this game is that it's super critically acclaimed and everyone loves it. And it's like also super long. It's like Persona length. And the demo is like 9 hours long, so I don't have to buy it before that stream. We'll just play some of the demo, and that'll be fun. That'll be on Friday. After that, there'll be something on Tuesday. I haven't decided yet. I would like to do Metroid Dread Randomizer at some point. That's one idea for next Tuesday. Go back to that and give that a second try. Another idea I have is that I would like to do some sort of playthrough, a plain and simple playthrough, which I haven't done in a while since I've been doing variety night streams on Tuesday in the lead up to the Japan trip. So for the last like 10 weeks, the last 2 months, I haven't done a playthrough. So here's what I'm thinking. I have plans for playthroughs. I want to do Metal Gear Delta when that comes out, and I want to do a bunch of random Rareware games where I'll have like 5 that I can pick from, and I'll spin a wheel, and whichever one comes up, that's the one I'll do first, and we'll sort of go from there. But I'm thinking I would like to play through Glover on stream. Glover, famous N64 game, not highly rated. People think it's kind of crap garbage, and maybe it is like mediocre, run-of-the-mill average, but I think it's better than like the likes of Yooka-Laylee and a lot of other 3D platformers that are just pure junk. I like Glover a bit, and I'm thinking maybe next Tuesday? Glover? We'll see. And maybe that'll be like a 2-part playthrough. Glover is not like that long, I don't think. Maybe 2, 3 streams tops. That's my idea right now. After this week, there will be the regular stream schedule will recommence. Next Tuesday will be something, and then Friday after that around 6 p.m. Central, viewer levels at the normal time. Additional streams are possible on whims. YouTube VODs go up within 24 hours, and the shorts go up daily. Whew. Yes, I am done. It's all done now. We are done for tonight. Thank y'all for getting in all those levels and those huge raids middle of the stream. That was quite something to see. Fucking fucking how many raids? 4 raids come in? Who are we raiding? I see we have a lot of folks still hanging around. That is fantastic. I love to see that. Who is online right now? Who could use 10 viewers? Am I following anyone who does like let's see now. 3D World. How about 3D World? Whoa Gamer Guy is doing 3D World. Whoa Gamer Guy sometimes submits viewer levels here, so that seems like a good place to do the raid. I'm down with that. Let me look 1 second here. I could also raid Jesse. Let's go with Whoa Gamer Guy. Whoa Gamer Guy has 1 viewer right now. Let's send a couple his way. How about maybe like 8 or 9? Up to you, of course. Hey, you know, I'm not. It is late, I know, but let me pull that stream up on my phone here. Whoa Gamer Guy stream, who's playing 3D World. And yeah, I'll catch ya on Friday with Metaphor ReFantasio. I'm gonna find out if it's my bag or not. And the thumbnail I have for that on the YouTube live stream is like, is really dumb. You'll see. It's on the Discord. Maybe that'll be the thumbnail for the VOD as well. We'll see how that goes. Thanks for stopping by. Regular streams are gonna start pretty soon here, and we'll get back to a regular schedule that's not Japan trip oriented, where I just talk about whatever's going on, the anime I've been seeing, the games I've been playing, and that's that, and then we raid, and then it's all normal style. I'm glad I did this Japan stream. I covered this Japan's trip across 3 streams. I bet if I tried to do them all at once, it would take like 10 hours minimum, maybe even nearing 12. Jesus. I don't know how I could do that. I don't know. Bye, folks. I'll see you on Friday for ReFantasia, and then something else on Tuesday, and then viewer levels will be the Friday after this Friday. Bye, folks.